Right, guys, appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. We're back for another space. Do retweet, reshare the space. Let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Anyone who retweets the space, we will reshare their retweet. So make sure you are doing that for us as well. Would really appreciate it. Lots to speak about and quite a lot to get through. As I said, anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet the quote tweet. There's quite a lot of news today, so obviously we'll go through the news in a second. We got today a couple of collaborations. We got Hamas's lawyer coming on, and I'm not sure if he's Hezbollah's lawyer as well. So we'll check that out, see what he's all about, see what he says. We'll speak to him about the negotiations, the implications of the negotiations, and things pertaining to that. And then we also have obviously the collaboration with Rathbone as well. So a couple of good ones today. But yeah, let's get into this. Let's speak about this and let's break it down. Lots is happening, so we need to speak about it for sure. As I said, retweet the space. We're relying on you guys to retweet the space, quote tweet the space, because quite clearly, I mean, it sounds like one's crying all the time, but they clearly have done a major censorship campaign. It's quite clear that they've done it where you don't see these pages. And it's happened to every account that is against the war. And so people won't be aware of the space unless you quote tweets it, and then I'll retweet your quote tweet as well. And this is a lesson for all of us that on the YouTube channels, make sure you're following both of the YouTube channels. Hopefully one of the mods can post, if any of them are there, they can post the other YouTube channel as well. But make sure you're following and have your notifications on as well. We're going to have to focus more on getting information out on these YouTube channels if they are doing what is quite clear that they're doing. Douglas McGregor claimed that he believes that there is going to be major escalation. So that's what Douglas McGregor believes. He believes the war is going to start this weekend. So, I mean, these are just the opinions of some of the people, but he did say, he was on a show today and he said that he believes the war is, and his sources have told him, the war's resuming. He said Saturday or Sunday, so that'd be tomorrow or Sunday. But today is possible. I remember last time it was like they waited till it was like 1 a.m. and then did it. So that would be like kind of like tonight, but tomorrow. So let's see what happens with that. Obviously, we need to break down the news and give it to you and let you know exactly what's going on. But just before I do, I am going to just quickly retweet your quote tweets. So let me do that now. Just retweeting now. We got a number of people who've done it. Lucy showing the beauty of the Iranian oil and how it's so fine. So I am just retweeting your quote tweets and then we'll take it from there. Oops. Let's see this one. Trump is bluffing about sending the delegation to Pakistan. Surprise attack coming tonight. Could be, yeah. What's this one? Iran Day War, Pakistan negotiations. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I'm just reading some of the comments that people are leaving here. And okay, I've just not many quote tweets, guys. We need much more retweets and quote tweets than that. Or people are just not going to know about the space. People are just not going to be aware of the space. So if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. Okay, Okay, Professor Morandi. Remember, we got Professor Morandi coming on Sunday. So that's going to be really good. 4 p.m. Eastern, he's coming on. So that's going to be fire. But this is what Professor Morandi had to say before I get into the news and you understand the context of it. Actually, got loads coming out. The Iranian foreign minister will not hold any negotiations with the Trump regime in Islamabad and will merely convey Iran's considerations and views regarding the end of the war to the Pakistan side. This meeting is a response to General Assembley's trip to Tehran, and I've been informed that no negotiations with any Americans are planned during the negotiations. And then Galibaf, the main negotiator, who won't be there, as one J.D. Vance said, "Dear Khamenei, you are the dearest soul of our nation. The heartfelt pact among the young warriors has always been to fight trench by trench until the word and will of the supreme leader prevails. The enemy's rage and the ravings of that criminal minister stem from our unity around the axis of leadership and the thwarting of their schemes. Rage on, and may you die from this rage." And if you remember, he's very, very then he wait, who am I sending this to? 1 second. Then he yeah, that's kind of the news. I mean, sorry, that's that part of the news, but let me go over the overarching part of the news so you can get exactly what the news is. And as I said, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Anyone who quote tweets the space, we will retweet the quote tweet. Everyone, please quote tweet the space. And this is what they wanted. They wanted you to not be aware. You think there's a random that they've reduced the algorithm just before they restart the war? I think this, I mean, someone quote tweeted the space and said, oh, this is just misdirection for the start of the war. I would not be surprised if it's this weekend. All 3 US carriers are now in place. Who did I interview? And they said they need about a bit of time to do the instructions. Who did we interview yesterday? I can't remember who we interviewed yesterday now.
Yeah, Anthony Aguilar.
Oh yeah, that's it. Anthony Aguilar. He said they would need time. Well, they'll have at least a day or two. So I don't know. It's highly likely that those negotiations are put into play. Okay. Okay, this was about 10 hours ago. It's been much more than this now. Over the past 48 hours, 45 IDF soldiers have been wounded in South Lebanon by the resistance, according to the Israeli army. The Iranian TV have shown 8 Gulf energy targets that Iran may strike if the ceasefire fails to hold. In the UAE, it's Das Island, Zirku Island. In Qatar, it's Ras Lifan and Ras Gas. Saudi Arabia, it's Abu Qaik, Safaniya, and Khores. And in Kuwait, it's Burgan. So just some of the targets. And I'm told that those are just some of the targets and are not the entirety of the targets that will be targeted if this happens. Okay. Iran grant Russia exemption of all transit fees to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, Iran is given a buy to a lot of its allies. It was Russia, China, I'm not sure about China, but Russia, China, and Spain, that they don't need to pay the toll fees. Tehran airport to resume international flights to Muscat and Istanbul. That was confusing for me because why would they restart the flights if nothing is happening? Do they know something? Again, this is why I don't believe this is the case, but this just adds to the people who think this is maybe collusion or whatever. But this is strange. Why would they resume flights? An Israeli military helicopter with wounded soldiers from southern Lebanon we saw landing at Rambam Hospital. A second tanker since the closure of the Hormuz. This time specifically, a second tanker has gone to Iraq's Basra terminal. Zelensky was meeting with MBS. Netanyahu underwent treatment to remove his prostate cancer. If you remember, we were saying about a year or two ago that he has got cancer, and people were saying, "Oh my God, this is propaganda, and you're claiming this, but it's not the case." But quite clearly, it's the case. Hegseth and Dan Kane were out giving their propaganda in the morning. They said, I want Iran, he said, they have been reduced to a gang of pirates with a flag. They cloak their aggression in slogans, but the world now sees them for what they are, criminals on the high seas. They don't control anything. They're acting like pirates. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. He said the vessels that the Iranians seized in recent days, a couple of them, they're not American ships. They're not Israeli ships. They're just random ships. The real navy is at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf. So, again, he's bothered about America. He's bothered about Israel. He's not bothered about the Gulf states. He's not bothered about any of their other allies. This should show all the allies where they stand. They stand the bottom of the pecking order. But obviously, they're all cooked. So they're not bothered that they stand at the bottom of the pecking order. It doesn't matter to them that they're right beneath the Israelis. Um, he said, unlike the endless war of the past that dragged on for years and for decades with a little show for it, Operation X-Ray has delivered a decisive military result in just weeks. Sounds like they're trying to raise the white flag. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the US Navy. To the regime in Tehran, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in complete control, nothing in and nothing out. Well, we've seen a lot of tankers that have gone in and out, so I don't know where he's getting that from. We're not counting on Europe, but they need the Strait much more than we do, and I might want to start doing less talking and have less fancy conferences in Europe and get in the boats. This is much more their fight than ours. Well, not really. It's Israel's fight, hence why you're doing it. President Trump's fortitude is unshakable. We have all the time in the world and we're not anxious for a deal. And I hear him say every day in private as well, a blockade as long as it takes whatever Trump decides. General Kane said Iran has attacked 5 merchant vessels, seized 2 of them that were attempting to transit the strait. These include ships that Iran itself had cleared to proceed. Then we know that Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is planning a tour to Islamabad, Muscat, and Moscow. Israel's Ben Gurion Airport is full of American KC-46 and KC-135 tankers, which suggests the war is coming. Pope Leo said the following. This is why the Zionists don't like him. He said, I carry in my pocket the image of a Muslim child in Lebanon. I cannot be in favor of war. He also said, this is an entire population in Iran of innocent people who are suffering because of this war. He also said, I condemn all the actions that are unjust. I condemn the taking of people's lives. I condemn capital punishment. I believe that human lives are to be respected. Talking about the Israelis basically introducing capital punishment against non-Jews. The UAE president, MBS's advisor on Iran, he said, you can't be attacked with 2,800 missiles and drones and then talk to me about trust. This will take ages. We do not trust Iran. Iran's exported more oil in April so far than the entire month of March. This is according to tanker trackers. I mentioned that all 3 of the USS carriers are now in place. Senior Iranian official Mohsen Rezai said the sound of Americans' broken power will be heard from the Persian Gulf to the Oman Sea. The Iranian ship Tuska, seized by the US, was carrying vital dialysis supplies and medical equipment. So it wasn't any of those claims that they made, but it was vital medical supplies. There were claims by Zionist media who said that the Iranian delegation was planned to talk in Pakistan, but not US. But this seems to be possible now because according to the last statement of what's his name, Professor Morandi kind of confirms that they will be talking to Pakistan, but not talking directly to the US. And Abbas Araghchi said, embarking on a timely tour of Islamabad, Muscat, and Moscow. Purpose of my visit is to closely coordinate with our partners on bilateral matters and consult on regional development. Our neighbors are our priority. Netanyahu said, I had an excellent conversation with Trump. He is pressuring Iran very hard economically and militarily. We have started to process to achieve a historic peace between Israel and Lebanon. It is clear to us that Hezbollah is trying to sabotage it. I mean, not really. Hezbollah is the only place defending. Hezbollah shoots down another Israeli Hermes drone over Lebanon. And then we saw the Israelis bombing Lebanon as well. So I don't know what kind of ceasefire they believe they're part of when they continue to bomb, but this is what they believe. They believe in a one-way ceasefire. CNN is reporting that Trump is sending Witkoff and Kushner, but not JD Vance. China has urged its citizens to leave Iran as soon as possible, and the last time they proceeded to give such a similar warning was one day before the start of the war on February the 27th. The Trump administration has frozen 344 million in cryptocurrency linked to Iran. So I'd like to know what that is, because again, if cryptocurrency can so easily be frozen, then what's the use of it? Iran's supreme leader has reportedly forbade negotiation with the US. An Indian reporter based in Islamabad states, "We have no idea why Kushner and Witkoff have been sent to Islamabad, and meeting with them is not on the foreign ministry's agenda. Furthermore, Foreign Minister Araghchi will likely already have departed Pakistan by the time they arrive." So that's interesting. And like I said, we then had the statement from Professor Morandi. Just retweet, or Professor Morandi just retweeted, so I'll just retweet that. Professor Morandi did tweet this. Let me just quickly read this to you guys. It was... Okay, I read it at the beginning, but obviously a few more people have joined. The Iranian foreign minister will not hold any negotiations with the Trump regime in Islamabad and will merely convey Iran's consideration and views regarding the end of the war to the Pakistan side. This meeting is a response to General Asim Munir's trip to Tehran, and I've been informed that no negotiations with any Americans are planned during this visit. Okay, so that's interesting. Lots to speak about. Like I said, guys, I am going to retweet your core tweet, so make sure you've core tweet the space, because I will retweet your core tweets. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts, and then we'll go to Hassan.
Yes, thank you, Suleiman. Yes, we are in such a dynamic, fluid. I don't even know if the word dynamic is sufficient enough. Things are happening by the second, updates on top of updates. This space, please repost, folks. As Suleiman stated, we have to share this, get this out. I'm personally sending this out on my social media, sharing with friends. But here's the why this is so essential, because right now a lot of places and social media, everything is kind of static right now. It's kind of like the average American. You talk to people, and even in the West, it's like this is normal. People are going about their normal business. I understand that. But soon, as we've seen very soon from all the analysis, folks are going to start asking questions. Why is this why is this shortage here, or why is our gas station, the pump gas going up, and stuff like that? But it's even going to get more critical. But this affects all of our lives. I believe that, and I agree with all of your assessments, Suleiman, that we will see kinetic engagement here militarily. I believe it will happen with you. We nailed it 56 days ago. Remember when we were 24 hours away, we said it's going to happen, and we were getting a lot of pushback, and it happened. So I think we'll see a massive bombing campaign. And launch. I think it'll be like the shock and awe stuff. It won't accomplish anything really. We're going to be back at square one, and then we're going to come back into the situation you described so well. And I understand that you and Anthony Aguilar were, before you were saying this, and Anthony Aguilar really believes that we will see some action on one of the islands, like Carg Island or something. It's possible. I don't see it, but I don't have near the expertise as Anthony Aguilar, so I've got to really listen to him and others. But we will see a massive this escalation. It will go kinetic. And I also really want to state, from the Navy's point of view on this blockade, it just shows you the insanity coming out of those briefings with HEZ and Kane. Is really laughable. I mean, it's embarrassing. I know that Fox News and the average person listening may not even have a clue, but we are accountable for what we listen to and what we believe, and to claim ignorance is not an excuse, because there is genocide going on right now. The United States of America has been complicit in this whole, for years, of this genocide and slaughter in Gaza, and the same thing is now happening in Lebanon. And I won't go again. I lived that. I saw that in 1982. It's heartbreaking. It's gut wrenching when people see it firsthand. And a lot of times people say, oh, yeah, that sucks. No, but it is really real. And also, the only resistance we have right now against this Zionist, genocidal, bloodthirsty, satanic movement is honestly Iran. That's why I fully back and endorse Iran in their. I think it's the battle of good versus evil, the moral resistance against the Epstein class. America, we are an occupied nation. I am patriotic. I love America, and that's why I speak up. And we all have to do that. It is our moral obligation. This is a moral issue. And if someone is standing on their moral beliefs, and especially Christianity, and this belief, this God, it's evil, believing that God it will favors national Zionist Israel to commit genocide. You'll have to answer for God for that out there. Whoever I'm speaking to, those and those that have come against me on that. But I've been battling this for 15 years. And I'll just summarize it here, Suleiman. Militarily speaking, this blockade, United States Navy, we are totally ineffective with it. Now, we could, obviously, with our submarines, sink and cause tremendous damage, but again, it will not solve anything. And that's why, thank God, I'm sure that the naval brass at the head are telling Trump, yeah, go ahead. We can't, even if we start sinking lots of ships, it'll just make the condition worse because Iran will strike back with all hell, and it will completely, I believe, eliminate the GCC as it knows in its existence. And Russia is not going to stand by and watch, neither will China. So, yeah, we are in a multipolar society. America is now facing the consequences, and we have to readjust to this. And we need regime change in America. Why cabinet act now, United States? Your cabinet, you're responsible for this. You must enact this Amendment 25. And military, every military senior officer and NCO, you are accountable. You have to start saying no, resign if need be. Don't do it. And I'll land there, Suleiman. God bless you. Thank you, my brother. And get well soon, Beatrice. I love you all. God bless. Keep fighting the good fight.
Thanks for that, Andrew. Appreciate it. Do you want to bring Hassan into the conversation? Hassan, hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts about what's going on? Do you think there's going to be
Hi, Su-
negotiate? Hope you're doing well.
Hi,
What do you think?
Suleiman.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. What do you think is going on?
Yeah, so look, if you remember, I said this, I don't know if you remember, I said this, I think, about a week ago or 10 days ago. I said, I think it's going to be like an extension of the ceasefire, and then there'll be another round of war or kinetic war. So that's kind of where I'm expecting it. With regards to Rakchi attending Pakistan, I think that he was just going to do some diplomacy, and maybe America is kind of jumping on the back of that and saying, oh, we're sending Witkoff and Kushner to negotiate with Rakchi, but he's not going for that reason, if you see what I'm saying. America's trying to get some credibility back because it's lost it all. Trump is in a pickle. He doesn't know what to do. He keeps going, saying one thing and changing his mind. So I don't think there is any. I've said this before. Like, people who come on and say that there's going to be a deal. Have you seen what's the timeline that they accept the deal to happen in? Is it going to be a week, a month? Where is this deal that people are talking about? What does it look like? How can it even happen? And so I don't see, this is a similar situation as this with Ukraine, where Trump will say, yes, we're going to go and negotiate, we're going to go for a deal, but then it'll just break down over and over again. So I don't really see anything happening there. And I think the Islamic Republic realizes that there is no hope of any settlement with America. A deal would be the relief of sanctions, maybe like we were discussing yesterday, in exchange for something, and that wouldn't be allowed to happen because that would make Iran economically very successful. So we're looking at more rounds of war. We're looking at an escalation. I think, remember, it took them months to get the forces together to do the initial rounds. And this next round needs to be planned again. So I didn't see it possible happening at the end of the ceasefire. I doubt it will happen this weekend. I think it's possible, but I doubt it. So maybe you're looking at another couple of weeks. Thanks, Suleiman.
So what do you think is going on today? Because do you think Iran was aware of this? Do you think that Iran knows that the possibly Kushner and Witkoff are coming along? Do you think the Pakistanis have kind of played it? Do you think the Americans have played it? Do you think the Iranians have played? Like, what is going on? Like, it's just weird that you've got this kind of diplomatic meeting with Pakistan and Iran. And I know Arachi is then going to Oman and then Russia. At the same time, now the Americans are going to be turning up around the same time, or just when the Iranians leave, or whatever it may be. So what's going on there? Like, who's does everybody know about what's going on? Is someone playing it? Like, what's going on?
Honestly, I think the Republic has to have diplomatic relations with different countries, its neighbors. It has to have those of those diplomatic, missions. So, like, I just see it. I just don't see any relation between the two. One is Iran has to go out, has to go meet Pakistan, has to meet Russia, has to meet with China, and the other is that obviously there's going to be attempts to take advantage of that, and so they just handle it in a sensible way. They're not going to have any negotiations because there's no benefit in them. They're not going to waste their time with them. If they happen to be forced into it, they'll deal with it in that situation. Very possible Pakistan is actually plotting to bring them together for negotiation. That's very possible. But ultimately, I don't think it makes a difference whether they do that or not. It's not going to achieve anything.
And when you said there's going to be a deal, do you mean like when do you think the war's going to restart? Do you agree with someone like Douglas McGregor, who thinks it's going to be it's going to be this weekend?
Yeah, as I said, I like my expectation is it'll take time to together all the necessary arms to do the next round. They didn't expect the response that they got, and so I don't think it's so easy. I mean, look, I could be wrong, but my expectation is they need to really like spend time getting all the bombs together, getting all the stand-up munitions, getting the cruise missiles, and I think the preparations take time as well. When you bring three aircraft carrier, the coordination, the planning that goes on, you can imagine the scale that's required here. It's not an easy operation. So I don't know. My kind of assessment, my suspicion is that it will take a few more weeks. But I wouldn't know any better, 100%. I mean, I couldn't say for sure, but just based on like kind of mathematically, what's realistically possible if they want to give this another go, I think it's too quick. We've only been 2 weeks since the ceasefire. So yeah, I expect a few more weeks, but I could be wrong.
Let's see. Let's see. Just wanna. Um. Okay. Okay. Ashkan, thanks for joining us. I hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts. Ashkan, you there?
Assalamu alaikum. Are you calling me, Suleiman?
No,
Oh,
I was saying Ashkan. But go ahead. Go ahead, Amna.
I'm here, but I'm busy. Please go to someone else.
Okay,
I'll be
cool.
back.
But can you not come to speak if you haven't got the ability to
Sure.
speak, please? Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Amna. Go ahead, jump in.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope all are doing good. First, I would definitely like to commend you, Suleiman, from your commendable efforts that for being standing on the right side of the history always. I'm watching you since 2023 when the Palestine issue. So you always stood. You faced so many tremendous pressures, hardship from the acts and from everywhere, but you stood by and you are still standing. So I really appreciate that. As I just joined your space just to know that, like, what's going on. It's like kind of, roller coaster talks are happening, not happening. And first, to me, that does US really wants to have a deal? Does US really want to like end this conflict? Because the last week when we heard a good news about like the Strait of Hormuz is opened by the Iranians, but Trump really appreciated that, but on the same time he he sustained that naval blockade. But I could not understand when Iranian showed the good gesture, but instead of like replying in a goodwill, Trump retained that blockade. I could not understand what's going on there. So that really made me wonder that is like the US is still interested in having the deal done. And still, when the Iraq chief just landed in Islamabad, and the footages are still awaiting, but I'm not like, we are also hearing that from the CNN and the other media that I think Jared Kushner and they are also arriving here. But how can they come when the Iranian media is like, abstaining that no, the visit is not purpose to meeting the Trump administration, rather just to discuss this bilateral issues. Even you just told us, and we also read about that they are going to other countries, Russia and Muscat as well. So I just can't understand what's going on. It looks like, you watch kind of a suspense movie. So we are all waiting that what's the crux. Maybe you all senior are sitting here, just tell me that what's going on actually, what US really wants, and what Iran is afraid of its domestic pressure as well. Iran wants a deal, but just because of the domestic pressure, or just because of the IRGC, the hardliners stance, or is there any, or are they really united, the political and this the hardliners? So that I simply can't understand that where are the bottlenecks
Cool.
actually, which we are unable to see. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you. Let's go to Arkat. Arkat, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Hi, Sully. Yeah, just wondering if anyone saw there's another few refineries that were targeted. Actually, Redacted did a piece on it, how there's, countless number of refineries now in Australia, Iraq, Russia has been hit, multiple refineries in Russia. And again, I know that some of you that listen to this space are probably sick of me saying this, but I
What
still
about,
continue.
Akash, rather than just keep repeating the same thing again, let me ask you a question. Do you think there could be a possibility, one of the, and by the way, it's not that I hold this position, but just to make the space interesting rather than, because you could just record and say the same thing over and over again, can you? Do you think there could be one of the people, some people claim, such as Richard Medhurst and a few others, that this is America behind all this, and what they're doing is just blowing up refineries everywhere. Although it doesn't explain the one or two that have been blown up in America. I guess their claim on that would be to try and they're doing it to hide the fact that they're behind it. Maybe that's what they're saying. I don't know, but their claim is that America's behind this, and so they're blowing up these refineries. They're basically attacking Iran, so because they know Iran would hit the energy infrastructure in the Gulf states, and they want to and then they're getting the Russian ones here, and they're doing this to realign things so that I'll put my headset on in a second. They're doing this to realign it, so essentially they become the kind of powerhouse when it comes to the energy infrastructure, and by they I mean the United States of America. What's your thoughts on that thesis?
Well, I mean, the only reason why I think there's holes in that is because when you look at some of the refineries in parts of the world that they've been hit, they're not really strategic partners with the U.S. when it comes to buying energy. So it seems like more like some of the countries would benefit more from buying in the Middle East, and even once the war is over. So again, that's why I still contend that they're all in it together. That there's not really. It's not the U.S.
Sorry, I missed
versus.
that. What did you say? You didn't think it? Why?
No, I said that's why. I'm saying. Did
What's
you
the
hear what I
holes?
said about?
No, I was putting my headset
Yeah.
on.
Well, oh, no problem. I was just saying that if you look at where some of the refineries that have been set ablaze, they're not really parts of the world where even if the war was over, that they line up as strategic partners with the U.S.,
Like
they
what?
would still, well, like Australia. I mean, they're not going to be getting their oil from the U.S. I just think
You don't think they'd get the LNG from the US though?
I don't know. Logistically, I don't know if that would work. Maybe, perhaps it would. I think it's even akin to look at with when the Nord Stream was blown up. So yes, again, people say, oh, it was the U.S., but if you look at it, it inflated energy prices everywhere. So I'm not saying that's not a possibility, Solomon. I'm just saying that when you look at, if you take it as piece by piece, that it's the U.S. versus other parts, and they want to become, the world leader in extracting it. It works, I guess, but if you look at it more like, it's more like the global elites that are looking at not just for the Western Hemisphere, but globally, they're looking to extract money from people, civilians. Then it makes more sense. I just think that, again, 90 to $100 billion a month is being extracted from people due to higher gas fuel prices. And what's going to come next is going to be the food. It just seems like, it's, I'm not trying to detract here, but it's funny, talking to some young people, and I live in Canada again, there's no such thing as people having one income and raising a family with someone staying home. The prices of everything have gone so extraordinary. There's no such thing as a normal life anymore. And when you're so busy trying to make ends meet, you have no time to come and listen to spaces like yours to really find out what's going on in the world. So these people at the top are never going to be kept accountable, because it's always disguised, and there's always some theater going on to excuse why we're paying higher. No one's going to question higher gas prices when there's a war going on. And whether it's people over here that are saying, oh, it's all a terrorist, that's why we have to protect ourselves from them getting nuclear weapons. And then there's other sides of the world that say, oh, it's those crazy Americans, trying to, or the Israelis. And listen, I do believe that there's definitely some truth to that. But I can't help but feel that this is orchestrated, especially now, just seeing all these refineries being lit up. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's a fair question to have about the refineries. It is very strange for sure. I keep bringing this guy up and he keeps dropping, bro. It's probably his Pakistani internet or something. Okay. Dr. Farouk, hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts about what's happening with these negotiations in Pakistan?
So thank you, Salman, for having me. And your space is always under attack. Elon Musk doesn't like you much, I guess, because I've been thrown like multiple times. So here's the thing: Pakistan was on standby. They were really waiting on the negotiation to start, and the Islamabad was under siege. Nobody was supposed to leave or go. I have some friends in Islamabad. They were frustrated. It seems like they were not in control. It's just like a venue they have, and when the Iranians gave a signal, and now the two Kushners and Witkoffs are coming, so now they're thinking that when if Iranian foreign minister comes, there will be a breakthrough. The main question is, like, I live in US and I have full contact with Pakistan. What I see here is the Americans think of the whole, because I live in South, and which is the Bible Belt, is not as Democrats, and here are the more Republicans and Trumpers and mega people, but they can sense it, what Trump post is about. When they see Trump on Truth Social, and they said we are losing, because Trump is losing it. When he curses on day of Easter, says the F word, and then says praise to Allah, then put his self as a Jesus fighting with the Pope. The Americans are thinking that our moral is down. Whatever the numbers they're giving, of course, they don't trust the Trump, because Trump said it. They got the nuclear cleaned up from Iran last year, but now it tells that we need to finish the nuclear. So there's a lot of distress. And this midterm elections, you will see some reflections when his party is going to be thrown out, and they're thinking that it'll be a 2/3 of Democrats in the Congress to do impeach him. They have already opened investigation for HEZ. They've already opened his conflicting stipulation of the stock market in which he made billions and millions, and releasing the information that, and you can see his tweet how he plays with the stock market. So all these things are in question. It's not going to be forgiven here. And going back to Iran, how should Iran trust them? They were in Geneva talking to the Americans and they got attacked. Then they were in Oman and then they got attacked. Here they are in Pakistan. What guarantees they have if they sign even Islamabad Accord, they're not going to be strike or there will be not another attack. They are building up. And when you de-escalate, you show CBM. But there are more American forces in the Middle East. There are more American ships and men in the Middle East. And again, then you're talking about that we are de-escalating and we're going to sign up. So I don't know what Pakistan role is going to play. Pakistan is hoping for the best, but I still think us up in the air. The U.S. will attack Iran again because they want their supremacy. Understand this: the Gulf countries not happy. They think that they has lost trust American as their security guard, and they spend give $400 million to Trump as in an airplane, and Doha was attacked by the Iranis and the Israelis both. So there's loss of trust deficit. Thank you.
Cool. So, just some breaking news. Uh, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in Islamabad to meet Pakistani officials. Conflicting US media reports claim that an American delegation has traveled there also and is seeking to meet the Iranian officials. Iranian media is denying these reports, while New York Times claims Araghchi will hand over an Iranian proposal to be forwarded to the US side. It is possible that all. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at on that. But Abbas Araghchi has arrived in Islamabad. Okay, Doctor, one question. Oh, and I need to go to Cyrus as well. Cyrus, I was going to go to you before, but I just kind of missed you. The Doctor, another question I've got for you is that the Iranians are saying that they're not going to negotiate with the Americans. The Americans are saying are possibly turning up. We don't know if they are, but let's say hypothetically they do turn up. What is going on here? Do you think Pakistan's playing it and trying to help the Americans get and get into a room with the Iranians? Do you think they're all agreeing on this? Like, what is going on?
So first thing first, you have to remember this. Even in the first round, the Iranians wanted no picture with the Americans, and they think the Iranian people will be hurt that we are talking to the aggressor, which has killed 180 school students. So if you look at the first round, there are no pictures. You will see J.D. Vance meeting with Pakistan, but you won't see Iranians meeting with even Pakistanis or the Americans. Even this time, they will be mediator. If they don't want to meet, then what is your condition and what is their condition? They're going to talk about it. Remember, Iran has another strait, which is Strait of Bab al Harmud, which is only 15 nautical, as compared to Strait of Hormuz, which is only 30 air nautical. That is 30. So this is more narrower. And if they stop this with the help of Houthis and they cut
Yeah,
the
but just
internet
just
cable.
keeping the conversation back into that. Obviously, we could talk about it in a second, but I don't think you've
Okay, so
answered the
Pa- so
question.
so so the Iran is coming up with a clear message that this is the next steps we're gonna do, and the Americans are a little on the back foot. They want to clear this up, even if there's no one-to-one, face-to-face meeting. The Pakistan will be doing the pigeon job, taking their message to one room to
But
another room.
but what I'm
Thank you.
trying to say is Iran aware and have they agreed to the United States of America coming to Pakistan and passing that information on, or is the Pakistanis and the Americans arranging for this to make it look like the Iranians are negotiating?
Yes, 100%. The foreign minister had said that they will go to Islamabad. They will not have a direct talk. Direct talk
Okay.
means yeah,
You're not
and then he's
understanding.
gonna
You're not understanding my
yeah,
question. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
yes.
I don't think you understand my
Mm.
question.
No, no, but Iranians know the Americans are coming, and there will be some sort of talk. And
Ah, okay. So you're saying
yeah,
Iranians are not being honest about what's going on.
yeah, they have to show that posture that we are just there to meet Pakistanis, and they know the Americans are in the room as well. So there will be some talks. In the end,
Okay,
they want to
cool.
come to the table as well. Thank you.
Hassan, what's your thoughts on what he thinks? He thinks the Iranians are just playing everybody and they actually know that there's going to be talks.
I mean, I think we've learned by now to trust more what the Iranians say than what the Americans say, right? So generally, the rule of thumb is whatever America says, believe the opposite, unless told otherwise. And with Iran, I think so far we keep doubting them. The communications aren't the best, so they might say, they might not be clear about what's going on. And remember, they do that deliberately to leave the door of diplomacy open. But when they said it last time, there's not going to be any negotiations. There wasn't any negotiations. They said it once or twice. They didn't need to keep reiterating it and proving it and shouting about it. They just let the facts on the ground establish what is going on. Look, the Iranians are not stupid. They know very well that Witkoff and Kushner are coming to, just destroy any chances of any kind of agreement happening. They know that very well. And they also know, by the way, that there's a risk if they send a delegation that they'll be assassinated on the way. High risk. So they know these things. They're not stupid. And so they know who they're dealing with. They also know that these are terrorists. They slaughtered their schoolgirls. They know that they took out the supreme leader, spiritual leader of the nation, of many people around the world. They know who they're dealing with. So everything is met with complete suspicion and zero trust. And this is like established across the board. So look, if the Americans someday did somehow detach from the blue entity and decide that they want to really genuinely negotiate some kind of deal which brings about peace for a period of time, then the Islamic Republic will be open to it. But that just doesn't look like it's possible. There's two key equations here. One is that the uranium is a huge leverage that the Iranians are not going to be willing to give up. What got them to having the 60% uranium was this maximum pressure situation over years. And they know that if they relinquish that 60% uranium, then they'll come after, go to 0%, then they'll destroy want to go after the ballistic missiles, and it just won't end. So they're already at a point where they have leverage with that 60% uranium, whereby, in my view, it's preventing them from hitting them with a nuclear strike. So that's just not possible to give it up. The second thing is the Strait of Hormuz is now under their control. Once you've established power and that control, anybody who has power in their hand that is useful to survival of their nation is not going to give that up. They're not going to relinquish it. And so that's not going to be negotiated. So what is a negotiation about exactly? That's why I ask the people who say there's going to be a deal.
What do you do? So what do you think has happened here? Because obviously, even now, Levin is saying where they're on standby. JD Vance is ready to fly out. So you don't think obviously Iran's kind of playing everyone. So who is it? Is it Is it Pakistan colluding with Iran? Is it colluding with the United States of America? Is it the US bullying themselves into the situation that we're going to come anyway, and Pakistan's kind of like can't say no to them? Do you think Pakistan's trying to get them in there and to help Iran look bad? Like, what do you think is going on?
So my genuine assessment of the situation, and I can't be certain, but this is my view, is that Iran is going to, for example, Pakistan to meet because they're neighbors. They want good relations. They see a future where they want to have fair, just relations with their neighbors. Okay, so they have to keep these, and especially in this pivotal time now, coordination of the oil. They want to, for example, do a deal with just to create a pipeline, for example, to Pakistan. They want the region to prosper. They want the neighbors to prosper and themselves to prosper as well. So they have to have these relations. Now they're going to meet them. Then America probably calls up Pakistan and says, "Hang on, we're going to come along as well." Pakistan says, "All right, okay, fine." And then now America is going to say, "We're going to go meet for peace talks," because you saw what happened last time. Trump wants to show that he has the power to arrange negotiations. He said it many times. If you don't come to negotiate and accept the deal, I'm going to blow up your country. Iran didn't flinch. So this time he sees an opportunity to say, they're going to meet there now. I'm going to go and say, I arranged this negotiation. He wants to show, it's all about optics. He wants to show the world that he has a say on when negotiations happen. And so he's jumping on the band on this. This is the only conclusion I can come up to so far. I could be wrong. God knows best.
Interesting.
Suleiman, can I say something really quick? The gas pipeline between Iran and Pakistan started 6 years under Zardari, but the Americans never allowed them to make one. And that gas pipeline ended at the border and not an inch was made by Pakistan under the pressure of the US. Now, the Pakistani regime now is pretty pre-American inclined. If you look at the Pakistani media, if you look at the Pakistani officials, they're blaming Iran. Today's Financial Times, the UK newspaper, published an article about the Shiites in Pakistan favoring Iran, and that whole newspaper is censored. I'll send you a link. It's a funny newspaper because in the main page, the main article is blanked in Pakistan. So the people of Pakistan are a little bit with Iran, but this I can see a bias. And when you're a mediator, you're in the middle, you can't show bias. But
Yeah.
the government of Pakistan is showing some bias against Iran.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because Professor Morandi, who I'm very close to, told me the opposite of that. He said that, and I'm not saying it because I'm not saying I'm not. Maybe it could be. It makes more sense that there would be more, but actually, I don't know because they've got the deals with China as well, so it makes it a bit more complex for them. They're kind of so desperate for a deal because they've got the deals with China, they've got the deals with America, they've signed a defense pact with Saudi Arabia, they've got the pipeline with Iran, they've signed a defense. They're about to sign a defense pact with Qatar, so they need a deal more. They probably need a deal more than anyone because they've kind of played all the sides to try to make money, try to take money from everyone, and they don't want them all to. It's gonna come crumbling down on them if things don't, if there isn't a deal. But Professor Morandi privately said it to, obviously on public, he's also said it actually, that the Pakistanis were very, were very, very nice to them, very accommodating, showed them equality in everything that happened. He was he was praising the both of them. What is it, Shabazz Sharif and is it Asamania? So he felt the opposite. He felt like the Iranian delegation was given a huge amount of respect. He felt like when the Iranian delegation went to Pakistan, the Pakistani people gave them a huge amount of respect and love, and they felt like there were celebrities in there, and they felt like they were carrying the weight of the. They felt like they were uniting the world, and when they went, so we get a totally different perspective from the Iranian side. But it's worth considering. The thing with Pakistanis is because they have so much internal drama and politics, they try and bring that out as well. So it's always. I'm not saying that what they're saying is wrong, but sometimes you got to add that as well because they have their own internal drama and their own internal conflict. Some will just try and demonize just because they like the opposition, and others will do it. Will praise because they're in bed with the leadership. So it's kind of like with Pakistanis commentators. That's why I never really rate them that much because they've always got these biases. But anyway, it is what it is. Just so people understand what the different perspectives are on that. Cyrus, I want to go to you, but I didn't go to you earlier. What's your thoughts on this entire thing that's going on?
Suleiman, good evening. I just stepped out of a dentist chair maybe like 30 minutes ago, so half my face is numb. So excuse me if I sound funny.
You sound the same.
Are good.
So,
Good to know.
is that
So
funny or is that normal?
that's for you to judge. So yeah, lots going on. I think Pakistan's playing a constructive role, just like you mentioned. It behooves them to want a resolution to take place. And I think they're under a lot of pressure from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia publicly has been silent, but they're allowing Pakistan to do their politicking, and so Pakistan actually is playing a very important role. They're one of the most complex countries internally. Their ISI is very CIA leaning. They're very Americanized, and they send their kids to the top schools. So the intelligentsia within the government are in the U.S. orbit and are kind of molded from that mold, essentially, that American intelligence mold. However, you have the other half that are, part of them are very religious, very almost dogmatic, and but also very diplomatic. And the other part is just representative of the constituents. So I think the main thing is Pakistan receives about $2 billion worth of aid from the United States, give or take, and Saudi Arabia helps them a lot also. So you can't call it a bias for these negotiations, but certainly Pakistan is in the U.S. orbit and to a smaller degree in the Saudi orbit. So mhm. Is somebody speaker on? I think
Yeah, let me
maybe.
drop this guy. This is why we don't bring randoms up, because they just can't control their mic. Go and continue.
Yep. Um, so that's the Pakistan piece. Overall, we shouldn't be suspicious of them. I think they're playing a constructive role, but they're very complex internally. And the fascinating space we're talking about the Afghan Taliban and the Pakistani Taliban and their their commencement. And it's super fascinating to see how, and it's all it's the diversity of the Pakistani body politic that creates these very interesting plants in the garden, so to say. Back to the deal. I think that the U.S. is not negotiating in good faith. That's the underlying problem, and that's due to the coercion of the Israelis and the Israel lobby. They just have full control. This is the most powerful. This is their peak, right? They've never had a Manchurian candidate. This is the most Israel can ever wield in the geopolitical space. After this, it's a slow downhill decline, and I think 10 years it will be a good stopping point where we're going to be essentially very openly not friends with Israel. I don't think we'll ever oppose them or kind of try to hinder them, but the United States will socially and diplomatically distance themselves from Israel. It'll be a slow decline. It's already happening. And Suleiman, you're part of that movement, but whether you know it or not. So there's not that many champions of this movement yet, but so you're the cavalier and those like you. In any event, so that's what I foresee. In the meantime, Iran holds tremendous leverage. The vassal states of the GCC are an extension of the United States empire, the emporium, and the United States cannot by any means see them just vanish, because they will be shells of what they are. They'll just be a gas station if this thing deteriorates. And let's not lose sight of the damage Iran will incur. So this is truly a catastrophic outcome. And for those who were kind of supportive of Iran continuing to press the action, given the leverage they have in the Persian Gulf and the GCC, I would say just temper those emotions and rather those thoughts, because it really is, we're at the precipice, not only just financially. I mean, this could be a human catastrophe for millions of people. So for those reasons, and especially the fact that as China is rising, the United States cannot afford to lose our developing allies like Vietnam. Our relationships are the strongest with Vietnam, and they hold a lot of rare earth minerals, and they have a very important strategic position in relation to the South China Sea, where China's posturing a lot right now. So the U.S. knows that those countries like Vietnam, Philippines, would suffer tremendously, and then on a secondary degree would be South Korea and Japan, and tertiary would be China, Australia. So the U.S. knows this, and although we're insulated to a point where we're not going to have a economic catastrophe in the U.S., but we cannot afford to lose allies and let the world burn for some misguided strategy. This war, where to any half decent analyst, this is clearly a misadventure by the United States. The only thing that would lead the world into a catastrophe, an economic recession, a global recession that will really be deep, is America's pride. America is in under no circumstance will Trump let his reputation be tarnished like this, because it will be clearly for hubris and ego if Trump continues up the escalation ladder. And the reason I don't think hostilities will restart, there's nothing else for them to hit, nothing of significance. They're just going to hurt civilian infrastructure, which in turn Iran will escalate in that realm, and nothing will be gained from it. All the top strategists in the U.S. administration are in Trump's ear. They're telling him, "Hey, look, no matter what military move you make, despite the awesome power you have at your fingertips, it will not make one notch up strategically. It will have no strategic value for the United States to employ any kinetic action." So, and on the flip side, the U.S. is not willing to let Iran walk away a clear victor. So Iran, and the biggest thing Iran wants is sanction relief. They're willing to offer a lot for that. They're willing to offer their 60% enriched uranium and dilute it down to 5% for their fuel rods. They probably won't trust the Americans with that. Probably the Russians or Chinese, maybe even the French. Going by the track record of the JCPOA talks, we can expect the same type of comfort zone and parameters for the Iranians. The Iranians are willing to negotiate. They're good negotiators. They're Iranians are very flexible, very diplomatic, and for them to show up after them being attempted to, their leadership being attempted to be assassinated, and they were last time they were negotiating in Switzerland and in Geneva, and then rather in Zurich, and you had an attack on Iran. I mean, this is so unstatesmanly for the United States. It's very barbaric and goonish behavior for the United States. I mean, we've lost so much credibility. I mean, look at how the Europeans conduct themselves. Go sit down at one of their parliament events. They're class acts. You know, every gesture, every posture. Same with the Chinese. Same with the Russians. And then you look at the Americans, literally like drunk goons that are the hooligans.
You've not heard. You've not listened to some of these parliaments in these parliament or these meetings that they have in the UK where they're all screaming at each other.
Yeah, the house. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but yeah, I'll come to you in a second. Back to you in a second, Cyrus. I got a few more questions for you, but in the meantime, I just want to welcome Gary onto the stage. Gary, how are you doing? Are you okay? Gary might not be on the mic. Cool. Okay, Cyrus, question to you. You're adamant that there's not going to be a. You're adamant that there's not going to be a kinetic warfare. But like, how do you get a deal? Like, I just can't see how you get a deal under the current situation. You
Hmm.
would need to basically stop the Israelis. And as much as you're all, I know you're like, oh, they're gonna abandon Israel. Like, look, let's be clear, that's never gonna happen,
Not anytime
right?
soon. Not anytime
Sorry?
soon. Not anytime soon.
Yeah,
Yeah, that'll
exactly.
that'll happen in a decade. It's a very
Yeah,
slow.
but this war, we're talking about this war, not
Yeah,
like
of
what
course.
happens in a
Yeah.
decade or
I
two
mean,
decades.
Israel is peaking right now. Israel has
Yeah,
maximum
but
influence.
that's why they're desperate to get this
Yeah,
done
for
now.
sure, for sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
So, how do you get a deal? Like, that's the
Yeah,
problem. Where do you get a deal? In what scenario does a deal
right.
get done? If you
Yeah,
look at the main points of friction, they're more far apart now than they were even in the first negotiations. In the first negotiation, some claimed that Iran was about to give up too much, and obviously Iran realized that maybe they were. And even then, the Americans didn't do the deal. So how do you get a deal?
yep. So again, I'm not very optimistic about a deal happening. 2 weeks ago when we spoke, I gave it a 60% chance. I was actually pretty optimistic when the first ceasefire happened. Now I look at it differently. I see a frozen conflict. I see no deal. I see some weird finagling of some sort of negotiating tactic where Trump lifts his blockade. You gotta understand the oil markets, the futures, and the US equities are all stable right now because they're pricing in that the Strait of Hormuz will be open no later than May 15th. So Iranians know this. So Iran's playing it super cool right now. In Islamabad, they're probably going to be, I believe it was Dr. Farouk who said they're going to Pakistan's going to be the intermediary. They don't need to meet face to face. Iran is trying to burn time. Every day that passes, and you guys who follow the markets, keep your eyes on the VIX, on the volatility index for the equities market, and also the oil volatility index. And mark my words, as we approach May 15th, you're going to see the volatility creep up. And if there's any negative rhetoric from Trump at all, bellicose and inflammatory, you're going to see the markets react adversely immediately. So Trump knows this. We have about 2-3 weeks for Trump to make some kind of quasi deal. It will not be any kind of deal that resembles the JCPOA or the 10-point plan or the 15-point plan. Trump's blockade has to be lifted. Iran is already channeling the traffic through the Gulf through Iranian waters. There's two channels one lane in, one lane out. There are international waters. Those have been closed. All traffic now goes through Iranian waters through 3 territories. They're setting up the toll system already. Iran is playing it as if, hey, the toll is going to be implemented. They've already told 2 ships, which is a very important precedent to set. On top of that, the no one talks about this enough unless you're in these energy circles. The the storage capacity of the entire GCC is at 90%. They're about to start filling the empty tankers, the 150 empty tankers that are ballasted in the Gulf. If they cannot offload these and the Strait of Hormuz is not open in a couple of weeks, it's a major issue. Once they shut down these oil fields, only half of them have normal pressurization under ideal conditions where they could be restarted without too much hassle. The rest of them are tricky. And so it not only it affects the supply side from upstream, and then it affects all the downstream petroleum industries and refining industries. This has major impact globally. So mark my words, by May 15th, you're going to see something major happen where there's not going to be any more kinetic things happening. A deal won't happen because of Israel. What Suleiman, you just pointed out the influence that Israel is peaking in its influence, and this is their last rodeo. It's their last hurrah. So they're gonna be throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this to to reinitiate hostilities or somehow torpedo this. So that's where we sit. But I think the U.S. will push back against Israeli pressure. They will not reach a deal as a consequence of the Israeli and APAC pressure. However, there will be some kind of quasi deal where Iran will collect tolls, right? But I think the way Trump will navigate this to reduce the blemish as a loser in this war is to create some tacit agreement where the GCC pays Iran, but not as a toll, as if each ship has to check in as it is right now. I mean, Iran, this is a humiliation ritual right now. Iran's making these people walk through, and some of them get spanked, some of them get humiliated. It's funny. I mean, it's like if you have anything to do with any of these weird countries, Iran's gonna make you do the duck walk. It's and I think that's just to assert their dominance. They'd be like, hey guys, don't forget whose neighborhood you're in. We've been nice to you for these 47 years, but guess what? Now you're gonna know who's really boss, right? That's what Iran's posturing to the GCC and to the world. So I think they're going to go with that posture for a while. Iran's very pissed. Their top leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, was killed. He was also their pope. He's like the Shia pope. So it's very disrespectful. It goes to show the lack of understanding and at all any type of cultural understanding of the Americans. And within the mid level of strategists in the U.S., they're all very aware of this. They're very nuanced. But unfortunately, the top, the elite, call them the Epstein class, call them whatever you want, right? They have much more of a crude and ethnocentric approach that this American exceptionalism that is so it's really unfortunate. But Iran is in turn showing they are not conceding. So Suleiman, I think me judging their attitude right now, I don't think they're going to give anything up too much. I think Iran's going to play very much hardball because they know they have. I mean, we are on the precipice. May 15th is the deadline. If we don't make a move, you guys are going to see major impact, rolling blackouts in Thailand, South Korea, major disruptions in the supply chain, major price instability. This is all coming, and Trump knows this, so he will not let this happen. There's no universe where you have all these smart people in the administration letting this happen, and there's nothing they can do to stop it. They can literally drop a couple tactical nukes and won't stop it. There's nothing they can do. I'll leave it there.
Sorry, my mic was off. I was talking. I don't know,
Yeah.
Cyrus. Andrew, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I was going to say, Sully,
Oh, Andrew,
you're
have I not
talking. We
been to
can't
you?
hear you.
Did
Yeah,
I? I
we
thought I
saw
went.
your mic.
Andrew, I went to you first, didn't I? Or did I not?
No, yeah, you did. No, but I was going to say, Sully, you were going to respond to Cyrus, and I saw your mic open, but we can't hear you. That's what I was saying.
Ah, right. I know. You know what it is? I'm so tired, and I'm like, did I go to Andrew or no? I feel so bad if I haven't, but
You
luckily I
did.
did already.
No, Andrew's first. Andrew
Yeah,
gets the crown.
yeah,
So
yeah, exactly. Andrew's the G, bro. Andrew's the G. Can't mess with
100.
Andrew, bro. I'm blowing up on Facebook as well. Like I just started a new account. We already got 5K followers, all boomers. I was looking at the age, and it's like everyone in the 50s or 60s. The boomers are
Don't
loving
forget
me.
TikTok.
Yeah,
Suleiman, don't forget TikTok. I'm
I need to
telling you,
get
you
back
gotta
onto
get back
TikTok.
on.
The problem with
You
TikTok is
gotta.
yeah,
Go,
the
go.
yeah, the problem with TikTok is they've done something to my account where um, I need to do it where people can't send me money because I don't want people to send me money because I don't have access to it. You know when people send you the different things, they're not letting me have access to any of it, and I don't want people to send it where it just gets stuck because people are giving their hard-earned money and it's like gets stuck in the ether or TikTok takes it. So if there's a setting to do that, then I'll go back on TikTok because I'm not really bothered about the money. I wanna get there, but I don't want people to be sending like little, because people were sending stuff and there's like no access to it. So that's kind of why but I'll figure that out and then I'm gonna get back on TikTok as well.
I'll put my kid to work on that too.
Yeah, she might know how to do it. She might know how to do it. But Cyrus, another question I've got for you is that I mean, if you're basically saying a freeze, but what's a freeze? A freeze as in what's happening right now, which is
No.
still the
Mhm.
destruction of the entire financial market at a point of no return? Or is the freeze as in America walks away, but America walks away and Iran now controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Correct.
They
The
can make.
latter. What you just said. What you just said.
And let
And
me just
that's the.
finish. Let me just
Mhm.
finish. You got to let a guy give you to tee it up for you, innit? Come on, Cyrus. The
Here,
skills
go
to this.
for
The
go
skills to this,
for
my brother. The skills to this.
it. There's rules to
But
skill.
anyway, so do they then do the latter, which is what you were saying, which is give Iran the complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, which means they then charge a toll. But it's not just the toll. This is what people need to understand. It's bigger than that. It means like countries need to go and make deals with Iran. For example, someone like Korea, Iran could be like, listen, there's $2 million toll, all that kind of stuff. America might do something stupid later. You need to have complete access all the time. We'll always make sure you're one of the countries that has special access, even if there's drama on the strait. Let's do a more overarching trade deal. Let's include, I don't know, investment of X billion dollars. You'll get guaranteed supply of oil. Let's do more trade deals in terms of our manufacturing. And so you have an overarching deal. So straight for me isn't just the straight, it's the opportunities that come with it. So you're saying America leaves and just gives Iran all of that and they become
Well,
big dogs.
so with the qualifying statement, so because the IRGC in 2019 unjustly was labeled a terrorist organization, right? And it's their IRGC Navy that's setting up this toll system. There's a my expertise used to be OFAC compliance law. So I mean, like I'm a sanctions expert, so to say. I've forgotten a lot. There's a lot of jargon in there, right? But generally speaking, right, this ties into UN sanctions, European sanction regimes against Iran. It's multi-layered and there's a lot of overlap. So as a consequence, anyone who pays this toll, right? So Iran will, unless Iran will make sure the U.S. passes some kind of general license that allows for this toll, right? So otherwise, Iran will have a very difficult time, even in crypto. You hinted earlier, you either informed everybody earlier there was 354 million, something to that tune, of cryptocurrency seized. So that thin veneer of privacy and security is shattered. So they can't operate that. So the Iran will. There's a world where they can get the Gulf, they can really impede shipment, but they won't be able to benefit from it. But in that case, we're back to square one because what we need is the energy chokehold to be flowing regularly. So the US will have to make some concessions where Iran gets paid, but unfortunately, the Iranian economy is naturally, organically should be around 1.5 trillion. Right now, it's hovering at 500 billion. Right, so even if Iran makes $100 billion a year from tariffs, it pales in comparison to the stunted, environment that they've been in. It's really a tragedy. That's what's really hurting these young people in Iran that are very talented, very educated. They have no upside. So. There is that's the big issue. So unfortunately, Suleiman, I don't see an outcome where Iran comes out the regional powerhouse. But however, this
Wait,
the
how?
first
How does that not result in that?
No, because because the U.S. won't lift sanctions. That's the only way
No,
Iran
no, I
can.
agree with you in terms of sanctions. So look, in terms of sanctions,
But
I
but, but
agree.
but but strategically, they'll come out the 800-pound gorilla of the region for sure. So Iran.
No, no. So
So.
listen, just let
Mhm,
me just kind of because I feel like you're just gonna talk, which I don't mind, obviously, but let me just add a bit of
sure, please,
clarification to so you
please.
can clarify. Um, so basically, what you're saying is that sanctions relief. I agree with you. If they were to do sanctions relief, it would be like Iran would be become like one of the top dogs in the world. There's no doubt about that, right? Some say top three, top four. But I'm asking, let's say sanctions aren't lifted, they have control of the Strait of Hormuz, and they're able to use that to leverage it into greater trade deals.
Right, and so it would they can leverage it for some secondary deals that are favorable, but nothing that would offset the sanctions, the pressure of the sanctions. However, hence the word a frozen conflict, right? It won't, it will not, it will be very unlikely that it will escalate to kinetic, right? However, the reason it's frozen is because it's a very unfortuitous situation for the great power, the United States. This is a very uncomfortable and uneasy. It's like they're, it's like they're being chafed by it. It's this constant irritant that's in everybody's face, right? So it's a frozen conflict where as Israel loses, as the Israel lobby loses influence in the U.S., Iran will over the next 5 years will use this to leverage a deal. The Iranians want a deal. They want to be treated like a normal country, like a rational actor. And I think if America allows Iran and makes a true deal like the JCPOA that evolves into normalized relation and true rapprochement, a true accord that is ratified in Congress. So there's many steps. First, you'll have a deal in an ideal world. You have a deal similar to the JCPOA. Then it evolves into a ratified treaty with Iran. That I mean, look, that's how it went with Vietnam. I mean, we killed 2 million Vietnamese. They killed 50,000 of us, and just it was mayhem. And now they're a strategic ally. So the Iran and the U.S. don't have that much bad blood between them, right? They really don't. So this is mainly Israel's fight for them to be the only big
But
dog
again,
in the region.
I agree with you on that. But I'm trying to say, and I think this is where I think you keep talking about the sanctions, and I agree with you, but I feel like you're stuck on that. And I'm trying to say, just okay, ignore the sanctions, put them aside. I agree with you in terms of sanctions. I'm saying some of these countries, like Japan, I know they basically can't really trade because of sanctions, but now some of them may have to take their own self interest at heart, which means. And by the way, in your scenario, that means America lifts the blockade as well, right?
No, they have to. I mean, the blockade will be lifted by May 15th. I mean, you'll see. I mean, if we are like the storage
Why May
tanks and
15?
because the storage tanks are being filled, they're 90% capacity. The next step is they're going to fill the 150 empty tankers in the Gulf. After that, if the strait is not opened, we're going to have major issues. They're going to have to shut down oil fields. This is going to affect from upstream to downstream industries, and it's going to have major ripple effects. Trump is pushing it to the very edge. We're on a precipice. If you follow this stuff economically, as far as the supply chains and the energy cycle, and because the oil market needs to keep moving. It's a very slow and heavy grinding machine. If it halts to a stop, it's very hard to get it restarted.
Mm.
Trump, we're almost out of time. They will lift the blockade soon. They have to.
So, I guess coming back to the question that I was speaking about, so like take someone like by the way, I agree with what you said there, but take someone like Japan, right? Japan and South Korea are in a point of complete and utter self-destruction. You think that when all, well, let's say America runs away, takes off this blockade, which is going to be a major loss for Trump now, and this is another thing, you think Trump's going to take that loss? You think Trump's going to be like, okay, guys, I'm lifting the blockade, I'm leaving? Like, this is not in his psychology. But let's put that aside. I'll deal with that point in a second. The first point is, someone said for Beatrix, women flu is not fun. She got sniffles. See that sniffles take a chick out for weeks. We fought through real and painful man flu in real time, and it not take us down. Good evening to Suleiman, X panel YouTube community. Good evening. So I'm saying like someone like Japan. So you've basically got a scenario where they're gonna die. Like I know it sounds like I'm being hyperbolic, but I'm not. They are capitulating right now. And so if you're the Japanese and you just see, guess what, America's kind of ran off and taken the loss, and basically Trump admits defeat, which I don't think is possible, but we'll deal with that in a second. Japan now has to make a decision. Does it allow itself to be put back in this situation again, which if America leaves, everyone knows they're going to come back again. Israel's going to make them, and it's not going to be too far away. Or do they now think about their own self-interest and think, you know what, we're going to ignore the sanctions, and we start getting many countries, maybe I'm giving Japan as an example, but many of these Asian countries, maybe some of these European countries will say, you know what, we're going to have to just ignore these sanctions. We're going to just make our own personal trade deals with the Iran, maybe in Iran's own currency or in crypto or whatever. You don't see something like that happening, or do you think these countries are willing to just die with America?
No, I do. I do see a shift in their policy where they have more independence in thinking, especially when it comes to just trade. You know, they're not going to be militarily supporting Iran, and the U.S. will have to yield because these are critical allies. Japan is a critical ally. America is trying to pivot towards the east and begin their China containment regimen, which they're starting way late, right? And I'm not saying, oh, let's not deal with China. I mean, I think China could be a great trading partner, but we got to be very clear-minded about their ambitions. You know, when they reach parity in military technology and capability, which is not too far down the road. So China will be very ambitious here in the next couple decades, and they'll want to be the regional hegemon in Asia. So the United States can't afford to lose these allies. So and ultimately, I think we're gonna, as I mentioned, as this in my deadline in my that I've set in my mind is that May 15th, as it will be a quasi deal, right? I think they will make it so that way Trump doesn't have to take a public L to the severity that it truly is.
Wait,
They're
you're
gonna
saying deal now, but you
no,
said
no,
there
I'm saying
wouldn't be a
that
deal.
no. Is it the frozen conflict? Is the quasi deal where they're gonna, because for the blockade to be lifted, there needs to be some agreement, right? So it's a quasi deal, which will lead into this frozen segment of this conflict, which will give it which will give a runway for negotiations. And I think we have to wait till Trump is gone because I think he's compromised, and I think this frozen conflict will last into the next administration. And even if it's JD Vance, I think he wants the favor of the Israel lobby now. But I do believe once he attains power, he's going to pivot towards America first interest, because that's what the constituents want. When the reason the American politicians are turning against APAC, not all of them, but you're seeing the trickling effect, is not because all of a sudden they're all super, pro-American, and they're being very honest and not being sleazy swamp creatures. It's not that. They want to continue to win. So they see people waking up and be like, hey, we're not so comfortable with this whole Israel relationship. So if their constituents are starting to wake up, they're going to start, changing the coat to a different color. So JD Vance knows these trends. I think the Iranians know it. I think we're entering into a frozen conflict phase, and Trump has to make some kind of something that's digestible by the American public, that this is not an embarrassing loss. And Trump can do a victory parade and be like, hey, we degraded their missile program. We sent them back 20 years. And we're going to negotiate with them about the rest of the stuff. So I think that's what's going to happen. And to your point, yes, Iran will gain
So wait a sec, the frozen deal will be what? America lifts this blockade, it removes, unfreezes the billions of dollars assets, and what does Iran give?
Yeah, and then Iran opens the Strait of Hormuz and will find a way to toll it. And I think America will find a way for the GCC to cover the tab and maybe pay a monthly payment, or like
Of
just
what?
so transit, on the amount of oil and goods that get transited through the
Ah,
Hormuz.
okay. But
So,
then that is capitulation.
yeah, I mean, in your words, because America's never done such a thing. Yes, I mean it's not total capitulation, but if you want to use that word, yes.
No, but what does America get? What does America
Nothing,
get in
nothing.
this
It's a
deal?
loss. It's a loss. They don't get anything. It's a loss. They get
Okay,
nothing.
cool.
In fact, they lose something. The Strait of Hormuz was doing great. There was no issue,
Yeah, true, true. They've
and so
made
they
America.
lose.
Yeah, Iran becomes stronger, no doubt.
Iran's a country. Yeah.
But okay, so you're basically saying, just to clarify to the audience, you're basically saying Trump takes it up the backside, essentially. He gives Iran complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. He removes the blockade, unfreezes the assets, so goes back to the United States of America. And then Iran has complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. In what world does Trump's ego, in what world does Israel's control allow that to happen?
Yeah, I mean they're not going to front. I mean, the reality is, yes, this is a huge strategic loss for the U.S. But the fact that when business goes to as usual and
It's
America
not
has the
just
work,
about it being a strategic loss for America. That's not the point I'm making. Okay, it is, and
no,
I
you're
guess
talking the
people.
optics,
Yeah,
like
well, it's not just optics. It is a massive loss, but I get what you're saying. But optically as well, right?
yeah.
But separate to that, that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying,
Mhm.
in what scenario does it, like, if you read or if you've watched Trump, ego is a big thing. Like, taking such a loss, is it even possible? I don't think so. He would ever allow that to be put on his resume to that level.
Mhm.
So if that's, but you're saying he would do. First of all, explain that. The second thing is, how would the Israelis allow what you just said to happen? This makes, it doesn't make Iran a world power, but without a doubt makes it a very strong power in the region. And so if
Yes.
Iran was a threat on was it in June 2025, and Iran was a threat in February 2026, now you've made Iran more richer, more powerful, more stronger, maybe not the most powerful, maybe not the most strongest, but very rich, more all of that. And from the Israeli psyche, they'll be like, wait, Iran can just continue to build their military, continue to build their weapons manufacturing, and now we've got no chance. We just got to accept it. So, do you think the Israelis accept that? Do you think Trump accepts that loss? Do you think the neocons in America expect that? Accept that? Do you think the Zionists in America who control it accept all that?
Great question. Great question. That's the crux of the matter. To what level, because of this undue influence of the neocons, the lobby, all the stuff we know, how? So that is the $1 million question, and I have an answer for it. So the way I see it is that Trump will put a spin on this, where this is not a humiliating loss. Iran will not become rich as a result. Call it they get an extra $100 billion a year. This war has cost about 500 billion, right? So it would take 5 years just to break even, right? And let's say they push it on another 5 years and they make another 500 billion. It's not enough because the sanctions are crippling. Okay, I lived through it before maximum pressure, after maximum. I felt it. It's truly crippling, right? And it's very unfair. It's economic warfare, and it's the people, the regular people, that get punished. It really just zaps the spirit out of the most innocent people. It sucks. It's the shittiest way to do things, right? So unfortunately, they won't be rich or enriched, right? But they will gain a lot of new strategic power. They will have proven that they can assert in a very dominant and a very clear
But
way over.
Cyrus, I feel like you didn't answer the question though. Like,
Yeah.
I
So
get what you're saying. Everything you're saying is right,
well,
but it's
uh,
fluff.
uh,
Like, you never
yeah,
answered it.
I'll get right to it. So Israel has no
Yeah.
choice but to accept it because look, they're like a spoiled kid, right? So they got everything they wanted. We went to war to the brink of global collapse. It's done. They had the rodeo. They were like they kept begging for it for 30 years. We finally gave it to them.
Wait, they
We
haven't got their rodeo in the Israeli mind and the
In
Israeli
their
psyche.
mind, but in reality, I get
No,
it.
no,
I
but
know.
their
Mhm.
mind is the reality. And what I
No,
mean by that is whatever they
they don't wield
want,
that much power. They don't own
they
us, right?
wield, bro, they wield a lot of power. This is just
They
a
do.
delusion. They
And we'll
literally
see.
took, well,
We'll see
we've
how
seen it.
much.
What do you mean we'll see? We've seen it. They literally took the United States of America into war despite American intelligence telling them not to go to war. We all knew America was going to go to war. And the reason we knew it is because of Israeli control.
And
I
it
had
reached
a
a limit. What you're saying is
one
100% true.
second. Well, don't let me finish, right? You just keep
Mhm.
interrupting.
My bad.
The Before the war, there was I had a interview with Scott Ritter. Scott Ritter was like, "No, they're not going to do it. They're not going to go to war. It's not in Trump's interest." And I was like, "Blood, this ain't about Trump's interest. This is about the Israeli interest. The Israelis control the United States of America, and therefore they're going to go to war." And I ended up being right. Scott Ritter ended up being wrong because it's the people who don't realize the level of control end up making the wrong analysis. And so all of us who knew the power that the Israeli lobby has over the United States of America knew that this country would be taken into war against its own interests.
Mhm.
And you talk about they didn't have it. Well, they had it then. They had it in June when the Americans helped facilitate the war. They have had it in every single war they've done. They had it during the Gaza genocide. There's not been a time when they've never had it. What is this nonsense that they don't have it and now it's like basically no more control? It's ridiculous. They've got more control now than they ever had. They've got a president completely. Every president's been under their leash, but this one more so than anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, a very fair point. But the thing is this, they pushed it to the very limit. I keep underscoring we're at the precipice of a major, major global catastrophe. They got everything they wanted and some. They got the cake and the cream and the cherry, right? But it just didn't work out for them. They took out 3 layers of leadership. The Iranians C3 function, their command, control, and communications didn't even have a blip. They didn't even have a hiccup. They kept rolling smooth. My assertion, what I've always postulated, that Iran has a very sophisticated deep state, and within their military structure, they're very decentralized, they're very cohesive, and it proved true. So
Again,
they
bro,
got everything they got everything they
again, you're going
wanted.
to the fluff part. I'm saying specifically stick to this. Your argument essentially is, look, Suleiman, this country did have control over the United States of America. They did force them into this war. They did force them into losing their war. They essentially forced them into destroying the American empire. That being said, you're like, guess what though? This is the peak.
This is the
And the
limit.
reason it's the peak is because the entire financial global market is on its knees. And so now Trump needs to think about that over anything else. And I'm saying, well, we saw that the entire financial global market was on its knees. And even then, Trump continued to act in their interest. So, as an example, this blockade that's been put in for the last 2 weeks, has it improved the global financial market or has it made it worse? Actually, it's been 3 weeks now.
Yeah, undoubtedly, it's made it. See, the
Okay.
thing is, we
Okay.
get it's made
Wait.
it worse, but we're about to
Okay.
see the worst of it.
So for 3 weeks, Trump put a blockade in after you already explained that things were bad, after they already lost, and after they already stopped the kinetic part of the war. And despite that being the case, they still put the blockade in, which is continuing to harm the global financial market, which once again tells you that Trump is either, or it's probably a combination of both of these, taking Israeli interests into consideration and his own ego. And so that's the problem you have is you're saying, guess what? Trust me, blood, things are gonna change. And this is what I keep hearing. Like a lot of people who don't agree with our position, they're always like, trust me, blood. It's it's this, or trust me, there's secret powers, or trust me, something else is going on, no, trust me this. But okay, I don't need to trust you. I just need to look at what's the evidence of what happened in the past and what's happened in the future. And it's quite clear that the Zionists control things, and so they're always going to decide these things.
No, I've been saying about the control and the level of it like for years. I've been, like finally, I don't sound crazy because the whole world thought I was crazy till, very recently where people were waking up. So I get it. But this is the thing. This is like we are at the edge of it, and Trump will push it to the very limit. They know that they have a timeline with this blockade.
Cyrus, you're speaking like America's in control here, and you're not getting it. I think someone said to you about 10 times. Look, you have Pax. You're talking like you have Pax Americana, but you have Pax Judaica. You have Netanyahu, who's a boss of the White House, not Trump. So he makes decisions, right? And he doesn't care if he throws the entire world economy under the bus for the sake of their project. They'll genocide, they'll Holocaust, they'll destroy the global market. They don't care. Who's
Yeah, I just don't think that they have the utmost control, like where we're their slave. It has a limit, and we're
what
about
are you
to
talking about?
and
What are
we're
you
about to
talking
see the
about? Look
limit
at what
of
they're
it,
doing.
and we're about to see the limit of it. Like if I prove, and if the hostilities don't restart, and the blockade is lifted, I'll have been proven correct because this is scorched earth policy. If we go down this path, I mean, everyone gets burnt and damaged to a very, very severe degree. So, America's not going to let Israel drive us off the cliff. I mean, they have a tremendous amount of undue influence
They
on
already
us,
have. What are you talking
but
about? They
but but I
already
don't think they
have.
have absolute control where it would, because this war for us it's an adventure. America can, as long as we can get out of it, we're cool. We're not sending troops in. We got exquisite technology. Let's showcase it. It's a show force of arrogance. We're not losing that much. The United States, we have plenty of money. So if it's 50 billion, cool, we'll throw it at it. So America hasn't really but the global recession, that's a different story. When people's 401ks and the average American loses half of their retirement in 2 months, that's a different story. America's not cool. They're not down to go down that path with Israel. There's a limit. So that's my stance. We're gonna find out. I mean, I have no crystal ball. I hope I'm correct. And I share your sentiments that there's unbelievable undue influence, but I don't call it full control. That Netanyahu is, got full control of the ship. It's much more
I
complex than
think
that. There's
I think the proof is in the pudding, right? The fact that after 3 months, 2 months of blockade, of close of the strait, of economic disaster, there's still not enough pressure on the blue entity to stop the war from anyone. The level of control that exerts all over the world is
and and
enough proof.
and mind you, even before Netanyahu and before Israel, these forces were there. So this is a very complex thing. This Zionist machine, whatever. I don't even call it Zionist. There's no name for it, right? This thing, this creature, has been around for a long, long time. Netanyahu is just one of its little, it's a little pin on its pocket. Of this thing, right? So Netanyahu's a nobody. These people are just actors, right? So that's the way I look at it,
Well,
anyway.
so the guy who goes to the White House 10 times in the space of like a year, he's a nobody, right?
I'm saying these are just actors. I mean, the machine, the deep state that controls all this, it's
So
faceless.
when Keir Starmer comes out and says, for example, he's going to put the IRGC on the terror list or the proscribed list, that's no control at all. Yeah, there's nothing going on there. Or when they put Palestine
Massive, dude,
Action on,
massive
what's
amount of
going on
influence.
there?
Massive amount of undue
No. This is
influence.
influence. This is control. There's a difference between influence and control.
It's it's
You're
dr-
not,
it's
you're not
it's,
getting it.
it's
You're not getting the
shredding
difference
it. It's
between
it's shredding
this.
it. It's a form of control. It's not ultimate control. It's a form of control over certain mechanisms of foreign policy of critical countries, namely the United States. The Europeans follow. The Europeans are vassal states to the United States. So if you got the U.S., you got the whole enchilada.
When you take an empire, a global hegemon, to war with and spending, I think they spent, was it 6 billion on munitions in the first 2 days, and you keep that war going for 40 days, whatever how long it was, and then it's still going now, but obviously it's on pause for the time being, and you cause economic disaster around the world, like hundreds of billions damage to the world economy. When you're able to do that, then it's not influence; it's absolute control. And actually, I think it's actually a very simple thing. They've got the Epstein files on Trump, and he is basically their puppet. He will do whatever they say.
Yeah, he's
That's
a
that's as
Manchurian
simple as it
candidate. I've
is.
been saying that. I think I think he's
So he's not
85% is
the
compromised.
only
I don't
way,
disagree
and
with
I've
you.
said this before. The only way you stop it is if you have a regime change in America, but that's very difficult because you have Pax Judaica in control of both sides of both parties. Basically, it's a uniparty model. They control both. They pretend there's some democracy. They are the deep state. They control the country absolutely, economically, financially, politically, and they have all sides covered. So to unpick that, there's no such thing as, well, things are going to change. You can't. It's like when you've got a dictator controlling a country and executing people at will. You can't come and say, well, yeah, things are going to change now. We lived under Iraq has lived under Saddam for what, 30 years, 40 years, how long? 30 years it was, I think. You can't just say, well, things will change, people will come and get rid of him, and there'll be an uprising. They have control. It's like a dictatorship, and they control that. They control the country. Until you get that, you don't get what's going on, unfortunately.
I mean, we're not far off in our thinking. I mean, they have a tremendous amount of undue influence, whether it's ultimate control. I just think, powers work. There's different powers that interact with each other. It's not so congruent. There's more to it. But yeah, I mean, we're close in thinking. You make it seem like I don't see it. I mean, like it's unbelievable and unusual. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. It's bastardized. I mean, near ultimate
Cool,
control.
Cyrus, I just feel like you're just repeating the same point. I get your point, and obviously we'll let the audience decide who they feel is making the more logical arguments, and who's saying "trust me, bro." Um, let's go to Cyrus. That's you, blood. That's you. Don't do no trust me, bloods on this. Okay, Ashkan, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Okay, thanks for having me. Sorry about earlier. I couldn't talk when you called on me. But there was a few things I wanted to talk about. Um, One, right now we're talking about Netanyahu and his influence over
Is his mic
America and the
horrible, or is it
West.
just me?
Is my mic
Guy,
horrible?
oh, that's
Yeah, it's
better there.
horrible.
Now,
Is my mic
just that
horrible?
last. Now it's fine.
Okay, I had to pull the headphone closer to my mouth. So we were talking about Netanyahu and his influence over America. His influence is not only on foreign policy; it's even in domestic policy. If you remember during the Gaza genocide, when all the universities had sit-ins and protests, he came out and he said, "Oh, we shouldn't allow this." And then, literally the next day, they, the police and the security of the schools, they went and cleaned up all the protesters in the universities. That was just, I was mind boggled by that. Um, and it leads me to believe that you know, we have a supreme leader in America and the West, and his name is Benjamin Netanyahu. And Cyrus is right. He is kind of a nobody because even if he goes, somebody else will take his place, and it could be even worse. Um, that's regarding that. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was the rains after these radars have been destroyed. Um, this, I talked about it before. I didn't think it got much traction on the space, but it's huge. It's huge. These guys had radars that were dissipating clouds going to Iran and Iraq and causing droughts, and it's just it's just evil. It's just, there's no other word for it. It's just evil. And there's no way that Iran can allow any of these Gulf countries to rebuild those U.S. bases. That's just not going to happen. It can't happen. It's existential. They're stealing our water. That can't happen. Um, the other thing, I forgot what I wanted to say. If you have any questions about what I said, maybe I'll remember my other point.
Cool. Thanks for that, Ashkan. Um, what do you think happens with these negotiations, Ashkan?
These negotiations, I think they go nowhere. I think, what are they sending Witkoff and Kushner again? Those guys, those guys don't want a deal. Those guys, they want they want the destruction of all the Earth. They're they want World War III. They want nuclear war. They want their Messiah back. That's what they want. These negotiations, they're nothing. Um, I don't think they're going to go anywhere.
Cool. And okay, cool. Thanks for that. Let's go to Herc. Herc, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Hey, Suleiman, and greetings to everyone. This is my first time on the space here. I've been listening for a while, and I was hesitant to come up because it seems like your space is being swatted by the Zionists. So today, for the first time, I joined in 2019. I put up a quote tweet of your space, and I got flagged for hateful conduct. And I've hosted some very incendiary titles, but I always used it in the form of questions. And I purposely put the tweet in forms of questions, and they still swatted me. So beware, people. Be very careful when you quote tweet this space that you don't get flagged if that's something you're worried about. So, if you don't mind, could you give me an update on the attempted uranium heist? Because I watched a Lego movie, 10 Minutes with No Music, where they portrayed the Iranians as capturing some of the commandos that tried to steal the uranium.
Yeah, you can go to my channel on YouTube. I did do a video on it when it happened and told everybody what I thought happened. So let me just find what the name of that is. But yeah, I don't think anybody was captured personally, but yeah, I guess some people may think that. Let's
We're in a weird
see.
state where some of us are getting our news from Lego cartoons instead of the lamestream media.
Well, I mean, it's probably a bit more reliable, isn't it? So you can watch the interview I did with Anthony Aguilera. For we talked about it, and also you can check the video I did on it as well. So that's on my channel. So I said that you need to check those out, really. But yeah, anything you want to add to the conversation?
Well, I would counter that. I think it's far fetched that Israel runs America, especially with the consideration of the Freemasons having infiltrated our governments over 100 years ago. That was validated by two different congressional investigations. Uh, I think the Zionists are there as front pieces for the big banksters, and we saw with Biden, BlackRock ran his organization, his administration, basically. So my premise is that this is for the billionaires to cause mass chaos, and the end game is that there will be so much chaos that they'll impose digital ID and a code of conduct so people won't do any activism against the powers.
Yeah, it sounds like a Zionist talking point. That's like kind of a that's how Zionists used to cover up their crimes. They try to deflect onto somebody else. Yeah, I get that.
Well, I would say that Israel is our barbaric outpost, speaking as an American. And that aligns with what Fascist Kennedy Jr. said. It's our aircraft carrier in the Middle East.
What's all the Epstein files about then?
Well, obviously, they don't need an Epstein anymore with Palantir and the mass surveillance of the Five Eyes, but he was handy to capture all our greedy politicians that most of them don't have any morals. I'm a fan of some of the libertarians in Congress, but even they are suspect.
So Larry Ellison, why has he got hold of TikTok?
We're in two wars, the physical war for resources, but the propaganda war. And by YouTube removing the Iranian Lego videos from explosive media, it shows that the young people were getting captivated by those videos and that they were somewhat winning the propaganda war.
I mean, the Lego movies are quite clear in that this is a entity controlled operation, so it's controlled out of Tel Aviv and not from Washington. I think that's quite clear. As I've said, why is Netanyahu going 10 times to the White House like he owns a place? And Trump is just basically a little slave, a little dog to him, basically, they can slap around. Why?
Well, that's certainly over my pay grade, but I would hazard a guess. Their interests align. And if the idea is to cause mass chaos, then Trump has been a huge boon for the billionaires who want the digital ID slavery to occur through Agenda 2030. So I don't think it would have made any difference if Kamala had been president or Trump. The same
So
sort of actions would have happened.
how does chaos benefit billionaires? Surely stability benefits billionaires. So, for example, if you have AI centers and energy being disrupted, how are you going to control? How are you going to get control over that? So, they want to cause mass chaos. I think there is some truth in that. You've got the Zionists and the Jews, the Christian Zionists and the Jews who want to bring about Armageddon to get the Messiah to reappear. Both kind of have that alignment of interest. I agree on that point. But how does causing chaos and financial instability and turmoil help billionaires? Like, how does it help the stock market? How does it help their investments? If all of their investments in the Gulf region, for example, get taken out, how does that support those billionaires?
They're siphoning money from us. I mean, it's 90 billion to 100 billion a month in increased fuel energy prices right now. Who do you think gets all that? Who do you think profiteers from that? That comes from all the citizens. It comes extracted from our pockets and goes to theirs. And then when they need to, with the financial crisis, they
You're rubber
put more
banding
money.
a
And
little
again,
bit. It's like it's weird. It's not
sorry.
fully rubber banding. It's just a very, very tiny bit.
Sorry. But, yeah, who do you think benefits from that? Then when
That's
they
rubber
have to
banding.
print
He is rubber banding, right? Or is it just me?
Yeah, he is. Yes, you're right.
Oh.
Art Cats, sometimes if you leave the space and come right back in, you establish a better connection. Hassan, I would ask you to look at Naomi Klein's book or documentary called The Shock Doctrine. It's dated. It deals more with the Iraq War and Hurricane Katrina, but the same principles apply. And then when you add Agenda 2030 goals and that the global economy is propped up by big money banditry, and even the Chinese are claimed to have a 60 trillion deficit. So we can't trust anything the governments are saying about our finances.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, it doesn't really make sense, your argument. You say that like chaos is good for the billionaires, but because oil prices increase, all right, oil prices increase, somebody makes a bit of money out of it. But at the same time, this doesn't really help the and the if you have a situation whereby the American empire is deteriorating and control has been handed over to a rival like China, unless you go with Simon's like theory, which I think has any weight. But how does that help you if you lose control of the oil supply? You've got someone else have 20% of the oil supply. You're losing politically, maybe civil war. How is it helping businesses or
I didn't hear the end of it. You were roboting, but I would suggest that they could do short-term chaotic moves like the tariffs, or they could do long-term chaotic moves like the Iraq War and the Afghanistan occupation. It depends on what their goals were. Obviously, with Afghanistan, they wanted to attack Iran. So it was necessary to have bases in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they wanted to jam pipelines through. Uh, these narratives held for a while, and we'll see how long this Iranian narrative holds that they're the world's terrorists and they're trying to make nuclear weapons. History probably will come across that the billionaires manipulated us into hating each other, and we allowed them to rule us without much interference.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Ashkan.
Yeah, Hassan. I just wanted to say how the billionaires benefit from chaos is when everything crashes, everything on the cheap, and they'll own more of everything, and
I'm just
that's
going to
how they're
reset the
gonna
space because
make.
everyone's rubber banding, so it must be something with the space. Just give me 2 seconds, but do continue speaking.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that was my point. Just they're going to make the economies crash, and they're going to buy everything up pennies on the dollar, and that's how they're going to enact their 2030 plan of we're going to own nothing and be happy.
This has been my point about after Christ. It was the same
You're still
blueprint.
rubber banding.
So,
You
I'm sorry, Tom. Nothing came back. I'm sorry.
I reset the phone as well, so it's not. Well, it could be me. It just could be this entire space. But it was fine up to now, wasn't it? It just recently started happening. Just to well, let him come back up 1 second. Well, Hassan's dropped as well. I guess he was the main person arguing the position, so he's kind of a bit weird. But I'll just jump in, but I don't have the same opinion as him. That's the thing. So I think there's a couple of things that have been missed out here. So the first thing is, whose plan is this overarchingly? And this is where I feel like a lot of people try and hide the Zionist impact on this and are almost playing defense for them. Is that the people who are behind this entire plan are the Zionists? They control things, they decide the wars, they decide everything. Now, from a financial perspective, there's no doubt that when all of these incidents occur, this is a major wealth transfer from the poor to the rich. And this is how the Zionists are able to placate those people who aren't Zionists to go along with the plan, or to be not even go along with the plan, but to be happy to be involved in the plan. So the Zionists make sure that the plan goes to the way they want because they're Zionists and they care less about wealth transfer and they care more about their ideological belief, their control of society, their destruction of society. But let's say hypothetically there's like a rich billionaire who isn't a Zionist and he just cares about money, then this is an easy way to get them on board as well. And the way to get them on board is to say, guess what? Cares about money. Then this is an easy way to get them on board. Financially, you're going to benefit from this situation as well. This is going to be a huge wealth transfer. And we're going to make sure we also, all of us financially benefit. So it ends up being the Zionists are no benefiting, and they'll use getting that money to fund more operations that they plan to do. And then the non-Zionists, obviously, they'll just take that money and use it for, because they want because they want the money, they want finance is very important to them. So then what happens is people are like, oh, guess what? It's just about money. Like what people are saying on this space. No, it's not just about money. None of these decisions are made just based on money. You could make money other ways without having to destroy the US financial system and all of the above. But the reason the decision's being made, the reason why all of these decisions are made is for Zionism. The result of that is that these guys end up making a lot more money, or probably the same money, or it's concentrated a lot more. So all of those things happen for sure. But to claim that the Zionists don't have an impact on these things, or the fact that they don't control things, is where my point of disagreement is. But Hassan kind of dropped when he was kind of making his argument, because I think he felt like it was just Zionism, but we don't know what his position is now. Herc or Akats, you can jump in if you want.
Well, I look at the Zionist connection as an arm of the big bankster banditry. So we might be both correct in our viewpoints. But what if I'm right? That means that there'll be no activism in the future because people will be worried about all their assets being frozen and the mass surveillance state watching their every move, even if they're off grid.
Who's enacting the mass surveillance? And by the way, if you're right, actually your position results in people doing nothing, because for you it's a hidden power that you can't touch. It's like the Illuminati, it's the Freemasons, it's the whatever it may be. You can't see them, you can't feel them, you can't speak out against them. You don't know who they are, and so you just have to stand and just accept it. Whereas Zionism, and this is why Zionists want to move it from a tangible real thing to something that is untangible and you can't see. But also these surveillance states, who's behind them then?
Well, I would venture to guess the Bilderberg Group is coordinating the Great Reset, and that means that they want to kill billions of
No,
people
we all agree
so
with this.
that
You
they.
guys all, whenever we ask specific questions, you keep relaying things that we all agree with to get the audience to agree with you. We all agree that this is their goal. I'm asking you, Palantir, when they, as an example, when they enact their policy, Alex Karp, who is he?
Oh, was that to me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know Alex Karp.
Okay, so maybe this is where your problem. You haven't researched into the issue well enough, because whenever you look at any of these industries, it's always largely speaking Jewish Zionists. So if you look at, for example, these industries that are partaking in mass surveillance, the Jewish Zionists or Zionists, if you look at the industries that are the basically the main people in relation to AI, Sam Altman, Zuckerberg, Ellison, Elon Musk, who else? Who else is the big AI? But anyway, kind of some of them are split mind. But anyway, all of them are AI. All of them are Zionist, and you'll be like, "Oh, but it's random. It's just random." It's not random. There's a reason why. When you look at these race to get to the controlling of society, to put them in these surveillance cities, to put them is in these, 15-minute cities. All of them, not all of them, but largely speaking, they are Zionist, and this is where the issue is. So you can be like, oh yeah, no, it's just random. It's just random. It just end up being them. Well, not really. It didn't just end up being them. There's a reason why it's always them.
Well, if you remember, I said the Zionists were frontmen for the
Yeah,
big
you think
banks.
it's a front man, it's like a hidden shadows. And I get that the point of that position is to basically defend Zionism and to make it look like that they're not culprits for all of the things they do, but they're just lackeys, they're like henchmen. But that's not the case. They control things, they run things, and everything they do is in a direction towards meeting this goal. So if you look at, for example, in the Middle East, uh, for a very long time, even Iran 20 years ago, it would have been much more financially lucrative for the world, for business, for industries, for the banksters to bring Iran into their fold and make a lot of money. So why did they never bring Iran into the fold and make the money? Why was it they always sanctioned them, tried to cause color revolutions, tried to harm them? Why is it they did all those things with Iran? Even in the 1990s, the Iranian prime minister was very open to making deals with the United States of America in order to have a better relationship. So why was it that why was it, if it's all about the banksters, why did the banksters not think about making money with Iran and instead isolated them and essentially allowed Iran to be pillaged, where basically the only people who benefited was China, and even then it wasn't the banksters, but it was just the Chinese, the Chinese which used it in order to get cheap oil to strengthen their own selves.
Well, we know the history of Iran recently with the 50s and the overthrow.
That's not what I asked you.
And
Look,
well,
all
hold
my
on,
audience knows all that. I'm asking
I'm
you
going
specifically
to
about
it.
this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to it.
Okay.
Sorry. Uh, that hatred established an enemy, and we need, speaking as an American, we need the the unintelligent people. 54% of us read below a fifth grade level. Uh, we need targets. That's what 9/11 was used for, and it was pivoted to Iraq eventually. I feel that the Muslims are used going all the way back to the Crusaders as a boogeyman. So that was convenient for a Jewish Christian slash atheist alliance. Again, we're speculating on stuff that's far reaching, but speaking as an American, the idea we need as a population is to decentralize and
Look.
to hold.
This is.
Okay,
Can we
sorry.
stick to the point? You do add a lot of fluff that is not relevant to the specifics of the conversation. So
I'm
let
sorry.
me just
Decentralization is not hiding from the Zionist issue, as you suggested. That's what I was going with.
listen. Whenever I ask you a question, what you do is and you seem like a really nice guy, so maybe I'm coming across really harsh, so I apologize on this. But the reason why I'm trying to specify you and keep you at the specific, and I think I am acting too harsh, so I apologize. But in terms of,
You're not acting too harsh. I'm just not answering the question you like. So let's try it
yeah,
again.
yeah, I appreciate you. So I guess the other bits I'm kind of, because we're in agreement with all these things, and I feel like whenever I have this conversation with anyone, they'll always go to the points of agreement, and then they'll make the public and into thinking, oh yeah, I agree with that point. But yeah, we agree with you that you should decentralize. We agree with you that there is a mass transfer of wealth. But just this specific answer that you said, it again shows a lack of. It shows that this is not how geopolitics works. Because, and what I mean by that is, if you, because you're, and I asked you, wait, why is it? This is what I asked you. I asked you, why is it that they didn't make a deal with Iran? And you said, oh, because Muslims are the boogeyman. They want to make Muslims the bad guy. But this is again not true, because the Saudi Arabia, who many postulate are probably possibly Jewish people who pretend to not be Jewish, but okay, there's no strong evidence for that. This is the claim people make. But Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country, a very extreme Muslim country, probably the most extreme country in terms of being very conservative, hardline, and yet America made a deal with them. America has made deals with Muslim countries. So again, this doesn't answer the question that I asked. And then you talked about Iraq, and you talked about many of these countries, which is an Israeli interest to destroy, but you didn't talk about, and why is it not destroying Indonesia? Indonesia has one of the largest Muslim populations in the world, if not the largest. Why specifically these Muslim countries, which are surrounding Israel? And in addition to that, specifically, when we look at Iran, Iran's ideology is different to this Saudi ideology, which was the claimed reason for what happened on 9/11. So again, all of these things are meshing. If you look at it, if you don't understand the intricacies, I can see why someone would make that argument, but this is literally not the case. And if it really was, and I think this, because this kind of debunks this whole argument about it's just about finances, because if it really was about finances, you would have brought Iran into the fold. And this is what I actually say about a lot of these countries, Iran, Lebanon. You go to Lebanon, it's literally such a cosmopolitan country. It is unbelievable. When I'm there, I'm like, flipping hell, these guys are like more freaks, like freaks in the sense of like partying and all this kind of stuff. Then like when you go to Paris or New York, like it's crazy, like if you know what I mean. And so it's not this kind of hardline country. Bringing it back, so I'm adding a bit of fluff myself now. Bringing it back to the point is this idea that they didn't make the deal with Iran because Muslim bad. Well, there's loads of evidence to suggest that the United States of America made deals with actually the most extreme hardline countries, the country that was involved in 9/11.
Administrations that would buy their oil and help
Okay.
them with the military. Like for instance, Saudi Arabia needed uh, weapons to attack Yemen, and we ended up people. We sent their policemen to our School of the Americas where they learned torture techniques from the Nazis. So I'm not buying that America really cares about any of these nation building attempts. It's all just about finding people to bribe, like the 10% of the Afghans, so that they can jam pipelines and have military ventures in and other things.
And so it comes back to the same thing. You said something very early, and this is why your statements actually match with what I say, but your conclusions don't match your statements. So you said the reason why Saudi was accepted was because they were willing to play ball. And I asked you, who are they willing to play ball with? And you said the American regime. And so it does come back to the point I said. So it's not about the banksters and who's making the more money and there's someone there in his suit working out. Okay, if I do this deal, then I will make 9.3 million and we'll do this. Well, quite clearly not, because what you said is the reason, and this is why I honed in on this issue. The reason why they made a deal with Saudi Arabia, which is a very extreme, radicalized country, the country that was involved in 9/11 with Israel, the country that destroyed the Twin Towers, that killed 3,000 Americans, but America was willing to make a deal with this very extreme, radical country, both from a and extreme and radical, both from a geopolitical and religious perspective. So they were willing to make a deal with it. But why? Because you said it yourself, because they were open to make a deal. They were open to consult with the American regime, the Israeli regime, and because they were open to that, they were brought in the fold. And so even though they were the reason for a lot of radicalization throughout the region, throughout the world, America was willing to bring that on board. With Iran, on the other hand, they never financed any of this radicalization. They just didn't agree with the American Israeli regime. And so, on the one hand, you had the Saudi money, and you could make money by making a deal with Saudi. You could make even more money by making a deal with Iran, but you didn't do so because it's not really about money. It's really about, and I'm not saying they don't care about money. Of course they do. I'm not. It's not. It's not if or the other. Of course, money matters, and there is a massive transfer of wealth right now, and there's a reason why that's being done as well. And again, the result of that will be that the Zionists will control our movement. They will decide, like Suleiman Khan, walk down the street, or he's banned. Well, he's already doing it. He's banned from this country and that country and this country and these type of things. So already they will be doing that. But the whole overarching point is when you compare Saudi Arabia to Iran, what you find is the only difference between these countries is you could make more money with Iran if you actually made a deal with them. But the reason you didn't is because of Israel and the United States of America. So I hope that answers the point. But let's go to there was somebody else here. Oh, Andy. Oh no, he's dropped. Okay, let's go to Andy, and then we'll go Manko, and then we'll go Gigi. Go ahead, Andy.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi. Oh, sorry.
yeah. I mean, whether Iran's negotiating or not, I think right now they shouldn't. Again, I think it's stupid for them to even consider negotiations because the U.S. is not serious in negotiating, and all it does is just delays the inevitable of this heading back to a kinetic war. I just don't see how there is going to be a deal. And if Iran accepts anything less of tolls and sanctions relief, I think that's dumb. I don't think Iran's going to. I don't see a world where Iran gets these hundreds of billions in reparations they're asking for. But that's what the tolls are for. The tolls are to pay for the war damages. But if Iran I don't see them just accepting tolls and then saying, okay, yeah, we're gonna go back to being under sanctions for all of this time. So yeah, I think Iran needs to say this strait is staying closed, and if you want to try to force it open through bombing again, be our guest. We'll shut down the entire global economy until we get our way. Iran needs to hold the line, and there's nothing the United States, NATO, or anyone can do about it. They need to stand firm. And if Trump wants to be stupid and go back to kinetic war, he can do that, or he can lift sanctions and then say, "Hey, sanctions are lifted. There's $4 million, 4 million barrels of unsanctioned oil on the market. Gas prices are cheaper." He can say Iran agreed to not build a nuclear weapon. They won't give up enrichment, but he could spin it as Iran agreed to not build a nuke for 10 years, let's say. So we can worry about them in nuke in 2036 or whatever. Not my problem. And he could just punt that can down the road. That's what he could do. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to go back to kinetic war, but that's what I would do. But sadly, I'm not in charge. Trump's compromised. But yeah, I don't see if Iran accepts anything less than sanctions relief, then that's just very disappointing that they fought and suffered all of this destruction only to just give up when they have the world by the balls with the Strait of Hormuz. There's nothing you can do to pry that open. I mean,
Can I add something here, Suleiman?
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna go to Manco, but Manco, are you want to speak on the same thread, or if yours is different, then we'll go to Gigi because I think she wants to speak on the same thread of conversation.
Yeah, just to follow up, there was something earlier that I think it was Hassan said that, Trump is compromised by Epstein. And I noticed that everyone likes to say stuff about Epstein this and Epstein that. Well, is Kamala Harris in the Epstein files? Because when they asked her in 2024 during the election campaign, what's the number one threat to America? What's your highest priority? She said Iran. So she would have done all the same things. And I don't think she's in the Epstein files. So I think that's just a political tool or a weapon that people like to do with conspiracy minded stuff against Trump. But that's not why Trump makes his decisions. When it comes to the decision making, the big gap and why we're not going to have a peace deal, there's no way we're going to have a peace deal, even though Trump seems to really want one. And this is the problem with him. The big problem is that nobody believes, and I know everyone in this space thinks stuff like, well, Iran wasn't really trying to get a nuclear weapon. Well, I mean, obviously, everyone else in the world thinks they were. You don't enrich to 60% if you're not trying to get a nuclear weapon. You don't put your nuclear facilities 100 meters underground if you're not trying to get a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So no one's ever going to convince the US and Israel that Iran wasn't trying to get a nuclear weapon. And also, it makes perfect sense why Iran wants to get a nuclear weapon, because as soon as they get nuclear weapons, just like North Korea, they would be immune to attack. These kind of bombing campaigns that happened last June in the 12-day war and the current war could not happen anymore. Iran would be free to do whatever it wanted, and it wouldn't face any kind of repercussions as far as direct attacks. So, of course, they want one. And this is also why the US and Israel are adamant that Iran has to be prevented from getting one, because once Iran gets nukes and once Iran is able to build up massive offensive power in the form of just massive numbers of missiles and drones and etc., they can hold the entire region hostage, just like what they're doing right now with the GCC countries. They're saying, you better not mess with us or we're going to destroy all your economic infrastructure, etc. They can do that. And then the answer is you either have to escalate to nuclear war with Iran, which people are reluctant to do, or you have to bend the knee and everyone has to bow down to Iran and say, you are the hegemon, Iran. You rule over all of us. You tell us what we have to do because we fear you destroying all our stuff that we've worked so hard to build up. And that is Iran's actual plan. That's the IRGC's actual plan. And of course, none of these countries, it is existential for them. None of these countries can allow that to happen, which is why all of these GCC countries want to escalate. It's not like, oh, we're scared of getting our infrastructure destroyed. Please, Trump, don't escalate against Iran. No, every report that's come out has been the GCC countries screaming at Iran, we need you to escalate. We want you to escalate. So that's the fundamental problem and why there's no way to make a deal. Trump thinks he's being very reasonable, but the goal that Iran has is to be the regional hegemon. And that cannot exist with America being a hegemon, with Israel being sort of a hegemon in its local area, and with the GCC countries actually having any kind of economic freedom or sovereignty. So I think we have a fundamental impasse. And this is why I think the whole ceasefire, all of this stuff, is just a complete waste of time, because the longer you drag out this war, the longer the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, the more like billions of dollars you do in damage to the world economy, and dragging it out just makes things worse. The sooner the war gets over, the better. That's all.
Can I add something here, Suleiman? I really
Yeah,
need.
go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'm so
I
sorry,
wasn't
Mark.
really listening to what Manko said as well, so hopefully
Yeah,
you can
but what's
respond.
good yet that you were not listening. Okay, to answer to you, Miss Sir, point one. Netanyahu has been your president for the last 2 years. Sorry, 20 years. It has been the longest lasting
Gigi,
president.
I was about to say 2 years. What are you talking about?
Sorry, 20 years. It has been the
Continue.
longest lasting president of United States. That's point one.
Well, if he's the
So it
president,
doesn't,
why
no,
does
no,
he
wait,
only
wait,
pay
wait until
himself
I finish.
Well, let her
$3
finish. Let her
billion?
finish.
Let me
Let her finish,
finish.
bro.
Let me
Let her
finish,
finish.
bro. Let me finish.
Oh yeah, go on, Gigi, smash him, bro.
Let me finish. Okay. Uh, Democrat and Republican alike, they're all Netanyahu's doll. They are all in his pocket. Look at Jared Kushner. He's going to negotiate. Who is Jared Kushner? Netanyahu was sleeping in in his house, and then married
In
Ivanka
his bed,
Trump
Gigi, in his
in his
bed.
bed. Okay, I don't want to go through that because we heard that a lot. But I'm just going to tell you, Iran, before this war, many things could have been, many people might have been thinking of Iran. Maybe they were not aligned with Islamic Republic. But today, they are all Iranian, outside, inside, except for a minority of sold monarchists, which they are really now they are trying to hide everywhere. They're all Iranian, all over the world, are on the side of Iran, and they are willing to die, and they're willing to go to war, and they're willing to do everything to protect that country because Iranians are patriotic. Okay, let me tell you. Today, actually, I heard that, Islamic Republic send a text to Iranian residents. When there is whatever, any update of the war, they send a text to them. 17.5 million people are already registered for Basij, which is the militia that will protect Iran. 17.5 million out of 92 million. 17.5 million, meaning all men that are eligible already registered to fight for Iran. That's where Arakchi goes to Islamabad to tell these people that I have 17.5 million people behind me, put boots on the ground. These are the things that you guys don't know. 17.5 million. Before the war was only 2 million. 2 million now is 17.5 million. Check it. And you look at pictures from Iran's devastation, you never see an Iranian in a tent on the side of the street. All the Iranian that they lost their home, they're all in five-star hotels of Tehran and any other city. Iranian look after Iranian. Iranian look after their brothers and sisters. Have you seen anyone in Manab when they killed those children in the school? Have you seen one picture of people sitting on the street begging for food? They look after their people. And everything that destroyed, I've heard that like one house, the windows were all broken. Multiple people got into. Government paid for a replacement of window, and it was replaced in couple of days. People in Iran are now all together. They are ready. This negotiation that is going on in Pakistan is all about putting all of this information across, telling Donald Trump 17.5 million people are ready to fight. This is what's happening today, Manco, or whatever your name is. But your country has been run by Netanyahu for the last 20 years. Look at everything. It doesn't matter. Epstein, whoever you're talking about, it's completely compromised. It's not only the government, it's also the movie industry, it's also the financial industry. It's all of it, all of it, all of it, all of it has been in the hand of Zionists. So, but I think one good thing, nothing good comes of a war. War is awful. War is bad. We know that. Iranian did not start this war. No, they didn't want this war. Why don't you think they didn't destroy the whole GCC? They're not warmongers. They don't want war. Iranian don't want war. They were attacked, they retaliate. Every time they're attacked, they retaliate. They don't do anything because they're not genocider. They're not war criminal. They are human being. And they are, maybe I was, I'm not in Iran. I left Iran. Maybe my ideology was not aligned with what was happening there. But today I'm aligned with Iran, exactly the way it is right now. Because all Iran doesn't need to do anything. Iran just can sit and defend itself. And the world will destroy itself because of that. They don't even need to attack a ship in the Tangier Hormuz or a Strait of Hormuz. They don't need to do that. They just can sit and say, okay, we are here. If you do the blockade, we may or may not attack the ships that are going, and they won't. But even saying that will completely stop the war. And if this blockade continues, the middle class of US is the first one that pays the price. You think American thinks they have oil, and they think because they have oil they're immune. But your oil belongs to 4 or 5 big companies. It's not. It doesn't belong to the government. It doesn't belong to the people. So I don't want to take a lot of time, but please just study what you're talking about and then come to the space. Thank you, Suleiman. By the way, I really miss Beatrice. Where is she?
Where is she? She got the sniffles. She got the sniffles. This is what
Yeah,
it is.
I know, but I hope she comes back. She controlled this space when people talk nonsense quite well.
Oh my god, no, she doesn't. This
She
place is be.
does.
She got the sniffles. The sniffles took her out. Oh my god.
Well, you're
This
wonderful. We love you, Suleiman.
appreciate it,
You
Gigi.
really make my days, and I cannot tell you how grateful I am for this space and for you. The first thing I do every morning, just read your text when I missed at night. Thank you for that.
Appreciate you as always, Gigi. Appreciate your kind comments. Guys, just a quick announcement kind of thing I need to make is two things. One is I've got a tweet in the nest, and that is the link to the Discord community. We've set up a new Discord for the community where you can be in there and you can chat, and I'll give updates on there. And the reason is obviously, the attack that's going on X, the level of banning that's going on. So many Iranian channels have been, and we're not Iranian, but obviously anyone who speaks out against this war, they're banning them. And so that Discord's going to be there. Obviously, X removing X communities as well. So for that reason, the tweet is in the nest. It's linked in the comment. Or someone saying, what? It might says expired or might not have. Wait, is that true? Can people not join? Okay, I'll check that. 1 second, guys. What says Lump's not working? What the hell? What's wrong with my admin team? Okay, we'll sort it out. Ignore. I'll announce it in a bit. Manko, you want to respond?
Yeah, so the first thing she said, I mean, there was a lot in there, but the first thing she said was the Basij, which is essentially like the IRGC volunteer militia or something. It's kind of like the lower quality irregular troops, saying that everyone signed up for it. So I looked this up. As of April 2026, Iranian state-affiliated media claimed that the volunteering for Basij had surged, with reports mentioning between 7 million to 13 million and some up to 26 million people registered for military service in volunteer roles. However, these high figures are generally considered unverified propaganda, with experts putting active trained members close to 1 million or less. And then there's another source which says a scholar of the Basij, Saeed Golkar, estimates their total membership at approximately 1 million and their security forces in the tens of thousands. When it comes to Iran being this like really nice, peaceful, benevolent country that doesn't attack anyone, well, let's just look since the first Trump administration. From 2019 to 2021, Iran carried out multiple tanker attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, where the IRGC would go around these tankers and plant explosives on them. Examples being Gulf of Oman tanker attacks in 2019 and a 21 attack on the Mercer Street. There was also an attack on the Saudi oil facilities in 2019, where Iran launched a bunch of drones at them to destroy some of the oil facilities there. There was the over 180 attacks in 2023 and 2024 on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria that were done by the Iranian-backed proxies. So there's been a low-level war of that. And there are lots of other small attacks that have been ongoing. It's like an ongoing pressure campaign. And then you also have to add in the Houthis, which is completely directed and supported and funded and supplied by Iran. And all of this stuff where Iran is constantly a source of aggression and tension, where everyone would be very happy if Iran didn't want to take over the Middle East and just was willing to get along well with others and trade peacefully with others. There wouldn't be any sanctions. We wouldn't have any problem. And that's what the United States and Trump would really like to have happen. But there's no way to get there unless you eliminate all of the people in the Iranian leadership that want to have this sort of hegemonic, aggressive, coercive rule through force of all their neighbors. And this is kind of a deep cultural problem, especially with the IRGC, because they have absolute contempt. The Iranians look down on the GCC countries. They think they're bad people. They think they're morally decadent. They think they're in bed with Israel. All of these things where they're not willing to get along with them. They're only willing to subjugate them and rule over them and basically dictate to them what they should do. And unless you get rid of this mentality, Iran is going to be this sort of constant source of antagonism in the Middle East.
Firstly, you should learn how to say Iran. It's not Iran. If you really
Hey,
want to
are
talk about a
you speaking
country,
English right now? When I speak Farsi, I will
no, but
pronounce
it's
Iran
Iran.
the way
Everybody
that you pronounce it in
can
Farsi,
say
but we're speaking
Iran.
Wait,
English right
Manto, don't
now.
interrupt her.
Iran.
Let her finish her point.
Everybody can say Iran, and everybody can say Iranian, and Iran just is not even the name of the country. Secondly, all that you said was false. I'm not gonna sit down and debate this with you. Every time Iran did something was in the retaliation of something that was done to it. So I'm not gonna sit down and I'm not gonna wait and debate this with you. You should go and look into this further, but first learn how to say Iran and Iranian, okay? And that's all I can tell you.
Can I debate
Okay.
Mancos about Iran?
Yeah, go ahead, Cyrus. Yeah, go ahead. I was
All right,
respond to
great.
his point, guys. Just before we do, hopefully Cyrus smash him, because if not, then I'm gonna have to respond and I'm eating at the same time. Which I don't mind. We could do multitask, but you do the smashing. But
Yep.
the tweet's in the nest. The tweet is in the YouTube comments, and I tweeted it out. The Discord community, join it. I need to put a bloody profile picture of Joe's one on there. I haven't done that yet. The moral resistance. Everyone click on it, join it. All you can chat in there, I believe. I'll be giving all the updates in there. In addition to that, when we go live and we don't, you'll know about it. Also, as you know, they're basically taking out a lot of accounts that are against this war, and so we need a situation where something like that happen. You guys can be redirected to a new account or a new situation or whatever it is. So make sure you're joining that. That would be awesome. So that tweet's in the nest of the X space. It's in the YouTube comments as a pinned, and I'll also tweet it out. Okay, cool. Go ahead, Cyrus.
Thank you, Suleiman. So there's a lot to unpack here. So Gigi, I want you to kind of understand Mankos a bit and his position. You know, I've had the opportunity to listen to him on a few sessions and debated with him a bit yesterday. He's very knowledgeable, right? And his position is actually representative of the U.S. government. It's essentially the party, the party line, right? And so you can be knowledgeable, you could be very smart, but you could conclude a wrong strategy, right? So this is what we're debating. Like, is America doing what's best in its own interest? So I don't feel that Mankos is like trying to be aggressive toward any particular country. He truly thinks that, hey, the U.S. government's super smart people and they want what's best for us. And Israel is the most, the only thing that resembles a democracy that we can recognize. So that they're our buddy. So it's the regular
Well,
party
just to be
line.
clear, I don't like Israel. Just want to put that on the record.
Right. Okay. But somehow you support this war. I mean, if you don't like Israel, how can you? Because this is their war. This is not America's
Well,
effort.
yeah, because I don't agree with that. I think the vast majority of the issue with this war is not just Israel, even though Israel's the advocate for it. It's who's getting attacked the most: UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait,
No,
Bahrain,
but they're
Qatar.
more than a cheerleader.
So
This is their dream come
I mean,
true.
they're the ones. Iran has thrown a lot more ordnance at those
No,
countries
no,
than
but
they
I get
have
that. I
Israel.
understand that. Well, Israel knew that. Israel knew they're farther away, so they would love a war. This is Israel's war. They're more than just a supporter and cheerleader. You got to acknowledge that. They've been wanting this war and lobbying for it in every way, from every angle. They've came at it. They could not convince the United States to do it. That's why when I was speaking earlier, that there's not absolute control over a superpower. Nobody can do that. So because they've been wanting this war for a long time. As a matter of fact, Iran, because I've been following Iran's military development for a long, long time, for nearly 20 years. And Iran was much weaker even 15 years ago, right? They attained this very precision, these precision ballistic missiles, starting with the short range ones with the Fatah 110 series, and they started out having a CEP of like 300 meters, and now they're down to like 10 meters. If you can look at their ordnance test videos and actual war game videos, it's legit. Because I'm a skeptic too, and they used to inflate Iran like back in the mid 2000s and before. They used to really inflate their capability. Now what they advertise, it is that for damn near like. With a couple minor exceptions, so, and they show evidence of it. So Iran was actually much easier to subdue in the Persian Gulf, even as demonstrated in Operation Praying Mantis in 1987. I think it was 87 of the tanker wars, maybe, and even when USS Stark got hit with those two Exocet missiles that Saddam launched, that was like the bulk of it. Now Iran, how many of those missiles, Exocet type missiles, they have thousands. They make it themselves. This Chinese C-802, they make it. So Iran is a different animal now. It's the neighborhood, tough guy now. Before it was embroiled in an 8-year war with Saddam. That was 10 on 1. Iran had no help. It was mainly the Arab countries with all the support and Saddam, and that's why Saddam went into Kuwait later to try to get him to forget the debt. They were giving him money, all this stuff. So all the help from the United States. Iran has the Iranian Revolution is paved in blood after the Iran-Iraq war, which was supported by the United States. Germany gave Saddam chemical weapons. It was a nasty war. 500,000 Iranians on the low end died. Some argue maybe closer to 800, 900,000 Iranians. And not to mention all the victims of chemical warfare. So to answer your question, Iran has not attacked a country in 300 years. This is a fact. They're not belligerents. The only thing they've done wrong is want independence since Mossadegh era, since 1953. They're like, hey, we don't want to bend down and kiss your ring. We want to make our own decisions. We don't want to get ripped off when you drill our oil. We can work together. You can share your technology, but let's have a win-win, right? That's all Iran wanted. And no, so the great powers by win. Not, and I used to think that it's a personal thing. Now I understand how superpowers work, and especially how Britain works. In fact, the U.S. before our unwavering support of Israel, we were actually one of the better superpowers, but now that's gone down the drain with us being complicit in genocide, since 1948, what we've supported. And, what's on our record, a stain that's on our history that's we won't be able to wipe off. So that's our issue, that Israel is the belligerent and Iran is in the neighborhood. Of course they have to bury their stuff 300 meters deep. And do you not see how many, and Iran doesn't want to be, even during the height of the sanctions, only 50% of Iran's GDP was from oil. Iran doesn't want to be an oil state. They're very smart. It's their indigenous nuclear technology. It's their right. And look at how much investments going into uranium, and because of all this AI drive and all this stuff that requires all this energy, the nuclear is popular right now, and Iran wants to be part of that. And they're not like the Saudis who have to bring in scientists. They got their own indigenous scientists, just like Pakistan did, just like India. Not all these countries are the same. The smart ones want to develop their own technology, so let them do it. You know what I mean? And there were those strict safeguards by IAEA. It was impossible. They were not enriching over 3.5%. The only time they got to 60% was after the JCPOA, and Iran's economy was nearly broken in half and crippled. So Iran's like, okay, we're gonna push the threshold. It's the game of brinkmanship, and in Mankos's defense, though, GG, like, you gotta understand this: Iran is no angel either. They've chosen to play regional power politics with some big dogs, with Israel and their big pal, the biggest bully in the hood, America. So, Iran chose to take the gloves off, and they're playing it well, at the cost of, economic decline, whatever. If Iran wants to be independent, this is the game they have to play, right? So they're not innocent. They have American blood on their hands, but America came into the
Okay,
neighborhood.
okay.
Oh,
But no,
no,
Cyrus,
no, no,
no,
no,
but
let
I'm
me
that's
saying,
jump
not.
in
no,
now.
no,
This
no,
guy,
but
when
no,
he
but hear
jumps
me
in,
out.
just
But hear me
Zionist
out. But
No,
propaganda.
no, no,
but
no,
let me
no.
finish my thought.
No,
Let me
no,
let.
you're not finishing. I'm
No,
gonna
no, no, no.
respond.
It's the point I'm
I
saying.
don't need to repeat the same like,
No,
it's
but that's
fine.
part of the
You can
game.
have your position, but if you're gonna just
No,
say
it's
the same
not.
It's part of the game to kill each other. I'm saying it's
yeah, it's part of
normal.
your game maybe. It's part of your
No,
game
it's a
maybe.
no,
But
no, but
okay.
that's
I'm
the
gonna
regional.
respond. Right, quiet, please. Flippin' hell. So let's deal with all of the claims that were made, which were completely false. The first thing is the claim that Iran wants to create a nuclear bomb. If Iran wanted to create a nuclear bomb, they would have had a nuclear bomb. It's not hard to create a nuclear bomb, especially when you demonstrated the technological, scientific capability to do so. What Iran did wrongly, I believe, is that they followed the agreement that they had with the United States of America. So, because they had the agreement, they stuck to that agreement. They never went above that percentage. As soon as the US, meaning Trump, tore up that agreement, now there's no agreement. And so they've been producing nuclear energy for personal use. Now, the 60%, that's quite clear, and they've had 60% for a very long time. That's solely for personal use. I'm sorry, that's solely for negotiation use. It's a form of using it in order to make a deal. That's why they said, look, we've got the 60%. We're happy to dilute it. Let's come to a deal. They could have easily taken that 60% and taken it to the necessary percentage you need for a nuclear bomb, but they didn't do so. Now, what's the reason they didn't do so? Because they don't want a nuclear bomb. If they wanted it, they would have got it. So that just makes no sense whatsoever. It quite clearly demonstrates that they don't have, and quite wrongly, I believe. I'm very clear on this. I think they're in the wrong. I feel like they've been too nice. They've been too benevolent. And we don't live in this nice world. You can see how these people manipulate your niceness and even use that to try and make it look like you're the bad guy. So I think Iran should have got the nuclear bomb a very long time ago, and they made a great error in not getting the nuclear bomb. Now, that's the first thing
Sully, can
about
I
the
ask you
nuclear
one thing?
bomb. The second thing that you mentioned was about the attacks partaken by Iran. Obviously, taking them out of complete context. For example, the attack on the Saudi oil fields was in response to the Saudi genocide against the Yemenis people, murdering, killing, and destroying them. And actually, each of the instances you relay are always Iran responding in defense. And this is like, oh, this is like when the Israelis, and by the way, Manko, I don't think you're against Israel. I think you're against Jews. That's a distinction, because whenever Israel actually makes the US do it, you're like, oh, no, it wasn't Israel, it was us. In terms of specifically coming back to the other point that I was talking about, every instance you talk about all of those instances, Iran has always acted in an honorable manner or in a defensive manner. So, for example, when you ask the American Zionist version, Israeli Zionist version, of what happened in True Promise One, they're like, "Oh, Iran hit all these, hit all these missiles towards us," ignoring the fact that the Israelis bombed the embassy. The Israelis struck Iran, and this was a response. And this is what they always do: they ignore what happened, and they respond to what happened after that. So that's what that element of it is. Now, this Jess girl on the chat, you're a Zionist. Why don't you come on the space and present your position so you can be decimated and destroyed? These Zios always want to hide behind the chat and make their claims. Why don't you have the balls to come up to the space so I can decimate your argument, Zionist? Now, coming back to the point I was saying, I'm telling you how someone said I'm an Iran propagandist. How am I? I'm telling you they're wrong. I'm saying they made a mistake. They should have got a nuclear bomb. Them not getting a nuclear bomb, I believe, is the wrong move. But they want to be, they want to act benevolently, but we don't live in a benevolent world. And when you look at each of the instances where they claim that Iran or Iran's proxy, for example, they mentioned about Hezbollah, well, what would they do in Lebanon? What would the Americans do in Lebanon? Were they murdering Lebanese? Were they killing Lebanese for the Israeli regime? So all of these instances, all of these claims are all made out of basically looking at a scenario and taking it out of context. And so the other one they make, the claim they make is, I don't know if Manko made it because I was only listening to a bit because I was trying to get the Discord sorted, but what is the hostage situation? Even then, what happened? The students went into the US embassy because they were protesting, and they were not happy with the United States of America because they knew that the US was involved in the overthrowing of the democracy in Iran. And because they weren't happy, they went in there and they took hostages. And when they took the hostages, what did they do? They said, we're letting out all the women. So they let out all the women. They said, we're letting out all the black people. And they said the reason is because you are also being oppressed in the United States of America by these people. And then the people who remained in there as hostages, they said to them, they treated them really well. They fed them, they watered them, they took care of them. And after 444 days, when even the US president had made a deal to release them, but he didn't want to release them earlier because he wanted to take credit that as soon as he joined office that he would get them, then he basically got them out. So he was willing to allow his hostages to remain there because they were, it was a decent situation for them, and also he didn't really care about them in order to get them out later. So all of these instances you can claim or take them out of context, but in reality it's actually the other way around. Iran's actually always wanting to make a deal. You saw this in the 1990s where the prime minister of the president of Iran was becoming a bit more warmer to the United States of America. There was talks about a trade agreements, and then what happened? Randomly, the Americans switched on them and changed their mind because obviously they're controlled by Zionists. So this whole claim that Iran is some kind of belligerent actor is not true. They've always, if anything, been an actor that's trying to get involved in the world politics. They're always trying to get involved in trade. They don't want to separate themselves, but they just don't agree with the Zionist control of the world. And because they don't agree with the Zionist control of the world, they are pushing back against it. And because the United States of America and the Middle East and all these countries are fully Zionist control, that's why they see them as an anathema to what they want. So just as I mentioned about the hostage thing, well, in 1979, it was Iran who said that we were not going to do trade with the Israelis. Because again, their position is that they disagree with the Israeli oppression of the Palestinians. And for that, this is why these guys who talk about it's the banksters and this and that. But for that reason, they've secluded them from the world society, put sanctions on them. Well, I think the sanctions were a bit later, but that being said, this was the holistic reason, and done all of these things on them. So this whole claim that you're making is just completely false. And even in this situation, every single time they were in the negotiation table, they were willing to negotiate, but the US was not willing to do so. The US would go in, and then because of the Israeli control, they would go bombing. In the last negotiations, I know you believe that it wasn't the case, but even if you go with your argument, but first of all, let me explain what happened. The last negotiations, the Omani officials said that they're willing to agree to 0% enrichment. 0%. But let's say that that's not true, and they were willing to agree to a low percentage. That still is in Americans' interest. America saw, let's say they agreed to 3%, America, or 3.65%, or 3.69%. America has seen that when they put those percentages on Iran, Iran has abided by it. They did so during the JCPOA, during inspection by the IAEA, who are very Zionist controlled. The IAEA are so Zionist controlled that in the last 12-day war, they gave the locations of the Iranian nuclear scientists to Israel. So this isn't some unbiased party, but even they admit that Iran was never ever try or always followed the rules. They always stayed within the 3.69% or whatever it was, and they never went above it. So once again, it demonstrates that these people are willing to negotiate. And so if the American interest is solely nuclear, then we've seen historically, we've seen based on their actions, we've seen based on their negotiations, that deal could have been done. This is just Zionist propaganda to claim that in reality they were never going to do the deal. And the reason, if you remember, before this war, I don't know what your position was on this, Manko, but before the war, I always said there's going to be a war. Not because of the nuclear, because we know there could be a deal with the nuclear. At that time, I said there would be a war because Israel would never ever agree to allow Iran to have ballistic missiles. Israel would never ever agree for Iran to support the resistance. Those were the reasons why, and that's the reason why they really went to war. That has nothing to do with American interests.
Yeah, I mean, my position before the war started was that there would be one, but it would be a continuation of the 12-day war where it would be Israel doing the strikes and America would not be joining in. That was, I think it was like a little bit.
Why
No,
did you think
Joe's
that?
position was that there was going to be no war, right?
Yeah, but why did you think that on your one?
Yeah, because the domestic unpopularity of Trump joining in the war fully, mainly, it didn't make as much political sense. It made more sense for Israel to go in alone. But if you have the escalation from Iran with the attacks on the Gulf states and then also closing the Strait of Hormuz, Trump would have had to join in anyway. So it does make sense that he did end up just going
Not
in from the
necessarily.
beginning.
That again is just your false assumption. What we know, again, we can only base things on. So actions in the past are never guaranteed actions in the future, but actions in the past show pattern behavior for actions in the future rather than feelings or assumptions or unknowns. So what we know from the 12-day war is this: that when Israel attacked Iran on its own, even though the United States of America was helping with the defense, helping with the refueling, Iran did not attack the Gulf states, and Iran did not attack the base. Sorry, did not attack the bases, and they didn't attack. What was the other thing you said? Bases and one more. Oh, and then did not close the Strait of Hormuz. So both of those things did not happen when the United States of America did not offensively attack, and even then, I think they were in the wrong, because I feel that again, Iran has been too benevolent when it comes to the United States of America, because the United States of America and the Gulf states helped facilitate the Israeli attacks on them during the 12-day war. Those attacks would not have been possible without these countries being involved, and the European countries, and the Gulf state, and Jordan. So it never would have been possible without these countries facilitating. But even then, Iran's benevolency was such that they did not attack the bases in the Gulf states, and they did not close the Strait of Hormuz, even though they should have. So the actions seem to suggest that actually if America hadn't been involved again, then they probably would have done the same thing again. Possible they could have tried something different. These things are possible. We don't know. This is all just hypotheticals. But I'm saying on the 12-day war, what we do know as a matter of fact is those things happen. So this is again saying, oh, we think they would have done it, so let's just murder them. Like, we think they may do something, so let's just kill people. Like, this is the psychology of the American regime when they're controlled by the Zionists.
Suleiman, I know that you disagree with the style of government of Iran in a few things, but that's the style that Iranian has held for centuries. They always pro negotiation. They react. They don't act. They let the enemy destroy himself. We have been we have been dealing with uh, United Kingdom. We have been dealing with Portuguese in 17th century. We have been dealing with
You
American.
gotta catch your breath.
Sorry, I was walking up the
Are you on the
stairs.
treadmill?
No, I was walking up the stairs. But anyway, in every instant that we were threatened by for our sovereignty, we didn't not attack. We chose diplomacy. Look at the history. And that's why we were never taken completely, we were never colonized like India, for example. We never, in our culture, there is not a name, and GCC was colonized completely by UK, as you know, and they called the British Sahib, meaning the owner. We never called any of these people, although they took over our country in multiple different point in the history. We never called them Sahib. And they actually, because we took diplomacy, we didn't fight. We sat back. They couldn't take over the country, and they had to leave. It's If you look at the history of Iran, this has happened multiple times. They either adopted our culture, our way of democracy, or they left. Arab in 7th century, they took over Iran, but then they became Iranian. They actually accepted everything that was there, and then their poet wrote poetry in Persian, and Mongolian did the same thing. So that's the style of governing that exists in Iran throughout history. And Iranians are not aggressor. The population of Iran do not support aggression. Remember, they are worshiping, and they're part of the Shia ideology is the manner Imam Hussein has dealt with aggression. And if you are not a Shia Muslim, you are Christian, or you're Jews, or you are Sufi, or you're Zoroastrian, you also have that type of mentality because you were raised like that. They were always, when I was a child, my grandfather would tell me,
Wait,
just sit.
we're going way
No,
into
no,
the history
let
here.
me finish
Hold
with
on,
this.
I actually had something to respond to Suleiman real quick. So
Okay, go
Suleiman
ahead.
said, you said, look,
Wait, just before
that
you respond
Iran
to me,
should
let me
have
respond
gotten.
to her. Let me
Yeah.
respond to Gigi. So, Gigi, the thing is, by the way, I think that the reason India was colonized was because they didn't fight back, because they made a deal, because they negotiated. That's the reason the country was colonized, despite being the fourth biggest GDP in the world. So, negotiation isn't always the right thing, especially when they're trying to take your country. That being said, I agree with you. The problem is, and this is why I said that I don't think I would be the right leader, because I would never really. I would try my best that it wouldn't go into war. I would act the way Iran's done, but I don't think that's the right way to act, because you're dealing with demons. You're dealing with literal demons. You're dealing with the most obvious evil that there is in the world. And so, for that reason, you need to be ruthless. So, you saw it in the 12-day war. Iran's like, okay, let's negotiate. Oh, we got one on Sunday, have we? Okay, no problem. We're going to go see you there. And while they're like, la di da di da, let's go and see you on Sunday, what happened? They struck them when they had their guard down, when they were doing their military exercise 2 days before. This time again, negotiating. Obviously, this time they were a bit more aware that these guys are, you can't trust them and they're going to attack. But negotiating, in the middle of negotiations, we're talking, we're conversing, dishonorable more that's done, and then they attack you. Right now they're negotiating, and we all still believe that attack's going to come at some point, because with these people, they act in a dishonorable, immoral manner. And the thing is, you're right in what you're saying, that look, with evil, when you fight evil, you shouldn't become evil itself. I vehemently agree with that thought as well. You're right in what you're saying. But this is more of a like a geopolitical perspective, in the sense of getting the nuclear bomb. I think the nuclear bomb is actually getting it is actually a, a greater good in the context. In my ideal world, I would have nobody have a nuclear bomb. There should be no nuclear bomb in the entire world. But when Israel's got a nuclear bomb, when the United States has got many nuclear bombs, the nuclear bomb's there as a deterrent. It means you won't even have to fire your ballistic missiles. It means those ballistic missiles that were fired towards the Gulf states, towards Israel in self-defense, they did damage property. Some people were killed. None of that would have happened because you would have had a nuclear bomb and no one would have attacked you. So I think it ends up possibly causing less loss of life as a deterrent than actually not having it. So that's my reason why I think maybe having it as a deterrent. I would never use it, but it's a good deterrent. And now North Korea is evidence that once you have it, they don't attack you with it. The and so that's, I meant it from that perspective. I hope that makes sense, Gigi. But go ahead, Manko.
Yeah, so you were saying that if Iran wanted a nuclear weapon, they could just get a nuclear weapon. But the issue is, I think Iran actually did do a smart strategy in what it did, which is, so there's something, if they wanted to get a nuclear weapon, you can't just get it tomorrow. You have to go through a process. And that process is called the attempt at breakout. It's a breakout capability. And usually this is going to take you at least a matter of months. And you have to, I would think, assume that if this decision was made and this started to happen, because Mossad has such penetration in Iran, that they would find out about it. And once they found out about it, that would precipitate an immediate attack. And that's why they didn't do it, because in order to actually pull it off, they'd have to go through the entire process to get to the point where they have a successful nuclear test plus constructed weapons that are now verified by the test, all without getting caught, because they would have been immediately bombed. So that's why they were pursuing the strategy of let's creep up and get closer and closer and closer and closer so that we can shrink that breakout time until it gets to be small enough that we could credibly do it without getting stopped in time.
Yeah, so again, I disagree with that, because why would you not go to a situation and get a nuclear bomb when you know that the false accusation of a nuclear bomb is the reason they attacked you in the first place? So from the Iran's perspective, what you see is you don't even have a nuclear bomb. You're not even working towards a nuclear bomb. And yet these people will attack you irrespective of that. So therefore, the smart strategy would be, if you actually wanted a nuclear bomb, is to accelerate the enrichment to the actual process, and then basically make sure you got the nuclear bomb. Because if you slow it down, as per what you're suggesting, what you do is you create a larger, wait a sec, time span. Wait, sorry, my interview is saying they're here, but you create a larger time span where people can find you out and then attack you. But just let me just sort this interview out. Ashkan, do you want to jump in? And then I'm gonna just
Yeah, couple of points. One, I usually agree with everything Cyrus says, but he said Iran has American blood on its hands. What are you talking about, Cyrus?
smash him. Oh, he's run away. Cyrus ran away.
Cyrus? No, he didn't run away. No. Okay, let's get to Manco then. So Manco, this 60% enriched uranium. Let me explain the logic behind it. The logic behind it is that Iran doesn't want to have a bomb. Iran doesn't want a nuclear weapon. And for the reason that if it does, then the UAE and Bahrain and all these puny little countries which Iran has a tremendous conventional military advantage over, will run and buy nuclear weapons, and then Iran will lose its conventional military advantage over everybody in the region, basically. So that's why they don't want to bomb. They don't want to build a bomb, but they have the 60% just in case Israel attacks them with a nuclear weapon. Then they can build a nuclear weapon pretty quick and respond. So that's the whole logic behind the 60%.
I think there's another reason besides the fear of a coalition building. It's to win hearts and minds. And there's a sizable fraction of Americans, I imagine, that look at this conflict now as a battle between an evil superpower and a country trying to retain its sovereignty and not be swallowed up by the centralized banking system.
Yeah, that makes sense also. Cyrus is back. Cyrus, did you hear my question?
I
Cyrus,
did
he
not.
smashed you.
I had technical. I had technical difficulties. What was the question?
So I said, I pretty much always agree with everything you say, but you said Iran has American blood on its hands, and
Well, I mean,
I
you
wanted to
guys
know
took it in the
what you
wrong
were talking
context. So,
about.
America's the belligerent in the region. So, certainly, America's the aggressor. But Iran could have buckled like most countries would and like stay within its borders. But instead, they were very and bellicose, and they got right in there through their they call them proxies. I don't. Hezbollah is not a proxy; it's an extension. Houthis, you can make a case it's a proxy. Definitely the Iraqi militias. So people oversimplify these groups that are, and I always argue for.
Houthis aren't a proxy either.
I don't think. Yeah, I agree with you there. So that's why I didn't label them that. So that being said, and I always make the case, these militias, they don't come out of nowhere. These are regional defense forces that want to protect their own tribe and clans because they're being bombed and slaughtered. They didn't just pop up out of nowhere. You think Hezbollah just popped up out of nowhere? No, because Israel was slaughtering Lebanese, and they showed up and saved their people. That's why they're very popular. They shed blood for their people. That's popular anywhere in the world, whether it's Muslim, Christian, Hindu, anyone who stands over the people is going to be popular amongst their groups. So for me, Iran is playing in their own backyard, but they are, they gave very advanced EFPs, or so explosively formed penetrators, to Shia militias. They chose to do that. Against a superpower. So I'm saying they take the gloves off and they play nasty. And that's actually the right strategy. And I totally agree with Suleiman. I've been saying it for years. Iran made a big mistake trying to be a threshold state. They should have given the neighborhood they're in and given Israel, they should have gotten a nuclear bomb. And America then should have made sure Turkey and Saudi don't get the bomb. All this pressure put it on them because Iran actually is a stabilizing force and America can deal with them. So even, like, I would, I'm not pro Iran regime. I only stand on the U.S. Constitution. That's what I'm behind. But I can recognize Iran is a rational actor, and that drives the neocons crazy. Oh, you're IRGC. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. Just because I'm saying I can analyze the region, and Iran is actually fair to everybody. You know what I mean? They're not some radical, irrational state. So, given that Iran hasn't been treated fairly, and they pitted Saddam against them and all this stuff. They were literally trying to just collapse them, causing hundreds of thousands of deaths. Like, given that was their experience, they should have used the insurance card of a nuclear weapon. They chose not to do that. Khamenei gave a real fatwa. Khamenei's like the Pope. And when he came out and said that, they don't do it like Trump, where, oh, we're going to make a deal and then attack you. That's not the Iranian style. They actually, when he gave a fatwa, he stood behind it. And they weren't pursuing nuclear weapons. Our best CIA analysis, we were looking at this for years. They were like, they are not pursuing a nuclear bomb. The last thing they did was in 2003, and they gave the fatwa, put a cap on it. And that's the reality. Our own intelligence says that.
Okay,
That's not Russian intelligence. That's Iranian.
okay, but what were you talking about? Iran has American blood on its hands.
I just explained it's part of the game. Iran is playing regional power politics. They kill each other with the most advanced and smart tactics, and it's get comfortable with it. If you're discussing great power politics, get used to blood and guts. That's how it is.
Okay, but you should also say that at
I
that
just said it.
time,
I'm not vilifying you, right? The
I'm
aggressor
not,
is the
I
U.S.
know. You
The
should
aggressor is
also
the U.S.
say,
and Israel. I
yeah,
mean, I don't know.
at that time, they were talking about Wolfowitz and all those people. They were talking about real men go to Tehran. So
Dude, I get all that. The
yeah,
neocon agenda that came before even Bush. There's
Okay,
something.
Cyrus. I think the problem is this, and I know. Just say, look, I didn't mean it, whatever. Because the issue is, in the context of what you said, it like I get it, like you're used to speaking to your kind of Zai audience, and this will keep them happy. Like, oh yeah, both sides are bad, and blah blah blah. But the thing is, in reality, let's be clear. When one makes that statement, it's quite clear what the implications of the statement are. Now, if you said, "Oh, guess what? Iran did kill some Americans, for example, the 13 that were killed in this war," but these people, uh, without any reason, without any motive, during negotiations, decided to kill 200 schoolgirls, or school children, sorry, and they've bombed so much of Iran and they killed thousands of people. And in a response, during the offensive military action, some Americans died or were killed. Then that's right. That's contextually right. But if you're like, Iran's got American blood on its hand,
Yeah, you're
that's
still. I mean, if I may
that
respond
quite
to that.
clearly from
No,
a
I mean, listen. I get.
grammatical perspective, from a English language perspective, when you're trying to relay information, gives this
It has a
perspective that
connotation to it.
Iran offensively, out of nowhere, without any provocation, just went and decided to murder Americans. And this is actually the words and language that has been used by Zionists in order to manufacture consent for this illegal war. That's why you were getting pushback in the mode and method you said it, because it quite clearly tried to, it quite clearly,
That was in my intent.
yeah, that's fine.
You know where I
That's why
stand.
you got pushback, because it was a
Fair,
statement that
fair.
was inaccurate
I was trying to correct.
contextually based on what was
I,
said.
I was trying to correct it and make sure everyone knows that who the aggressors are, who belongs in the region. I mean, I was just trying to make a point that Iran chose to play hardball with the U.S. a long time ago. You know, and that comes in and America's style is more firepower. America is very belligerent. So
Well,
what? So
again, when you say hardball, they've not played hardball. They've played defensive ball. They've not sold out. So if you think
of
selling
course,
out
of
is,
course.
but again, it's just the language
But
that's being used is just so
but
inaccurate.
that's how the Westerners. I'm telling you, I speak for like from a
Yeah, you
Western.
speak to these Zionist military people or whatever, that's fine. But I'm telling you,
It's the
the
Western
reason
lingo,
they
you know,
use
because
that
it's so.
language is for propaganda purposes. And I'm trying to explain to you that that propaganda that's been relayed is inaccurate. And I'm glad
I
that
mean,
you're using that language, because then we're
right.
able to say, guess what? What Cyrus is saying is completely inaccurate. This is Zionist military propaganda in order to manufacture consent to send your sons and daughters to an illegal war for Israel. But in reality,
That's the extreme case
Iran
of it
is not
all.
responsible for the murder of Americans, and the only time it was, for example, in these days, was because of American offensive action. Now, in 2 years' time, some of your American military guys will be like, "Oh, guess what? Iran killed 13 people, 13 of our soldiers," and it's like, okay, if you say that contextually, it's accurate. But sorry, when you say that, not contextually, sorry, when you say that, the statement on its own is accurate, but it's completely devoid of context, reality, and what actually happened, which was the illegal war against these people that murdered so many of their people. And during the murdering of these people, some of those soldiers died while they were trying to carry out murder of these people. So what I'm saying is, context is important, language is important, and it's important that one's clear about what they say,
Certainly.
especially when it's something that is being used in order to manufacture consent for an illegal war.
Certainly no, but I hope I gave the context when Ashkan asked me, and I mean, I clearly said who the belligerent is, who's behaving like that in the U.S. But yes, the verbiage I'm using is the mainstream Western media verbiage. Just so it is, and I use it on purpose, just so you can use it and still acknowledge. Because look, if I'm speaking in front of the Senate, right, hypothetically, I can be like, hey,
Well,
look,
you used it on
this is.
purpose in the hopes that me and Ashkan would pull you up on it. What if I was busy actually? I didn't even notice it until Ashkan said it.
And look, and I'm obviously I'm like not the opposing voice in this panel, right? But I do take a not the traditional stance of the owner of the show, and like which you're by the way you're great at this. This is a very hard job, and you're a good analyst, right? So, and
Oh my
it's
God, Cyrus! Don't
no,
you
I'm
know
saying
that's my weak spot? Everybody knows my kryptonite is when I get praised. Go
No,
ahead,
I'm not
continue.
praising. I'm saying like this is you set the tone and this is the culture of the thing and you're on the side of justice and truth, right? And I hope you recognize that. I want to get that out too. It's just our the verbiage and stuff, but I'm not trying to like distort it saying, "Oh, America's the victim." Nothing like that. But I'm not talking about the 13 service members in this one, but you got to understand I've had close friends serve in Iraq. One of them came back really messed up and they got hit by one of the EFPs, like 350, 60 Americans got literally sliced in half. I mean, EFPs are nasty. Iran got in there very technically, gave more than material support, and same with Hezbollah in 82. And fair play, I'm saying it's part of the game. I'm saying Iran has the right to do that as a regional power player. I'm giving Iran totally the green light to do it as an analyst, as a fair geopolitical analyst. The United States is doing Israel's bidding and getting into these petty fights and getting innocent blood on their hands. The US has way more blood on its hands than Iran. It's like 10-1, right? But Iran is choosing to play. They're not backing down and they are standing toe to toe with the juggernaut superpower. That's all I'm saying. They're playing that game and it's a deadly bloody game. That's my language and that's the world I come from in analyzing this.
Cool.
You can't
Thanks,
you can't
Cyrus.
don't paint me as like some Zionist. It's not
No, no,
true.
I didn't say you were Zionist. I don't think you're a Zionist. I'm saying that talking point you said was a Zionist talking point.
True.
Um,
I can see to that. You're right.
yeah,
The
and
way
it's
it was
funny.
said.
I just look at the chat. 1 minute they're loving you, next minute they're hating you. It's hilarious. You do
It's
create
crazy.
emotions. You do create a lot of emotions. Let's put it that way, Cyrus. Okay,
Much
let's go
love, man.
to. Sorry.
I said much love to all of you guys in the chat, the chat too.
Yeah, awesome. Let's go to Teresa. By the way, guys, we have got the Hamas lawyer coming on in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Let's see what he says about the negotiations. I think he might be Hezbollah's lawyer as well, but I'm not sure. Actually, I need to ask Beatrix. She'll know. But go ahead. Yeah, she knows because she's the one who put me in contact with him. No, I mean, she didn't. I mean, I don't know if that's. I'm confused. Go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, I didn't have my hand up. I'm sorry. Okay. So what are we, Sullivan? What is the topic exactly?
Why
Does
did you
Iran
request?
have a
Why did
bomb
you
or
request
not?
on the biggest space on X if you didn't even know what the topic was?
I came in and I had to rush to the other end of the house and I came back. I didn't expect for you to ask me to speak right away, but I would like to give my view on what I think is going on in Iran.
Go for it.
Okay. My view is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon ready. And if the USA or any other country was so afraid, would a country have a nuclear weapon? Why haven't they went towards North Korea all these years? They haven't. There's another plan, and it's geopolitical. China wants to go through Iran from Israel, from the sea there, go across through for it's called the China Silk Road, to have access to go all the way through. So I noticed that Trump mentioned about bombing Iran. But what he wanted to wait a bit, and what happened, Israel went ahead and bombed that school, I think it was. So Israel has a hard time to wait for things and does things on their own. And so what happens, everybody gets mad at USA right away. But Israel is behind it completely. So even though Israel was developed after World War II, developed to have all Jewish people come back throughout from the whole world, come back to Israel and to expand their country and also make that, like I said, the China Silk Road as well. But also, Israel wants all the Middle East. They want to expand all the way through. So USA is kind of stuck because Israel runs USA. So I think Trump was brought into it with false information that he could just go in there, scare Iran, and everything would be fine and dandy. But it backfired completely. And of course, Iran is very strong. They're people that have been sanctioned forever, and know how to live, where everybody else does not know how to do that. So I think Iran is in it for the long haul. I don't see this stopping anytime soon. My view is going to go on 10, 15 years. This is going to be a long war, and it's not going to ever stop. And USA, all these years, has been saying that they want to bring back the country, USA first. So they're also fighting to bring all the economy, the manufacturing and everything to USA. They're forcing the whole world to buy from USA and not China. So they blocked their Hormuz, and also they're blocking China. Because I was looking at all the choke points everywhere, and where USA also is blocking for Navy waters that are blocked. So China can't go around, and it's forcing the whole world for the oil. Okay. Now, to get back to Israel, they bombed in Iran several synagogues. And people are wondering, why in the world would they bomb their own people, right? And the reason is that they are wanting to scare the Jewish people throughout the world to come back to Israel, because they've been waiting for 2,000 years to enlarge that country. And so that's my view. Like, years ago, somebody just mentioned earlier about Americans and all that being bombed, and some other synagogues were bombed years ago. And that was to try to make the Jewish people come back. But they're not. You've seen that one viewing on TV where this rabbi was saying in Iran, we're not going anywhere. We've been here for many years, hundreds of years. We don't want to go back to Israel. Well, Israel, under their Zionist Torah, whoever does not follow, even if they're Jewish, does.
Did we lose her?
I don't know what that should go. To be honest, I switched off. But sure, she said something good. And she can request again and we'll come back. She can come back up. Andy, jump in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, going back to earlier about trying to act like Iran is playing hardball. I mean, don't they not have a right to be able to trade freely and not have sanctions lifted just like everyone else if other countries choose not to trade with them? That's one thing, but Iran should have the right to sell oil at a market value. If the US and Europe say we don't want your oil, that's one thing, but sanctions should at least be lifted so other countries have the right to buy their oil at a full price. Like, people are acting like, oh my God, this would be a huge knee bend, but we've been tricked into this whole weird world order where we think that, okay, we should just be able to sanction everyone just because Israel doesn't like this country because of the fact that they are the one of the countries in the Middle East that hasn't submitted to them like the Gulf states. So we think it's some huge concession to lift sanctions when actually long term that would actually be a benefit to the United States because it would actually give us cheaper oil. That's what people don't realize. We'd actually have cheaper gas if Iran prices if Iran didn't have sanctions on it. That's the funny thing about all of this. But so when people say, "Oh my God, that would be horrible for the U.S.," it would be capitulating. It would be bad for Israel because it would stop the Greater Israel Project. But people have to look at it from a U.S. stance, and not worry about what's best for the evil Israeli expansionist agenda, but what's actually best for us. And what's best for the United States is lifting sanctions, getting out of the region and not fighting these stupid wars and getting cheaper gas. That's the way I look at it. And for us to stop killing people and hurting our reputation. And yeah, the person who is saying this could drag on 10 to 15 years, I mean, I pray not. But I mean, no one probably thought Afghanistan was going to be 10 to 15 years. And look what happened there. So with these people, you can never rule it out. If they're that desperate, they could try to prolong this into some big ground invasion. Although I think if they were going to do that, they would have started trying to mass more troops there. The fact that we haven't seen large amount of troop buildups and it's only just been small things like the Tripoli and the Boxer, I don't know if it's really going to be that long. think though this is going to be months and months more. I don't see any quick resolution. I think this is going to drag on past the midterms unless the U.S. agrees to lift sanctions. Because I mean, Iran has all the leverage. There's no reason for them to capitulate.
We've got some breaking news here as well, which says, we need our Chinese supporters in here as well. But they basically, apparently, America has sanctioned. Here it is. America has sanctioned 40 companies and a Chinese-based oil refinery, 40 companies and tankers involved in shipping Iranian oil. So the US has put some sanctions on. That's interesting. Any China hawks want to respond to that? Andrew? Manco, so let's go to Manco. Manco, what's your thoughts on
Yeah,
that? They're attacking the Chinese.
yeah. Go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead,
Go
Andrew.
ahead,
Sorry, go
Megan.
ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, no, no. Yeah, that is just another action. We know militarily we can't escalate this anymore. Militarily, Navy. I'm talking naval engagement wise. So yeah, we were expecting that more financial action, which this would be another what ramping it up and escalating more.
Manco, what's your thoughts on that? Manco, you there? Okay, let's go to Sarah.
Yeah,
Sarah's.
hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I had to unlock my phone. So I just, obviously China's not going to do anything about the ships, and the United States is going to continue doing the boardings and everything, and unless there's a deal or something like that. But I really don't think that the Trump's whole idea of doing the blockade that's equivalent to Hormuz. It's much, much, much smaller in scope and scale.
I'm talking about the sanctioning. He sanctioned a Chinese oil refinery and about 40 companies related to it. Do you think that's going to be effective?
The thing with all this China stuff with sanctions is that both sides have been doing a lot of sanctions. China has imposed a lot of sanctions on a lot of American companies in the last 2 years. So it's kind of like a tit for tat thing.
Okay. Let's go to Mubdi. Mubdi, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Suleiman, it's all posturing. America does posturing, same as Iran. The ceasefire is not in effect 100%. 50% of war in Iran is Shariat of Hormuz, which has been closed. So there's no actually a complete ceasefire. Iran cannot beat America militarily, but can beat America through Shariat of Hormuz, and that has been closed. So they're not in full ceasefire.
Yeah. By the way, guys, confirmed that his Rubina's right. They are flipping all asleep on this panel. What do you call it again? What was I going to say? Oh yeah, confirmed. May or may not be by Beatrix. I don't know. But the thing is, he is Hezbollah's lawyer as well. He is. So we got Hezbollah's lawyer coming on, and Hamas's lawyer coming on. So that's going to be fire in an hour or so. Content. That's all we do is keep giving you guys content and interviews. Make sure you're following the second channel. I need to put a tweet out on it, but make sure you're following it. The second channel's flying. not in terms of followers, but in terms of like views on some of the videos. So check it out. Make sure you're following. So yeah, that's that. Make sure you're following it. That would be golden. Also, the Discord link is in the nest of the YouTube and the X. Follow the Discord. We'll be giving you updates on there. I need to become better at learning how to use it, but I'm trying my best. And obviously, they kick us off. We need somewhere to go. So Discord is what we're trying. I'm told it's got good bits and bad bits. I really don't know, but let's see what goes down. Make sure you, yeah. So that's that. So the Discord link is in the nest, and obviously we're going to be streaming more, so you guys can maybe, give some ideas or thoughts or put videos in or whatever. But we'll work that out when we come to do it. But let's go to Herc. Herc, jump in.
Uh, there have been many projections of a quick pullout and a long war. I venture a hypothesis that the Americans and the Israelis and the West are too arrogant to accept any kind of defeat. And I suspect that one of two scenarios will happen. Battlefield nukes will be set off in Tehran or central Iran, or the Iranian water supplies will be contaminated, and the chaos will be such extreme that Iran will become fractured. I think that is part of the planning. Uh, Whether or not it'll be allowed to happen is another thing. I think the question is whether they're willing to pull the illusion of freedom that Frank Zappa wrote about, that one day it'll get too difficult to maintain and they'll just show us the back of the theater.
And just to let you know, the Hezbollah lawyer is an American, a Jewish guy as well. So don't get me banned. Don't ban me for bringing a Hezbollah lawyer, a Hamas lawyer. He's a Jewish guy. If you ban me, you're anti-Semitic. If you ban me, you're anti-Semitic. He's a Jewish guy. Don't be anti-Semitic. Just to let you guys know. So yeah, jokes aside, he is a Jewish guy. Actually, he's a nice guy, and he's American, and he's Hamas and Hezbollah's lawyer. So this is gonna be pretty good. Good interview in an hour and a bit.
Uh,
Go
Hey,
ahead, Cyrus.
Suleiman, can I comment on the sanctions, why they won't work on the technical aspect of it?
Go for it, bro.
So
Go for
so
it. Smash it.
sanctions can certainly be effective. In this case, they are not, because the entire cycle, the entire of that wheel is controlled by Iran and China. By that I mean the actual phantom, it's called a phantom fleet, tanker fleet. So these are kind of operating in a very gray zone, and it's because it's handling Iranian oil going to a Chinese refinery that is refining oil that is sourced by China's picks. So it's very, these are just it's as our friend mentioned earlier, I believe it was Gigi. It's a posture in this case, because they're not going to be able to hurt China at all, and it's symbolic. They will not know which ships are going there. They may, if they really want to escalate it, America does have the card where somewhere deep along the way, far along the way, they can board these tankers and really give them a hard time. But because of the very close trade relationship that China has with the United States, it's not practical. They're not, because then China can do that. Then you enter a whole different game against a near peer competitor. China is a very powerful country, and they own a substantial amount of our treasuries. 85 to 90% of our APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, come from China. Our industries are tied at the hip. There was a large scale deindustrialization in the United States, and to a lesser extent in Germany, which was an industrial powerhouse, as China rose. We signed that check. This is our own doing. So as a consequence, these sanctions are laughable, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I had time to actually look at the story and stuff. So this is what China does is China will do things to violate sanctions and import Iranian oil, but they won't do it with major companies. They'll have like a cutout company that they know will get sanctioned, and they'll take the hit and they'll bring the oil in, and then they essentially launder it and distribute it around through the rest of the country. So this is one particular refinery, and they're bringing in the sanctioned Iranian oil, and then they do the refining, all that stuff, and then China gets all the benefit of evading the sanctions, and this one company, which is isolated, takes the hit, and they don't really care because they're basically designed in such a way that they don't want to interact with the American sort of economic system and global finance anyway. So this is kind of a way of them laundering their way around the sanctions.
How effective do you think the sanctions are going to be, though?
Well, that's the whole point, is that this company is already designed in such a way to minimize its exposure to the negative effects of sanctions. So it's working as designed. So the reason it's only going, so this company apparently imports the vast majority of the Iranian oil. That's not, a coincidence. This is a designated refiner that is isolated from the other major, like Chinese state-owned enterprises and also private refineries and stuff. It's just a way of kind of think about it like this. Like, let's say that you, Suleiman, have all sorts of restrictions, or you don't want to have all sorts of restrictions placed on you. So you instead create a limited liability company or a trust or some other entity, and you use that entity to do the prohibited transactions so that if any negative effects hit, they're going to hit that entity, and that entity is not really designed to even be affected by those sanctions, whatever the negative things are anyway, and it allows you to sort of use this as a loophole. It looks like that's what's going on with China. So it looks like the sanctions are not actually going to matter very much because this company already made that calculus before it started doing this.
So it means Trump's trying to make it look like he's doing something, but he isn't.
Well, he's doing what he can do, but China's already sort of worked its way around that, so the effect is going to be relatively limited. If he wanted to actually punish China for sanctioned oil, he would have to do broader sanctions that hit more companies and more like things that this company interacted with, as opposed to just hitting this company alone.
Let me simplify what Manco's saying. It's there's these teapot refineries that buy the Iranian oil, and these teapot refineries have their own bank, and the bank that they use has no exposure to U.S. dollars or any or even euros or any Western banks. So that's how they do it. They're not exposed to the U.S. dollar. They could care less if U.S. sanctions them because
Yeah, their whole business model is
they
to
have
be
no
able to be
exposure.
profitable with the sanctions, like to not even care about them.
Yeah, they have no exposure to the U.S. system.
Yeah, both great explanations, spot on analysis.
So basically, I just heard you guys say China's the daddy then, Banco.
Well, this is at least like Trump is not going to get China to stop importing Iranian oil. This is not going to affect that.
So the Iranian foreign minister said the following. He said, "We arrived in Islamabad, Pakistan for an official visit. Foreign Minister Aragchi will be meeting with Pakistan's high-level officials in concert with the ongoing mediation and good officers for ending American-imposed war of aggression and restitution of peace in our region." We arrive in Islamabad, Pakistan for an official visit. We'll be meeting with the high in concert with the ongoing mediation and good officer for ending imposed. Well, I mean, the way he said it there sounds like the war's over because he said for ending America's imposed war of aggression and the restitution of peace in our region. We arrive in Islamabad. Afghanistan will be meeting with Pakistani high-level officials in concert with the ongoing mediation and good officers. Okay, talk about mediation. Okay, so talking about the ongoing mediation to try and end the war and bring about peace. Okay, no meeting is planned to take place between Iran and the US. Iran's observations would be conveyed to Pakistan. I guess this clear that there's not going to be any meeting. But what does it mean by Iran's observations are going to be conveyed to Pakistan? Like, why do they need to go to Pakistan to convey their position? Ashkan.
Negotiation never stops. It keeps going. The Yep. It's gonna the deals being worked out, and I've said that over and over. We saw this happen in the Paris Peace Accords in Vietnam. It went on for, well, this won't go on and can't go on for years, but Paris Peace Accords went on for a couple of years. It was like in secret. A lot of it was secret too.
Ashkan, what's your thoughts on what he just said?
I think the proof is have to wait and see because talk is cheap, and I don't know. I really have no idea. I mean, Arakshi said that he's maybe he's being optimistic, maybe he's hoping for the best, but I don't see America being a good faith actor here at all. As long as Kushner and Witkoff are involved in anything.
And maybe that's what we're looking at ultimately is a regime change, which we definitely desperately need in the U.S. And maybe this is where this is all headed. Maybe Iran's waiting that out, saying, okay, surely these idiots are going to figure it out. But the problem is, who's going to replace Trump? It goes deep. It runs deep. So, but eventually we're either looking at Armageddon. It's real simple here, folks. We're either looking at the end time cataclysmic Armageddon. We're talking biblical, literal eschatology, and we're not doing that in this space. Or we're going to have a deal worked out, and it's going to be bloody and painful, but a deal. And I agree with Cyrus. United States has no point, no way out unless we deal with some way. Otherwise, it's going to be of cataclysmic biblical proportions.
Yep, I agree 100% with Andrew, man. It's either one or the other.
Yeah, I don't see it any other way, brother. I mean, we're looking at the end. Welcome to the end of times. Okay, we can pull out Islamic eschatology. I'm very familiar with it, by the way. I spent hours in those spaces with folks. And that's my wheelhouse is Bible eschatology. And I don't think we're there, but it's either that or we're going to have a deal worked out.
Yeah, hopefully. Pray to God.
Yeah, exactly. And I hear Hassan over and over. Hassan's repeated. I think. I hold on. Yeah, he said over 126 times, zero sum game, and he's right. Ultimately, I'm talking the big picture. When the time runs out on this world, and for those that don't believe, and there's a timeline, and there's end times, and there's no spiritual aspect. Okay, that's fine. But for those that really believe that there is a realm, a spiritual realm out there, and there is a time frame. Yeah, ultimately, Hassan's right, but I certainly don't see we're there yet. Close, but not there.
What's his name again? Ashkan, what's your thoughts on Andrew's position that because the last line said that they're passing over basically their position on this. So what's your thoughts on it that Andrew thinks that they are actually in reality negotiating?
They probably are negotiating. I mean, there's always negotiations between third parties. There's the Swiss who have they represent America inside Iran. There's lots of avenues they could be talking. But, I mean, this question you're posing to me is kind of like predicting the future. And I can't see the future, man. I'm sorry. I wish I could, dude.
Come on, Ashken. We want to hear it. Come on, man.
I wish I could, dude, but I really don't know, dude. I don't know what to say.
You know, listening carefully to everyone, and I have been, and I mean, we're all literally saying the same thing, honestly. In the sense, here's what we're saying: United States of America, and even our friend Mango will agree. The United States of America, because of the Zionist influence, is a very bad actor, and the blue folks are the evil empire. We all know that. It's existential for the blue folks, the Zio bastards. I use that word bastards biblically, of course. And then also it's existential for Iran because they know that they're the last defense against stopping this demonic scourge. So we are looking ultimately at a zero sum game. Hassan's right. But there's going to be some interplay between then and now, and wars and rumors of wars. We know that. So the deal, and I know folks get tired of me saying it. So Paris Peace Accords, I was 18, 19, going into my 20s watching that happen. And here's what happened. The Americans had the world had zero knowledge like we have today about details going on. Are you kidding me? We had the newspaper. We'd get the Wall Street Journal, or where I lived in Colorado. I'm a Colorado boy, out in the mountains and fields, right? We had the Rocky Mountain News, baby. So we'd get AP, we'd get updates. But I remember my father being very angry. He goes, "What the hell's going on? What the hell with these Vietnamese, man? We got to win this war to stop them commies. And why are we negotiating? There never will be a deal worked out. We got to bomb them into oblivion, by God." And I said, "Yeah, Daddy, let's go get them." But the deal was worked out, and it took a while. And the deal was really, the United States of America really got screwed in that deal. Why? 57,000 dead for nothing, a million Vietnamese plus dead for nothing. And what a banker with a pen accomplished with a pen when the IMF came in Doi Moi in 1986, Tam Mui Sao, the Vietnamese go Tam Mui Sao, the Doi Moi, the freaking banker, the slick little bastard banker with a pen said, "Hey, Vietnam, you're coming to your knees. You will fall under the system. Sign this multi-billion-dollar loan, and we'll take you out of this extreme poverty." My wife's family, when they were growing up, they had the equivalent of one meal for one person, American person today. The whole family of five were eating for the full day. They were in terrible conditions. It was horrific. I could write stories about it. They were suffering, and America wanted them to suffer. They said, "All right, you bastards, we're not going to rebuild you like we did Japan, because we're going to destroy you bastards until you crawl and grovel and come under the system." And Iran says, "Go to hell, we're not going to do that." And that's why we love Iran. So now here we're at. We're in the final phase here. A deal will be worked out, but thank God, guess who is in the driver's seat? Iran. They won the war. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. And so this deal that will be worked out, I believe, and with all my heart, and Suleiman nailed it. He said this several times, folks. We're either going to see, the Pax Judaica, or if Iran loses, I pray to God they don't, or we're going to see Iran come into a power play. Again, when you look at Bible eschatology and also Islamic eschatology, Persia is a player. They become a power player. So that's why I really believe Iran's going to be in the driver's seat when this really comes together and this deal worked out.
If I may make some additional comments to that. Well said, Andrew. And I really think it's so important for folks to really visualize the brutality that the U.S. can implement. And, because we're always seen as the good guys, and, to be a real patriot, you have to be able to criticize your own government. So for Andrew to say that, and he's a decorated military officer, and I know he loves this country and is willing to die for this country 10 times over. And that's exactly why he's able to speak so candidly. This is how unfair we can behave, and this is not what America is. This
Cyrus,
is.
Cyrus, I
Mhm,
haven't got my voice back, but let me just correct you there. You're never
mhm.
seen as the good guys. So when you make a statement saying we're always seen as the good guys, let me assure you, nobody across the world sees America as the good guys. Nobody.
Yeah, no doubt across the world, but inside America, I'm saying from
Oh
our
damn!
own.
What happened?
For
How come Beatrice woke up?
Even inside America, Cyrus, nobody sees America as the good guys.
that's a recent phenomenon. I would say till the age until probably like the Instagram age before.
Well, then you need to say historically we may have
Yeah,
been seen as the
historically,
good
you're
guys, but
correct.
today we are not seen as the good
You're very
guys.
correct, Beatrix. Thanks for making that distinction. And we're all
Oh
seeking the
my god!
truth
What
here.
made Beatrice come out from her
No, that
slumber?
was an important. That was an important distinction she just
Bro,
made.
it was like the
Cyrus,
rise of the dead, bro. It
The
was
Seven
Cyrus,
like the
Phoenix.
Walking Dead. It was like
brought it
it
back,
was
bro.
like 28 days later.
The
It was like
Phoenix
the
Rising.
Walking Dead. It was like what's the other movies like that, bro? Anyway, do continue, sorry.
Oh man, no, she's Beatrix is spot on. Thanks for that distinction. So, Andrew puts it in those terms just so you understand that the human catastrophe and the how individuals are affected, and supposedly the people we're supposed to help, we're handing out, dishing out mass punishment, collective punishment on innocence. It's really a shame, especially when the amount of power that America wields, or any superpower of their time. Let's say the Roman Empire, but now we're talking modern times. Imagine all the good and benevolence that they can bestow. And on the flip end, you're going to cause mass starvation or despair, destruction, buildings crumbling on kids that were playing with their dolls and toys. Next thing you know, barely trying to take their last breath while being crushed by rubble. I mean, it's important to put it in perspective, the human toll, and it's a real thing. And that's why earlier when I said, "Hey, who's got blood on each other?" I'm saying on a battlefield level, it's a savage game. They are it is it's mortal combat, and they've chosen that life, and that's what this game brings. And right now, the flashpoint is the Middle East, and what's unfortunate is that you can make a very strong case that for the United States, the Middle East is not very strategically important region. The only reason it's become a thing is because of this crazy biblical prophecy stuff that the Christian Zionists have a hard on for, and they won't let go. And it's tied into this freaking agenda that is just so bizarre. And then now you tie into Epstein class and devil worshippers and Baal and Moloch. I mean, dude, what the hell are we talking about? This sounds like a sci-fi movie or a horror movie, but no, it's real life. These are real politicians. I mean, it's insane. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. And I try to analyze the battlefield, the geopolitical space, but when you really peel these last layers, like I don't even know, I get lost, because before the Epstein case, some of the more far off stuff like this cannibalism stuff and systematic worshiping of these 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 whatever that it is, these gods, right? I thought they were fringe, but now it seems very probable, so now we've ended, and this is new to me, I haven't fully digested it yet, that I haven't processed it yet, genuinely, so I try to focus on the war and sanctions and power politics, that I can wrap my mind around. But when sometimes I'm trying to go to sleep, I'm like, holy crap cow, there's real devil worshippers at the
Mm,
helm, and
yeah,
they're running the show.
cool.
So
Thanks, that's ours. Um, thanks for letting us know about your sleeping habits. Enriched our lives. Let's go to Mustakim. Mustakim.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you? Uh, I have a friend in Iran. Do you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a friend in Iran. So his grandpa is one of the person that is involved with the government, right? So I've been listening to your spaces for like after the war started, and you guys, some of you guys question I asked him I asked him and he asked his grandpa, right? So yesterday I even talked to his grandpa too, and I asked him why, like, what is the I asked him about the sanction. I asked him in the press that said that Iran is going to sanction the in the Hormuz. Any country, right, that sanctions Iran, they will not let their ship pass through the Hormuz. So any country that sanctions Iran, they have to make a deal with Iran so that they so that to pass through the Hormuz, they have to lift their sanction, secondary sanction, to make a deal in a way that they can bypass the US sanction. So even if US plays the sanction, their limitation is going to be reduced because all the trail of that goes to the Hormuz. They have to make an independent deal with the Iran. Unless they make that deal, they will not go let them pass through the Hormuz since Iran has been sanctioned by them secondarily, right? That's one of the points he told me. Another one is Brother Suleiman said that ceasefire, right? Uh, Actually, his grandpa says Iran should have done not doing the ceasefire, continue the war, and do the negotiation on the same time on the side. That would have been better for Iran. Like not like doing both because you can do the limited war and also do the negotiation. At the if they would have done it, then Iran would have put more pressure on US, and he thought that this deal would have been done by now. So on that sense, I think Brother Suleiman is right. Another one is I asked about the seizing of the tanker. He said, "Don't worry about the seizing of the tanker." I said, "Why?" Because he said even if they seize 20 tankers, 30 tankers, the moment the deal is done, all the tankers, they have to release them. So Iran is not going to lose anything. In fact, by the more this goes, the more oil they seize, the price of the oil is going to be higher. So they would be able to sell those oil even at a better price.
Cool.
So
Thanks for
those
that.
are the three things I asked him. So yeah, that's what I wanted to relay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Andy, jump in. What's your thoughts?
Trump just put on Truth Social a AI edited Times cover calling Candace Owens the world's most vile person and saying she's extremely low IQ. So yeah, Trump's just doing his demented senile rants again. It's completely pathetic. So if you're Iran, you just got to look at this and be like, this guy is not serious. He's completely lost his mind. Like, I mean, just look at it. It's completely juvenile, like in child. It's in. He's saying she has low stock, never had any stock to begin with. She's arguably the most watched political commentator there is. It's between her and Tucker at this point. So if she has low stock, then what does that say about the randoms that are boosting Trump at this point? All of them are much less watched than Candace Owens. So it's just he's putting out insults that don't even have any touch with reality. It's completely ridiculous at this point, and it's just, especially in the middle of a war when you have to come off at least as serious to have any credibility with the country you're fighting. It just is a horrible look. Like, if I'm the IRGC, I'm looking at this and like, so we're putting out good Lego videos, and this person is in a war with a political commentator in his own country. It's just absolutely embarrassing. Like, I mean, just I feel like if you're someone just a neutral observer and you're looking at which side is more in control, Trump has completely lost support within his own Republican Party, and Trump's the one trying to say, "Oh, the Iranians are divided." Yeah, sure, there might be some disagreements, but it's Trump's support that is completely divided. Candace Owens backed him in 24. Tucker backed him in 24. So it's Trump's base that is completely and utterly divided at this point. Not to mention the half of the country that did not vote for Trump. Trump's approval ratings now are below 40%. So if you go into Iran, the Iranian government has well above 50% support. So you want to play the game of who's divided, it's Trump's coalition.
Cool. Okay, let's go to Space Ghost. Space Ghost, is there anything you want to add to the conversation?
I'm sorry. I joined by accident. I probably fat fingered it. I'm sorry, man.
And it made a really good point. And in American, legacy media, they try to paint it that Iran's like government's only like 10% popular. That's really not the case. When I was doing business there, I was interviewing, like just talking to cab drivers, to teachers, like not people government related. And most people, their premise was the government's doing a good job. All we want is the sanctions to be taken away. They wanted Iran to be able to make a deal. Iran made a very good effort on multiple occasions to make a deal with the U.S. I know very intricate details of the JCPOA negotiations. Even prior to that, Iranians have been diplomatic. So, and the only reason the U.S. has been unable to reach a deal with Iran is because of APAC and the Israel lobby. And Andy said something, also something that resonated a lot earlier, was that how ludicrous is it that we're debating here over sanctions relief? That, hey, they're just trying to sell their stuff at a reasonable price and be able to trade and have access to Swift, so they can actually exchange their currency into other, like, be treated like a normal person, right? And now we're making such, oh, can America bend the knee and take the sanctions off? It really is ridiculous. It goes to show this, Western world order we've created post World War II, that is so antiquated, that really is, you can't treat, people out of your sphere, out of this kind of Eurocentric sphere, with any kind of real respect or dignity. And while you're doing that, China's rising, and we're so, stuck up ourselves, and don't even see them rising because we're so arrogant. It's really laughable. It's really sad, and millions of people have paid the price with, by sanctions. So many of these secondary and tertiary effects kill people because of lack of medicine, food shortages, not only in Iran, across Africa, across, you can pinpoint it in so many cases that these soft power moves, quote unquote soft power, and using economic warfare, it's every bit as savage, and it's collective punishment. In many ways, it's even nastier than hot kinetic combat. It can go on for a year, do your body count, and then move on. This grinding economic warfare, it's really atrocious.
Yeah. Let's go to Jeffrey. Jeffrey, jump in. Jeffrey there? Okay. Teresa, are you back? Or
Yes, I'm here.
go for it.
I don't know if you guys mentioned anything about the Mosaic regime. Once the Tola, they killed do you call him Ayatollah, the head guy for
Yeah.
the Islamic? Okay. Once they killed him, they had it in play. Is it 31 sections of the military that are totally separate, and they don't talk to each other? So this war can go on forever because there's no leader, nobody. So if one section bombs one end of somewhere, in say Kuwait or whatever, they're doing their own thing. They're not talking to the other 30 bunches of military crew. So they're all separate. So one might go out, and then next one replaces. So what I'm seeing online, having all these meetings, then there's supposed to be this guy supposed to represent Iran. To me, that's just a fake. Because when I started researching about this Mosaic doctrine, there's nobody to talk to. It's going to go on forever. It actually made it a total 100% jihad against Israel and other countries that are with them, right? So this is just not going to ever end. There's just nobody to talk to. So these are all fake meetings, and Trump is making the market go up and down, making people, to invest. Oh, everything's going fine today. We're getting close. It's going to work great. So Friday, markets go up, right? And then Monday you find out, oh shit, we just got bombed or we bombed them or whatever. So it's not going to finish. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks for that. Appreciate your thoughts. Let's go to talks. Talks. Thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. Right. Can I ask a favor of people? Like, do not request unless you're going to come up to speak. Because from now on, if you do that, I'm just going to I'm basically going to remove you from the space, and then you'll never be brought up again. Okay, Herc, jump in.
I share Andrew's sentiment about Vietnam, and I'm sure we can apply it to Iran after the conflict when we look back at and study the details of the conflict. However, that's not how the master planners thought in Vietnam, and I'm sure that's not how they think now. Let's use Vietnam as a quick example. Uh, Many hundreds of thousands of people were killed, not just in Vietnam, but in Laos and Cambodia. We destabilized the region in part because we wanted to stifle the growth of China and North Korea and emerging India. And some of the CIA analysts uh, coined the expression that it's not World War III, it's the Third World War, which means that we are at war with the third world, particularly the poor and middle classes. So I feel like this Iranian conflict goes beyond borders. And this is actually a real case of can a not so powerful country get powerful allies and resist being gobbled up by a superpower? It's really a battle for sovereignty.
Okay, let's just go through some of the news, and then we'll take it from there. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me get the news up. There was a bit of news, and I thought let's just give it a one go because they're all like smaller pieces of items. Okay, it says Qatar informed Hamas leaders about 10 days ago that their presence in Doha was no longer welcome. This step comes as part of pressure exerted by Doha to push Hamas leaders to accept the disarmament plan presented by the Peace Council. So again, so you understand, this is why people like Qatari funded. First of all, Qatar only allowed Hamas into their country because Obama told them to, because these Gulf states are, but I told you, Gulf states are basically on the bottom of the boot of the United States of America, which is on the bottom of the boot of Israel. And that's the only reason they allowed them in. And now because they want them to agree, because America, meaning Trump, meaning the Zionists, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, want the resistance, they want there to be no resistance in Palestine and Gaza, and want them to agree to the Gaza border peace, which is basically the stealing of Palestinian land and handing it over to Jewish Zionist billionaires. What they've done is they've got the Gulf state puppets to basically pressure them and say, look, if you don't agree, we're going to basically not allowed to stay in Qatar anymore. So this is essentially what's going on there. Cyrus, you put your hand up. Did you want to add something?
Oh, it must have been an accident. I did not. I was just listening, Suleiman. Please continue.
Oh, no, I'm saying, did you want to add something onto what I said?
Oh, I thought you said my hand
No,
was
no,
raised.
like you did a thumbs up. I meant like you did a thumbs up. So I thought you kind of agreed and wanted to add something, maybe.
No, I was agreeing. No, please. I was just. I really don't have you. You said it so concisely. I mean, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, so I mean, you know my position on that. I know Simon kind of disagrees and he thinks whatever, but I think this is quite clearly when you look at the Gaza peace board is basically stealing the Palestinian land, but doing it in a like white collar crime way, and handing it over to Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, and
Donald Trump is mental health. It's not normal.
you don't
He's
think
been
so? Why
office
not?
for
Why don't you
2
think he's
years.
normal?
Donald Trump is power hungry. He
But
will
he's already
not
got the
back
power.
down.
He's already got the power, bro.
He will not back. I know Iran will not back down. Iran will not back down. Iran's How does Donald Trump know what Iran's chemical warfare, all the secret weapons they have? It's all about nuclear. It's about the new world order.
Wait, Iran doesn't have any chemical weapons, blood. Where you getting that from?
Hey, I'm sure they have.
Nah, bruv. Don't listen to Zio propaganda. They ain't got no nuclear. They ain't got no chemical weapons, blood.
So Iran can't defend themselves from America. America's a
They can
nuclear
defend themselves, but
country.
they don't need to use chemical, biological weapons.
With what? What
They've
can
got
Iran?
hypersonic ballistic missiles. They've got the Shahid 135. They got all these things. They don't need no chemical weapons.
America has the rail gun. They have they have submarines on the Gulf.
They got nothing, blood. What have they done? They're not able to do nothing. Iran's
Why
just
is
sending out
Trump
tankers in and
bullying?
out, G.
Why is Trump bullying other people because he can't get what he wants?
I mean, I think he's getting bullied, bro. Like he was acting like the big man trying to come in the playground, and he's been slapped up a few times. He don't know what to do now.
Trump's gone mad. How old is Trump? How old is he? How old is
He's bare old, blood. He's like
He's
80
bare
years
old,
old.
isn't it?
Yeah, for
Got
real.
dementia or something. Something's wrong with that guy.
Well, yeah, he fell asleep yesterday in the press conference. Did you see it?
Oh, no, I didn't know. Is that true?
Yeah, bro. I put a video
That is
out. It went
funny.
viral.
You made me laugh then. You made me giggle, and I don't really laugh, but that made me giggle. That was funny. So, if Trump picks up the red phone and says to the Trident submarines, fire, do you think the admirals will actually fire?
Yeah, I do think so.
Oh, admirals have to take orders, yeah?
Well, I know
But
Andrew and why is Beatrix left? She's
would
quite
you?
low.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. If I was the admiral of a submarine, nuclear
Yeah,
submarine, and I got the phone call off Donald Trump to fire my nuclear weapons,
yeah.
I'll hang the phone up. I'll hang the phone up.
Nah, but basically Beatrix left because she don't like people from the north. But listen,
I'm
I know
not from
you
the
would.
north. Where's the north? I'm from England.
I know you are, but you're from the north of England, right?
No, Leicester.
Yeah, it's kind of north, but yeah, okay, from Leicester, a bit
In
more
the
south.
middle.
In the middle kind of thing, yeah. But the
Yeah.
Londoners think you guys are northerners. I know you're not. But anyway, but the problem with what you're saying is, right, listen, I know you would, and I know Andrew and I think maybe Cyrus believes that he would, but I don't think they would, bruv. I think they would just carry out the orders. I think maybe there might be one or two, but the American way has been to be the killing machine of the
Yeah,
Zionists.
patriotic, full of themselves. Why is America so full of themselves? Why do they always want to win?
The UK was like that, for 300 years.
Oh
You
damn, he smashed you back there, bro.
Yeah, the United Kingdom is absolute faulty. We have nothing. We saw our gold exchange
when
did
you
years
did,
out.
when
We
you
could have
guys were at
them.
your peak, you were most arrogant. The UK had the
Oh
like
damn.
way worse of a track record than us,
Oh damn, he's got you there, bro.
and for longer. And
Our
for and
parliament,
we've been only acting belligerently since post World War II. You guys did it for hundreds of
England's
years.
scared.
Oh
You guys did
damn.
it
England
for
doesn't know
hundreds of
what to
years.
do.
Oh
It won't take
crap, he
two
got you there, bro.
thermonuclear weapons to destroy this
Right.
island.
Oh
England's
damn, he got you
only
back there. He said you're the only one to use nuclear weapons.
Yeah, if
England's only
you
small island.
if you
England's
guys
only
had if
small
you guys
island.
had nuclear weapons, throughout that time, you guys would have dropped it a handful of times by now,
Well,
probably.
if Russia detonates a nuclear weapon just off our coast, the tidal wave will just take us out anyway.
Dude, you guys patented supremacy. You guys literally made it a thing. You know what I mean? You put a stamp on it.
But England's such a. Can you swear on here?
No, you can't swear. Don't swear. Don't swear. Don't do it, Adam. We're on
Okay.
YouTube. You gotta be good. Inside
Well,
language.
England's so weak now. England is. It's Great Britain. There's nothing great about Britain no more. Britain's not great.
That's not true. I mean, it's still it's a financial critical hub, and it is America's special ally. Essentially, it's the UK. I mean, Israel's not in the real power circles. Like, we don't trust Israel. America is somehow beholden to Israel
Why don't you trust Israel?
because they're not trustworthy. But we do
Have you
trust the
met an
UK. But
Israel
listen,
person?
but listen, we do trust the UK though. Yeah, we
Have you
trust the
met an
UK.
Israel person?
We trust we.
Cyrus, let me just correct you again. Being America's greatest ally is not a badge of honor for the
I didn't
UK.
say it
There's
should
nothing
be.
great
I
about
get it.
that.
I understand. Listen, I know
Yeah,
you have
England's
every.
scared.
yeah.
You
England
have.
is
I'm just saying
scared.
you are though. You are America's special ally.
Yeah, but Adam's right when he says there's nothing great about Great Britain. You said no, there is.
There's nothing great
Britain
about
is
Britain.
America's greatest ally. That doesn't make it great. You know what I mean?
We're
I
out
mean,
of the
I was just, I mean,
euro.
you're still very, I mean,
We
the UK,
voted to
the
get out of
UK
the
is very
euro.
significant. The UK is still very significant, wields a lot of power. I mean, like
We're a
you're,
tiny little island.
Who's
We've
got
got
power? The
nothing,
Prime Minister or the
literally.
King? The King of England or the Prime
you
Minister?
literally have
The
a
king is
nuclear
golden.
triad.
Don't attack the king.
What
Other than
power
you,
does our King
Long
have?
live the king.
Well,
other
what
than
power
the,
does he have?
other than the United States, the UK is the only country that has the Trident missile and their nuclear. It's a
They got
very
a rail
devastating.
gun. They have
It's a
top secret,
devastating
but they have a
weapon
rail
system.
gun.
You
We're
guys
all
can
rubber.
literally lay waste to the world. The UK is very powerful.
I don't think so. It's full of immigrants. That many people keep coming on the show. Just England's packed. Eng- Our financial market, everything to the inflation, everything's gone
Why do you think
crazy
it is?
here.
Why do you think the finance is so bad in England, bro?
Everything's expensive. A loaf of bread,
Why?
pint of milk,
Why though?
petrol.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe because is it because of the blockade?
Blood.
It's not the blockade.
Oh my god, G. The reason everything's expensive in England is because of Brexit. Is because of
Oh
the
yeah,
Ukraine Russia war. It's
but that
because
was
of
years ago.
COVID.
Brexit. When did Brexit happen? How many years ago?
It was only, what was it, about 6 years ago? No,
That's
8 years
6
ago.
years. 6 years is a long time.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Brexit. It was Brexit. It was the COVID. It was,
Getting out of the European Union.
yeah, COVID lockdowns. Um, it was, then we had after that the Russia-Ukraine war. So all these things made everyone struggle and poor. I said it would do, and now you're dealing with it.
So the world's
Things,
gone mad.
the
The
world's
world's gone
gone mad
mad.
indeed. Okay,
It's
great
all about
conversation.
nuclear warfare at the minute. Trump doesn't like Iran, and the Middle East scientists are more clever than American scientists. Look at
Oh
all the
damn.
scientists America has killed, made aeroplanes shot down with scientists, nuclear physicists on them crafts shot down.
Mm, cool. Okay, Herc, did you want to jump in or something? Thanks for coming. Appreciate it, man.
Yes. Uh,
Go ahead.
in regards to the Trident missile, I have a friend who served on a nuclear submarine, and he says the fallout would make it a non factor. He says it's more likely that we'll use either a backpack nuke, which 60 are unaccounted for, or a suitcase nuke, where it's somewhere between half a dozen to a dozen are unaccounted for. And then there's plausible deniability if they're used. It can be just blamed on terrorists or a splinter group, just like they try to do with the Nord Stream pipelines, even though Seymour Hersh found out the real truth in a couple weeks. This is how stupid we Americans are. We'll believe anything as long as it serves our monetary interests and our philosophical, political beliefs. Uh, as far as what Cyrus said, I just have to correct you. We started acting belligerent, speaking as an American, in 1898. And if you haven't read Smedley Butler's War as a Racket, he goes into detail about the Banana Wars. Very interesting. You can read it in a night. It's only about 60 pages.
Yeah, the Banana Republic. Yeah, I'm familiar with all the debauchery and the savagery we inflicted. But I wasn't suggesting the Trident missile to be used or anything about it. Like I don't know what you mentioned about the backpack nukes. And in fact, very few countries hold thermonuclear technology, quote unquote, the hydrogen bomb, and the Trident missiles that are wielded by the UK are thermonuclear weapons, and those actually burn much cleaner. So the fallout is more of an issue of the type of bombs that Israel has, and India and Pakistan have. They don't have fusion bombs. They have fission bombs, and fission bombs don't burn very clean. I think they use maybe 70% of the fissile material, and so that's a lot of fallout, and it's nasty. But fusion weapons actually burn through maybe like 97, 98%. So they're much cleaner, but they're much more devastating. But nuclear weapons should and most likely will never be used in our lifetime. If you know, that's why it's very important to proliferate. You know, the NPT and non-proliferation stays. That regime stays because it's very scary when I don't want Saudi Arabia having nukes. I don't want Pakistan or India having nukes. I really don't. I don't want anybody having nukes. You know what I mean? But I think really I want the nerdiest people having nukes. The only people I feel comfortable having nukes is just some super, passive nerdy country. I can't even name one, right? It's like the Netherlands or something. You know what I mean?
Singapore.
So do something like that, like not these actors, So
Wait,
By the
doesn't
way, it
America
was
have a nuke?
Andy. It was Andy from Leicester who mentioned using the Trident, not you.
Doesn't America have the nuke?
oh yeah, we have the most.
So I mean, if America's got it, then shouldn't everybody have it?
That's what I'm saying. It's the genie's out of the bottle, but you got to stop it. It's too dangerous. Otherwise, eventually you get used. The more you make, the more they're floating around.
I
Someone.
mean,
I
the
mean,
only country in the world that's used it is America.
no, I get it. Listen, I'm not being not critical of that. They set a precedent that was very dangerous. I mean, what's interesting is the Tokyo fire bombings killed substantially more people. 350,000 died within a matter of a couple of days, and they still wouldn't surrender. It was the nuclear, so it was the new, and so America was like, so America tried everything. I mean, which is the Tokyo firebombing is equally as bad as the A bomb. Like you guys don't understand that too. It was so nasty. People don't talk about it. It's 350,000 people burned straight to death. It was a firestorm. The winds hit just right, and America knew it. They picked the right night where it was blowing just right, and it create hell on earth. We did that, and they wouldn't surrender. So, and then they're like, "Hey, let's drop some nukes." I mean, yeah, it's the end, and arguably they wouldn't have done that to the Germans. They really dehumanized it. Back then they were, much more ethnocentric. I think they were willing to do that to the Japanese. They wouldn't have, I'm not sure if they would have done it to the Germans. That's another thing to call out, because you could see it by the caricatures and the propaganda that was propagated back then, not to mention the internment camps. So at that time, America had a very derogatory view towards the Japanese, and they didn't see them as equal humans. So there's a lot of elements to it, and that are very uncomfortable to talk about in modern day. We're too politically correct, but that is the facts. And also, we cannot use nuclear weapons ever. That is a huge mistake, and it's only a deterrent now. And like NPT must stick. And although it benefits Iran and to secure its future, and because of Israel to get a nuclear bomb, I think it's still not good for the world for Iran to have it. It's good for them, and I think they'll probably be more responsible with it than Israel. But I'm not the judge, and I just think we just cannot have any more people joining a nuclear club. It's not a good idea for anybody.
Yeah, but Cyrus, if Iran had a nuclear capability, we'd not be in this situation, and I really believe
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm saying it's their biggest mistake was not to acquire a nuclear weapon. Given the situation,
Yeah.
they should have gotten it. But as an American strategist, it's not good for us, not good for the world. But for Iran, it would have made sense. They would have been probably sanctions would have lifted by now. Look at what the same thing happened in India and Pakistan. I mean, they made a huge mistake for sure.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Cyrus, Iran having nukes is no threat to America. It's absolutely, when you say it's not good for America, it's no zero harm
It's not a threat.
to
I agree.
America,
It's
right?
not. It's not a threat to America, right? But the threat is then Saudi wants to get it and Turkey wants to get it. I don't want them having it. That's my issue. I agree with you, right? Iran would
So,
never
so
aim it.
why, so why wouldn't you advocate? Why wouldn't you advocate for America and Israel, who's not declared their nukes yet, but we all know they've got them, to give their nukes up?
I
Because I
do.
tell you what,
I think everyone should give up their
well, then
nukes.
that's the point you need to say. It's not about whether or not Iran acquires them, and you say nobody else should have them because it's not good for the world. What you should be saying is everyone should give them up. When Jeremy Corbyn stood for elections in the UK, he said he would get rid of Trident, and the establishment went absolutely mental. And I thought, no, I like that. I want him to get rid of it. I don't want anyone to have nukes,
Well, yeah.
because what happens is when these countries have nukes, what happens is what we are witnessing today. The countries with nukes become the terrorists, and yet they label every other country as a terrorist. That's what happens.
You're spot on, Beatrix, and you take the humanist position and you take the most noble position, right? So, and hats off to you. And throughout the time, I've had the pleasure of hearing you speak, and it's evident, that's your stance, right? But you gotta understand, I speak as a strategist and as a geopolitical analyst, and I deal with the fact that we're dealing with savage superpowers that are ruthless, that have these weapons, and it was all great that Britain didn't give up their trident. You don't want your country to give that up. That is a huge, that's the most powerful weapon you got. Why would you want to give it up? That's the world I come from because it's anarchic and you want your people to get as strong as possible. But your position is again the most noble. I listen, I'm right there with you, right? But when I speak in these settings, I like my position is not only as a geopolitical analyst, but as an American one. I want the United States to maintain this supremacy, but act right and be benevolent and not act like a goon and a bully, right? So I'm critical of my government, but selfishly, I want us to retain power. And I want the UK to be our special ally, and I don't want your country to deteriorate, right? So, like, I also want well for you because you're very special to us.
Let me just correct you there, right? You dress it up like special ally. We're not allies. We're like on the boot of America. Let's face it. You command, we obey. That's how it works. We can dress it up as the greatest friendship and the ally is nothing like that. And this supremacy and terrorism that we do across the world, it has to stop. We have destroyed the Middle East. We have killed millions of people. I don't want these countries to have supremacy. I want them to be humble. I want them to learn from their mistakes. And with this trident and these nukes, and just look at our leadership. Look at Keir Starmer. You can't take one thing he says as the truth any more than you can with Trump. Is this what we want? Is this the environment we want to actually live in, where we can't trust these people that we haven't even elected in office? It's crazy.
No, well said. I mean, and that the situation is that now our elected officials, the process to get elected, it's not like it used to be. Especially I'm speaking for the United States. I don't know that much about your system, but it's so expensive. The price to play, right? And that's on purpose. So without these super PACs and all this or pools of special money, right? So they've used the sophisticated money sources, from all backgrounds, but the one we're talking about, who we're talking about, they have infiltrated through the cracks of our campaign financing and have been over time. They've identified weak points and have infiltrated. So this is a very sophisticated operation for them to get a hold of our democracies, so that we're behaving in this savage way, right? Because superpowers have a tendency to act in this way anyway. So to tame a superpower to act benevolent, that's already a tall task, let alone when you have demonic forces and these, banking cartels, with very, unscrupulous backgrounds and these very nefarious forces. And now they have control. I mean, they have our system at bay. And, that, and not to take away from just how superpowers act. I mean, the Great Britain, even before the Rothschild infiltration, on your own, the European supremacy was around before Jewish supremacy infiltrated, and then they somehow made this weird marriage, right? And Beatrix, to your point, we should learn from that, not to shame ourselves. You're like, wow, we're so capable, and we're so diligent that we created a superpower across the globe, an empire that the sun never sets on. But then be like, wow, how do we achieve that? Where
Do
did
you
we
know
go
what the
wrong?
do you know what the rest of that saying is,
No, tell me.
Cyrus? Do you know what the truth is? The sun never set on the British Empire because even God wouldn't trust the British in the dark.
And that was my closing statement, that on that point, that hey, but at what
That's
cost?
how,
But
like,
at
there's
what
nothing
cost
to be proud of the crimes we committed
to get
under the
there?
guise of British Empire. I in school, we're taught here about Churchill being this great hero and stuff. Go and look at some of the things that happened under his leadership and what he did. These people weren't heroes. They were terrorists, just like our leaders today. Our history is warped. There was nothing brilliant about the British Empire and what we did across the world. And I'm so glad that there isn't a British Empire anymore. And I'm so glad that hopefully this is the beginning of the end of the American Empire as well, because it needs to end. We need to focus on fixing our country. Who said it? Just somebody, Adam. Adam was up here. It was like, oh, England's full. We're getting all these migrants. And I felt like saying at that point, that Adam, yeah, we're getting all these migrants, but then you know what? What are we doing to their countries? What the hell are we doing to their countries? We're spending hundreds of millions and billions on their countries, destroying them and killing people when that money should be spent on restoring our countries. Literally.
No, well said, Beatrix. That was the closing part of that sentence was that you've achieved this empire, but at what cost? And what have you? At what human cost and where can you behave better. And we should, as a human society, right, especially the powerful countries, we should be self-reflective and correct our behavior. And what's really extra like messed up about it, that we have all these institutions, you know, from the UN and Human Rights Watch and this and that, and we've set all these institutions to safeguard humanity because we've witnessed genocide on multiple fronts, not just the Holocaust. I'm talking about from Rwanda to Bosnia to what King Leopold II did to the Congolese, and so many others, to the Holodomor, right? I mean, so we got to a point where we're acknowledging it now. We're like, hey, oh my God, what have we done? As like, it was, if we had that aha moment that of self-reflection and shame, like what the Germans have been saying for since World War II, they're saying it, right? So if we supposedly as a humanity have reached that point, we're like, oh my God, what have we done? And we have the United Nations now, we have the ICJ and the ICC, and we have all these multi layers of safeguards. Yet Gaza still happens. Yet we go to Iraq, and 800,000 dead from direct and indirect cause of the Iraq War. And since what, the 1950s, I think the
But
number.
Cyrus, what safeguards have we got? And we have to. I was thinking about this because obviously the last few days I've just been able to listen to the space, that we have to stop calling it the Iraq War. That wasn't where two sides came together and said, actually, you know what, we're going to fight. It was the Iraq invasion, and we need to call it the illegal Iraq invasion. It wasn't a war. Let's not whitewash the crimes that we have committed. You know what I mean?
Spot on. She's spot on. I mean, absolutely. And these terms are stuck in. And they use so much, but yeah, it's the Iraqi invasion. It was the unjustified, unwarranted, completely dubious war, and that's my point. So we have these supposed safeguards. So now it's like gaslighting ourselves. So it's even worse when we commit these crimes. When we have the United Nations, when we have all these institutions, the International Criminal Court, and all these things, right? That's supposed to prevent this type of behavior, yet we still allow it to happen. And who's perpetrating it is the leader of the pack. America's supposed to be the beacon of of freedom, right? So I'm extra self-critical of America. And one thing Andrew mentioned earlier, that we're all happy that Iran's fighting Israel and the Zionist forces, and that's true because that's the kinetic face of it. But ultimately, it falls back on America. The only reason Israel is able to behave this way is so we need to change from the inside. And Suleiman and Beatrix, your page, although you guys aren't even American, that's the funny part. You're influencing enough Americans to go seek the truth, where this is the real battleground. You guys are the real captains and colonels of this movement, and this like this, and it's happening organically. I mean, you guys, this is awesome, and this is the real fight, right? The Iranians are doing the missile fighting and the gun fighting and all the stuff that's sexy and on TV, and they're like, oh yeah, what, let's Israel, let's watch them lose for once. But that's not really the real battleground is the hearts and minds of the American public, because that's who's going to vote these people out, and then they'll be isolated and they'll look like the weird creeps that they are, the sadistic weirdos, the trolls that they are. They're like, oh my God, we were highlighting these people like they're special, and oh, what a bunch of creeps and killers, right? That day will come. And because of you guys. So this is the real fight. You guys are doing it, Beatrix. You're so spot on with correcting these minute differences in terminology, because the words carry weight. And hats off to you. You're very discerning and sharp on that. I'll stop here.
But Cyrus, we can't vote them out until we get proper election reform. And that's part of why we feel so frustrated. It's the collective humiliation that they rule us without interference and go against the poor and middle classes with almost every policy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's already like, again, we're seeing a shift happen very slowly, but you see the new class of candidates. A lot of people are running on a no APAC funding front, and they are, so the winds are changing, right? So this is major, because for years it's been the status quo. I never thought I thought I'd be very old till I see a day like this. I really thought, I was like, man, this is never going to happen, because anytime I talk to sensible people, oh my God, you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Israel, you're a conspiracy theorist. No way, no way. That was like 90% of America. Now I would say it's like 50-50, or like that's a huge shift just in 3 years. So I'm more optimistic, but you're spot on. We need to have campaign finance reform. Number one, we need to stop special interest from infiltrating our campaign finance system, and then that would automatically stop APAC. Then you don't have to worry so much about registering APAC as a foreign agent. Obviously, they should be registered. They should be abolished, really, for all the crimes they've committed and all the coercion and potential treason and sedition. You know, you name it, right? All the those turncoats that are supporting and part of that organization. But in any event, so you're spot on. Campaign finance reform. We got to patch up these crevices and fissures.
Let
Perhaps
me
you're right, Cyrus. Oh, sorry. In the short term, there might be more Thomas Masseys and less Lindsey Grahams, but they will be the voice of reason crying out in the wilderness.
Let me read just some of these super chats. Z-Man says, change doesn't happen by chance. It's built by people like you. Thank you for your commitment to a better world. I've gained so much knowledge from you and the powerful voices you bring into your space. Truly inspiring. Thank you so much for your support and your super chat. Great work, Suleiman. Appreciate all your dedication to bringing the real news to the people. I've been listening for a while now and I no longer watch mainstream media. Thanks for everything you do with your team. Thank you so much for your support as well. Dominique says, Suleiman, thank you for your work on X and YouTube. Thank you, Suleiman, for bringing the greats like Larry Johnson. Another awesome interview. Suleiman, you explain really well, but as a general rule for any Zio, chronic verses should never be taken out of context. The meaning cannot be understood if you don't understand what is being said. It's like joining a project halfway through. You see actions, lots of money being spent without knowing the full plan or intended outcome, and may not make sense. To understand properly, full context, including what comes before and after, just as you would with any complex situation. And that's from the conversation we had yesterday, Space. Well done, and thank you for the amazing work. I don't know how you do it every day for so many hours. I wish we had more people like you. Then this place would be a better place to live. Long live Iran, free Palestine, humanity has no color. Golden point. And then we have another super chat from Anonymous. That's it, really. Thank you. And thanks to all those people who are supporting. It does allow us to continue what we're doing, especially when we're banned from nearly every single platform. Banned from X, banned from Coffee, banned from Buy Me a Coffee, banned from so many platforms. So I appreciate all those who are helping and supporting what we do.
Suleiman, Real Raw Milk on YouTube says, please edit title for tomorrow, day 57, not 56. I don't know where you put the title for tomorrow. Did you put it somewhere?
Oh, okay, did I? Okay, cool. I'll just about get up and okay. Let's go to I'll have to do it after because I've got the interview. Let's go to Darag.
Hi, Solomon. Brilliant to let me on. Beatrice, I can hear it in your voice. I really hope you're on the mend and you feel better. I've been there. You can feel the pain in your voice, and I really hope you feel better. I mean, you're the modern equivalent to Hanoi Hanner, telling the truth as it is, but you're the Babylon Beatrice. Um, Now, there's a few things I wanted to address that people have been speaking about. Just to know where I'm coming from. I lived in America as a child, as a grown up. I lived in the UK from 17 to 30 years in Scotland and in the Northeast. I actually worked in Middlesbrough, the land of the Parmo. Amazing, amazing. But very important thing. One of you guys mentioned the Trident. UK doesn't own Trident. That's owned by America. They service it. The warhead is owned by the British, but the Trident itself is owned by America. So America can pull that at any time. And the last two tests they ran, it failed. So it's not the system you think it is, because they did two life tests in the last few years, and both of them were disasters. It's well documented. Now, the myth of the special relationship, it is a myth. It's just pre-war propaganda to appease the locals in the UK, because what they did was they systematically destroyed the empire. They held the UK to ransom. They stripped all the technology. I mean, for instance, the reason you were able to make a nuclear bomb was the basis from what the British did. And then what the Americans did, they brought out a law that basically banned the UK from using any of that technology. They also then had economic uh, strings attached, which actually turned into chains, which crippled the economy. I mean, they only paid it back in the late 2000s. They finally paid off that debt. They stripped the UK. It's a total facade to say it's a special relationship because it only ever goes one way. Now, when it's ironic though, when not Bush, sorry, when Trump, the man-child, said he's no Churchill, he's actually right in a weird way because Churchill sold the Tommy Silver to the Americans because he was desperate. And what Starmer is I don't agree with the guy, but at least he didn't jump straight in like a lot of other of the UK Zionist politicians would have been there day one. Yeah, we're going to attack with you guys. At least he knew that. And obviously, Trump has got a bean in his bonnet, which is why he's threatening the Falklands Islands. I mean, there's like a trillion barrels of oil down there, and that's the real reason why the British fought so badly back for it in the 80s. It wasn't because of the locals and or sovereignty; it's because what's underneath the sea. There's mass wealth down there. So he's got his eyes on that because the UK, like every other previous president, was lapped up to the Americans. I mean, the UK ceased being an empire the after the Suez Crisis, where they colluded with French and the Israelis to attack. They got the Israelis to attack Egypt, and then say, "Oh, look, the streets is we need to secure it, for peace." Wait in there, the Russians were really cheesed off. Goes, "No, you need to get out." And the Americans, Eisenhower, sided with the Russians and told the British, "Get the f out." And it was that bad that the economy collapsed in the UK. They nearly went bankrupt. The pounds devalued, and that was the end of any international, actually anything they could do in a world stage. All they are now is a money laundering in the banking, where all you got your despots and your criminals launder the money through the banks in the UK, which is why the City of London isn't technically in the UK because they go by different laws altogether. So there's a lot into that. What else was there? Yes, you mentioned about using chemical weapons. During the height of the Iran-Iraq war, Saddam using weapons of mass destruction. He used chemical weapons provided by NATO, America. Now, the generals went to the Ayatollah, and this is the first one in the 70s, which everyone said he was a crazy, most hardest extreme. And he says no, because those weapons are immoral, even though they are targeted against his own population, just not the military, but civilians as well. And they refuse to stoop that low. So that's telling you the mindset of the Iranians, which you have the Western media and the propaganda just making them out to be like ISIS, which is actually they come from Saudi. That's Wahhabism. Totally different type. Yeah, they're bad. But I was going to ask the panel is the most recent as well. Is do you think Donald Trump will be pushing for the Falklands to force the hand of the UK to be more involved in this conflict? Panel, what do you think?
Force, yeah, the U.S. would not even begin to force the UK to be more involved. I will tell you this, though, that there are Royal Navy submarines operating with U.S. Naval submarine forces 24/7 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, sir. I know that for a fact. I operated out of Faslane, Scotland, a lot with the Royal Navy and submarine warfare. I spent a lot of time with the British Royal Naval Submarine Force. They're extremely professional. They are extremely professional, and they're
Well, my father is a mariner.
and we are connected at the hip in our training. We're connected at the hip in our logistics. And let me make this point: in a
Wait,
NATO
Andrew,
exercise,
yeah, you do have to put one caveat. You're talking present tense. It's past tense.
no, we still operate very closely together. What's that?
They have fallen far from that time.
No, sir, we still are very connected.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and their
They can't
subsurface
even put a.
capabilities. Yeah, I agree
They
with you,
couldn't
Andrea,
even
and
put
they're
a
still
single
badass.
warship in the water.
Now, please, please, please. Do I have to go do I need to get someone on the space here to slap you down on that point, Mango? Please believe me when I say
You,
that.
you want to slap me down? They had one ship that they sent to the Middle East and it had problems and broke down right away and had to go back to port. This is just a
Wait,
fact. This is news.
wait. Okay, please don't let me
That's
finish.
one ship. They have a
We,
huge fleet. That's
yeah,
one ship.
they,
That happens all the time.
That was
good
the
Lord.
only
Yes,
ship they
that,
had.
this,
Every other ship is in
uh,
port and isn't
yeah.
available and they can't deploy it.
All right. All right. So
Mango,
anyway,
you're wrong.
Look it
Mango is,
up.
yeah, okay. So give me give me Royal Naval submarines and where every one of them is located right now, Mango. And give me where every U.S. submarine is located right now, including SSNs and our FBMs. Tell me the exact, down to the minute. I need longitude, latitude, down to the minute. Show me this, please, now. And you can't and you won't. So
Why would
let's
you
move
ask such
on.
a stupid question? That's such a dumb thing
Well,
to say.
and going. And he'll go, well, look, if you go into the Falklands, we go 50-50 on the oil, which ended up probably being like 90-10 if the Americans actually get there. But do you know what I mean? That's something that people need to keep an eye out. And I think that could be quite, I mean, it goes into, I think they start next year or 2008 to actually start extracting down there. And that's going to be a whole new avenue of oil wells to the world. But then who's going to control that?
Yeah, you're talking the Falkland Islands, and yeah, I think isn't that really basically a foregone conclusion that the UK no longer really has that control? I haven't really been watching it lately.
No, it's definitely under British control. Ever since the Falklands, they've increased the military presence. They've got a warship down there that's better than anything the Argentinians have. They've got aircraft down there that's better than anything the Argentinians have at the moment.
Yeah,
So
but
they really beefed up the defense because of the wells underneath the sea. But
okay,
I mean,
so they
people have
do.
to
So the UK,
realize as
yeah.
well.
I don't want to get off the subject of Iran, but yeah, the Falklands. You know
It
what?
is linked because Trump is using that
Oh yeah,
now
yeah. Okay, I'm with
to
you.
force the hand of the British.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
He,
I'm with you. I'm
he,
with you. Okay,
he's
yeah.
brought
Thank you.
that into play.
Okay, okay.
People need
I'm
to
sorry I
know.
missed that. I wasn't aware of that. But you know, the only reason the UK even has any and what they won that quote war in the Falklands War. You know what did that, right? I was on the submarine, the Royal Navy, the HMS Spartan. I was on that submarine, not when they did what they did, but the General Belgrano. The only thing the submarine shut that whole thing down. A submarine won that entire war. One British submarine won that entire thing. They sunk the Belgrano. And I was on that submarine.
It
I
was
met
the
the crew.
Madrina was running away, wasn't even in like hundreds of miles away, but they
What, the
needed to have
Belgrano?
something, a
No,
trophy.
the General
Yeah,
Belgrano. No, I know the whole story, sir. I was there. I was there. I worked
yeah.
at Submarine Force Line. I know the whole thing. I was on, now don't, I
I
was on
had
the,
a, I had a brother-in-law went missing in the Falklands, so yeah,
yeah,
I've
but
got family that was
you
there.
know what sunk the Belgrano? It was a Royal Naval submarine. And
Yes, I do, and it was leaving he was leaving the Falklands
yeah.
waters. It was hundreds of miles away, but Thatcher went sink it, even though it was heading back to. It wasn't getting involved in the war. It was heading back to Argentina. It wasn't going to be in the war, so that didn't win the war, my friend.
No.
It was they had superior
Yeah,
forces.
I've studied that war. I can tell you what won the war. I mean, look, and
Also,
Yeah.
let me finish here. There's a very important thing that people need to realize. During that war, you had there was an international ban on weapons and support to the Argentinians. But Britain's greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel, sent weapons to Paraguay, fuel tanks that gave the planes the range to strike the British ships
the,
during the
the
war.
Argentinians did a respectable job in the air. The Air Force actually put up a good fight. They had they had the A-10 darts, and I think they had the A4s as well. And they had a very brazen and bold attack
Oh,
on
the
several
pilots
of the.
were, I mean, they were brave. But
No,
well,
no,
they reached the
no. I'm
peace
saying
because
that's
of the Israelis.
the Argentinians they put up a good fight until the nuclear submarine came and took out their major destroyer. That was demoralizing. And
Hey, it
by the
wasn't
way,
even in the
yeah, but no,
conflict.
it was moving
Yes, it
in. Are you
was.
kidding?
Yes,
It
it
was
It
was.
moving
was
into
moving
position.
away.
It was
It
moving.
No.
wasn't
He
moving
doesn't
in.
have
No,
his facts
no,
straight,
that's not
sir.
factual. It was
You're
moving
not
into
factual,
theater,
sir.
bro.
You don't have your facts
It
straight,
was
sir. I
yes.
was
Please
there
check
when
that.
I don't know about your age and place and date. I was involved in that, working at Commander Submarine Force Atlantic. In fact, the Argentine Navy even came to us requesting to be trained in our tactical submarine SSN and tactics. I'm not making this up. And the HMS Spartan, you can research all of this, was involved in that. And I was with that Royal Naval submarine crew. We hosted them for Christmas. We were hanging out. Their submarine was hanging out with us. We did
Bam.
deck swap with them. Yeah, their chief engineer and I were out back in my drinking days. We're out getting drunk together. So please don't. It was a naval battle, sir. And
That's right,
anyway,
O'Shea. You
yeah.
hear that?
So,
Right, as I say, I had a brother-in-law who was in the British Navy,
well,
and
yeah.
he was missing in action while my brother was getting
But
married.
hey, let me tell you where
So
the
that's
let me tell
how
you where the
that.
Argentinians lost the
Right,
war, though. Let me tell you where the Argentinians lost the war. First, and I know
right.
Beatrix is not going to like this because it sounds like I'm hyping up the Brits, right? But for them to pull off what they did, right? And you say that Argentinians that weren't well armed, they had Mirage threes, they had Exocet missiles on their A-10 darts, they hit several ships, they inflicted a lot of damage on the Brits, right? What did the Argentinians in was the unbelievable maneuvering of the SAS. A large
Right.
contingent.
Oh no,
They
yes,
literally.
yes. Don't get me
It's
wrong,
I
they're
mean
badasses.
it's
But you
unbelievable
were
what
wrong
they
about the Belgrano, and
they were
I can give receipts. Would you like
it
to
was
hear receipts?
it was unbelievable what they pulled off, But either way, it was like it's imperialism. Like it's not cool what the Brits did. So like I'm
The
not justifying
official
it,
line was bullshit. Oh,
to land it
sorry,
on
Beatrice.
answering your question,
Sorry,
to
sorry.
land it on answering your question is no, the Trump is not leveraging the Falklands, and the Brits still have the U.S. Respects the Brits a lot, like in their like sphere of influence. We don't really meddle. We like if let me put it this way:
Mate, you're
if
so
it,
deluded.
it,
That
no,
is not the
if
truth.
if Greenland was owned by the Brits, we wouldn't be posturing like that. It's because the
That
Danish
is
own it.
not the truth,
Then we
my
treat
friend.
the UK very differently. We treat them very special. Trust me.
Yeah, that only goes one direction, my friend. You have Operation Fish, you had the Langley's, you had the Benton Woods. I
Andrew, am
mean,
I
look
wrong?
those
Do we
up
not?
and see
Andrew,
what they did.
Like, am I wrong? Do we not treat the Brits like very different than all the
Oh,
other
you treat
countries?
they're away from the house and you're robbing the house. That's what they've been doing since World War
We're
Two.
not
You
robbing
need to
anything from
read
you guys.
some
Oh
books,
We
my
made
man,
friend.
London the financial
you
hub of the
just
world. What are you talking
yeah,
about?
they
We made
yeah
the city. We made you
It's
guys super
it's a
relevant in the
money
New World
laundering.
structure.
All the
In
UK
the
does is
Okay, guys. I don't really care about this debate, to be honest. But let me just bring the conversation back.
This great guy, Stanley Cohen, a great guy. He's represented senior Hamas people, he's represented Hezbollah, he's Jewish American. He's had absolute attacks against him because he takes such a principled kind of stance. Brilliant guy.
Facts. Okay, let me bring him up, guys. Like I said, retweet the space, or actually retweet the video as well. The tweet's in the nest for the. Did I tweet? No, I haven't put it in the nest. Just putting it in the nest now. We're about to start any minute, so just give me 2 seconds.
Very lucky to have him on. Very lucky.
Okay, and what was I saying? Okay, 1 second. Yeah, so the tweet's in the nest. If you can retweet that one, and I'm gonna put the other one in live with. Okay. Sorted. Right, guys, the video in the nest, if you can do me a favor, retweet it, quote tweet it, let everybody know about it. That'd be awesome. Let's try and get as many people in as possible. Okay, let's get Stanley in. Volume's there sorted. Volume there sorted. YouTube guys, can you hear me? Okay, I'm assuming it's working. Hi Stanley, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
I had no idea it was a Thai affair. I would have
I
put a
can't
phone
hear. Oh
number.
wait, it might not be you.
Huh?
How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How's things?
Oh, a little harried, a little busy, but no. Listen,
We appreciate you.
I just found out I have to be awake at Monday morning at 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. New York time to participate in a hearing in Denmark. So
Okay, not the greatest time. Okay, let's get this started. We got a large audience watching right now. Okay. I just want to welcome the one and only Stanley Cohen. He has represented Hamas. He has represented Hezbollah, a Jewish American lawyer who stands for freedom, justice, and integrity. Thank you so much for taking your time out to join us, Stanley. How are you?
My pleasure. I'm doing well. Thank you for your invitation. It's a great show, and I'm honored to participate.
The honor is ours, Stanley. The honor is ours. And we always appreciate the conversation we get with you. So, Stanley, I just want to get straight into the conversation. You are a legal expert. You've advised Hamas and Hezbollah. We're right in the midst of negotiations. As a lawyer, as someone who may have been part of negotiations in the past, what would be some of the things you would be advising in this situation? Iran, possibly Hezbollah, they're dealing this, basically negotiating with the United States of America and Israel.
I would be advising him first and foremost that at best, Donald Trump is a liar. At worst, he's insane. At super worst, he's both. That he is surrounded by sycophants that are in over their head. They are clueless about the region. They are clueless about... I mean, you've got Jared Kushner going to meetings carrying empty duffel bags, coming back with duffel bags filled with whatever one can assume. I would advise, yes, I have advised in negotiations before of all sorts over the years. The problem is when you go into negotiations with the United States and with Israel, I mean, talk about a diseased negotiation process. I would advise my clients, A, not to accept anything as truthful from the other side, B, that nothing would stay more than the mouthpiece that speaks of it, and C, to demand that there have to be the party you're negotiating with has to accede to certain demands and back it up with proof, back it up with existence. For example, there's discussions about exchange of huge amounts of money stolen by Israel and by the United States from Iran. Yeah. Okay. If Donald Trump says, I'm willing to give you $20 billion, that's your money to release it, or $100 billion, I would demand that the money be placed in an escrow account that's not controlled by Donald Trump, that's not controlled by Israel, but by a third party that's bound by a contractual relationship. If Donald Trump or Israel promised that they would do X or Y or Z, I would demand that there'd be $1 billion, $100 billion also placed into an escrow account that says if there's a breach, that the money goes to the other side. I would, under no circumstances, agree to any nonsense about disarming. Under no circumstances would I agree to... You see, look, Donald Trump is about deflection. Israel is about desperation at this point. Israel's down to about 6 countries in the world that believe them and support them right now. Netanyahu apparently has just survived cancer. The cancer in Israel is Israeli Jews, is the far right. They're both desperate to earn. Netanyahu is desperate to stay out of prison. He's got that court case that's still going on. Trump is desperate. It's from deflection to deflection, whether it's ICE, whether it's Epstein, whether it's the economy, whether it's his dementia, whether it's falling asleep in meetings. They are both looking to deflect. And that's fine if you want to deflect, but if I were advising people involved on the other side, I would make sure that there were independent escrow accounts set up on all sorts of grounds that were not controlled by the United States or Israel. When it comes to Lebanon, I'm glad that the president of Lebanon enjoys kosher cooking and comes to Washington, D.C. to bite it, but it's ridiculous. Clearly, we've had a situation when it comes to Lebanon where Israel was engaged in genocide 20 years ago. You had one of the most horrific torture centers, I've been to it ever, that Israel eventually bombed out. Israel would be required to remove themselves completely 100% from the south. Israel would be required to also place various aspects into escrow accounts. The notion that Iran has to unilaterally surrender or allow Donald Trump to continue pounding and saying it's a surrender is absurd. Iran is winning. And I understand there are people on the ground and expat Iranians that are not happy, which was a trigger. The fact of the matter is, under international law, what Israel is doing, what Donald Trump is doing, violates a half dozen different core values of international law. It violates domestic law in the United States. There's no leave by Congress to continue. Congress can freeze the fundings. So while there are many people on the outside looking in saying, "Oh, Donald Trump has won, and look what's going on," Donald Trump thinks the Straits of Hormuz is basically a Wall Street investment. That's how he looks at it. The economy is a disaster in the United States.
Yeah.
Trump is running from it. So if I were advising the other side, dealing with Israel or the United States, more so than ever, I would say, one, don't believe a word they're saying. Two, you got to have corroboration for what they're saying. Three, you have to have escrow accounts, which are controlled or overseen by neutral bodies under international law on a basically a bargain for exchange, a contract. And four, you have to have a reality taste. The problem's going to be if you're Iran or if you're Hezbollah, and you hear the stupidity, the lies, the disingenuous nonsense that's going to come out from Israel and from the United States, the tendency is not to allow it to go unresolved or unanswered. Let the United States rave, let them scream, let Israel rave and scream. At day's end, both Hezbollah and Iran are in a position to not just close this out with a victory on many levels, but to guarantee whatever they agree to is covered under international law.
So first of all, our heartfelt condolences to the cancer that has to deal with Netanyahu. But that being said, in terms of what you said, so just to clearly understand what you're saying, the money you put in the escrow account isn't solely for the unfreezed asset, but it's for each component of the deal. So let's say there was a conversation about the nuclear enrichment. If Trump was to breach that, or the Israelis was to breach that, that money would automatically be released to...
Yes, that would be over and above monies that have been sanctioned or seized by Iran.
Okay, yeah, so it'd be separate.
In a separate account. And there would be an escrow account that if the United States, every time the United States or Israel did another bombing like they do in Gaza every day, every time they murdered another journalist, which they do in Gaza and in Iran every single day, or in Lebanon every day, this escrow account would be a breach, would go to Iran, would go to Hezbollah, which would be interesting because then you can indict the United States government for, I guess, material support of terrorism because they're continuing to fund organizations that they claim are terrorists. But that's what bargain for exchanges are. You have to maximize your leverage. You have to play it out. But most important, you have to go into negotiations with open eyes. Open eyes here says, if you shake hands with either Netanyahu or Trump, when you walk away, count your fingers.
True story. But Stanley, so another question, I guess, forgive my ignorance if this doesn't make sense, but if you were to put this money in an escrow account, what it means is, for example, any breach would cause X amount of money to go to Iran. Could the Americans somehow freeze it? Trump just has, if you remember with the Maduro, the what we're hearing from intelligence is that the bodyguard and the driver are the ones who sold him out for money, and then Trump didn't pay them. And so what I'm saying is there a way where this happens automatically and he doesn't freeze it? He knows how to sanction and freeze things, right?
Well, no, the essence of an escrow account is you have, whether it's $1 or $1 trillion, it's placed into an account that neither party controls. The account is controlled and dictated by the terms of what established the account. You have an independent body, whether it's a group of 6 nations or 12 nations, that cannot be controlled, that cannot be purchased, it cannot be intimidated, it cannot be bullied, and neither side can just unilaterally withdraw the money from the account. It's very much like an escrow account during civil litigation that says, okay, it's there because it gives insurance as to the negotiations as they proceed. It's funny. Kushner gets up there and says, the other day, I had to laugh. Someone asked him, well, you have absolutely no experience in international law. What are you doing here? And he said, it's no different than business. Okay, if it's no different than business, every single day in businesses all over the world, escrow accounts are set up to ensure agreements, to assure that the terms and conditions are met, and where and when there's a violation, there's a penalty imposed. That's what needs to be done, and it may be done quietly. You can also do this in a way where it's not publicized, but implicit in an agreement is if breach 1, 2, or 3, X amount of money goes over. Now, I understand there are people sitting there talking, saying, this is not about money. It's about human rights. It's about international law. It's about humanity. You're absolutely right. but you're dealing with predator war criminals.
Yeah.
You're dealing with people that don't care about international law. And I'm talking specifically about the United States and Israel. Let us not forget Netanyahu is a war criminal. He's a fugitive. Israel's essentially been indicted for genocide already in Gaza and in the West Bank increasingly. So the reality of it is you don't need to play it up, but it can exist. It can be done. Trump likes to huff and puff and scream and lie and go from A to Z in between his naps at meetings and in the middle of the night when he's threatening the universe with, wiping out a complete culture and a history. But there is zero basis without two things. One is an escrow account, and two, there's another way you can go with the escrow account. You can have an independent source that has not just money, but has weaponry, which really is a deterrence. Okay, if you breach it, then Iran gets 10,000 bombs. If you breach it, these are just the things that you negotiate. But as Kushner said, it's about business. Okay, it's about business. And then escrow accounts is one way to go. There are other triggers for escrow accounts. There are captives that Israel has. There are captives that the United States has, both in the United States and overseas. There can be triggers for the release and exchange of prisoners. There are all sorts of negotiation points that can proceed. A problem when dealing with the United States and Israel is dishonesty, a lack of humanity, indifference to international law, and political exigence. Now, there are some who may say, I've just described Hezbollah, or I've just described Iran. The reality of it is, one has a proven track record of it. The other does not. One has a proven record of indifference to international law, of occupation, of funding genocide. The other one has a history of supporting resistance, of arming resistance groups, and of defending, in this place, when we're talking about Hezbollah, Lebanon. So the president of Lebanon can go to Washington and break bread all day long with Israel. At day's end, he does nothing. And the only one that's been supporting the right of self-determination and self-defense in Lebanon for decades has been Hezbollah.
Wow, that's so impressively explained. Now, another question I've got for you is, before we get into the specifics of the different aspects of the deal and the legal implications of it, is you advised Hezbollah in the past. Now, and I guess the question here is, it's Iran negotiating, but they're essentially negotiating on behalf of Hezbollah as well. For example, the initial reports quite clearly state that there was meant to be a ceasefire in Lebanon. The Pakistanis admitted that there was meant to be a ceasefire in Lebanon. And what we heard is afterwards, J.D. Vance and Trump got a phone call from Netanyahu saying, pull out of the deal. And so they pulled Lebanon out of the deal. So I guess the question to you is, Iran's negotiating on behalf of essentially Hezbollah, but are they? This is what I'm asking you. Or is it Hezbollah had their own representatives? Were they in constant communication? You have experience with dealing with them, so if you can let us know what would have been
look, I can't imagine a national liberation movement, a national resistance movement. Yes, there's this incredibly deep and long relationship, obviously, between Iran and Hezbollah, but Iran is not going to make decisions in a vacuum. There is zero chance that Iran is engaged in negotiations with Israel and the United States, which do not involve discussions about Lebanon, which do not receive significant input from Hezbollah, and which ultimately are not going to provide Hezbollah with a veto, with the ability to engage and let its positions known. You've got thousands of Lebanese. There are areas. I've been to Beirut. I've been to South Lebanon. I've been to Beirut maybe a dozen times. The neighborhoods that have been exploded, have been bombed, that have been destroyed, are where there are apartments, where there are homes, where there are businesses, where there are restaurants. I've been to on numerous occasions. I would routinely go into those neighborhoods. I'd be dead right now. So the notion that a third party, for lack of a better word, an interlocutory and vis-a-vis the negotiations as to Lebanon, would dictate and call the shots for what's going on in Lebanon, that's part of this supremacist notion that Iran controls Hamas, that Iran controls Hezbollah, that Iran controls the Houthis. Iran has obviously supported these resistance groups for decades. They've been a prime supporter. But the notion that they would control their decision making, that they would have the final say in the nature and extent of the resistance, is just more Western supremacist, racist nonsense.
So I guess from a more specific sense, how would they have been involved? I mean, I'm guessing they didn't have a representative in Islamabad, or would they have? Would it have been constant communication? Would it have been communication beforehand? The negotiation team, we've got Professor Miranda and a few people in there told me that they kind of already knew what the edict was, even specifically, they didn't have to call anyone in Iran as well. So I guess how would you have seen the kind of process occur?
Well, that's the same way that people talk one another on a regular basis. There's communications, be it by phone, be it by person, be it by messenger. There are ways. There's also ways. I've been involved in negotiations from afar where there's a checklist of 8, 10, 12 points. 5 you can't move on, 4 or 5 you can wiggle around, and 3 you can move on. There's nothing. That's standard negotiating. I've done it in criminal cases. I've done it in political cases. And I've worked on civil cases with other attorneys. That's the way it proceeds. The notion that Hezbollah is just sitting there with bated breath, waiting to be dictated the terms and conditions of an agreement which has removed them from the process, is just supremacist nonsense. The notion that Iran would turn around and say to a resistance group that has struggled for decades on behalf of the interests of Lebanon and on behalf of the interests of self-determination in the region, and simply say, jump or fetch, is absurd. You see, once again, it sort of reinforces or proposes or exalts this notion that Iran is a puppeteer, that it's this quote unquote terrorist puppeteer that tells Hezbollah what you do, that tells Hamas what you do, that tells the Houthis what you do, that tells everyone what to do. You've got to distinguish between a state, a country that supports armed struggle and national liberation of other groups in the region against the common enemy, but yet it doesn't dictate the nature and extent of it, has input, has discussions with it, but it's more of the Western, the global North in particular's arrogance that, oh no, people don't have the ability to fight, people don't have the ability to think, they don't love their own children, it's only Israelis and Americans that love their children. It's racist, it's supremacist, and it's Disney World.
No doubt. Now, just one final component about that, and we'll get to the Iran negotiations. Part of the negotiations was that Lebanon was included. Trump kind of made it. Actually, I've got more questions on this, actually. And then what happened was the Lebanese president, prime minister kind of got together with Marco Rubio and the Israelis and had a meeting in Washington, D.C. to try and kind of save the process. I mean, you got a lot of experience in this. What do you think's going on there?
Oh, I think they're trying to figure out cover. I think they're somehow trying to build up and prop up because they realize, I would not be surprised if the representatives of the Lebanese government left. And the first thing that's announced was, we've had discussions with all groups and all people on the ground. They agree to this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You've got this desperate effort by the West, by the United States in particular, because Trump's latest polls are lower than dirt. So this is about not just selling a deal. This is about marketing it to the United States. Republicans in the United States are desperate because they see their hold on both the House for sure and possibly the Senate collapsing. They see these ridiculous investigations and prosecutions moving forward. So the biggest aspect of these negotiations has to do with propaganda, has to do with publicity, has to do with how do you sell it. I mean, Trump is totally swallowed and lost. He jumped into this because for 5 minutes he had a rush and said, oh, I'm a badass. Let me go kill people and drop bombs. This is Venezuela. This is Cuba. This is the way we're going to deal with this. And jumped in. And then all of a sudden it's like, whoops. And he's got a Secretary of Defense who thinks this is a game board, who's an idiot, who's got nothing to do with international rule, international law, international negotiations, who's fired the top military leadership in the United States and the Pentagon. Day by day, a new one goes. And why? Because they're telling him he's crazy. Not in those words, but they're pulling back and saying, we can't do this. You've got an economy. Let's, from an objective standpoint, factor in what's happening in the United States. It's probably costing the United States $2 or $3 billion a day, at the very least. The United States is running short on munitions. It's funny to see Jared Kushner enter into a deal today and publicly admit it, that he's with a company that has just entered into a deal for drones with UAE. So, he's going to make his money. The Trumps are going to make their money. There's a lot of pressure. It's not just about the price of gasoline, because that paints the American body politic as this pecuniary, as interested only in money, interested only in that and not the bigger picture. You've got 80% of the Americans, maybe 70% of the Americans, that do not want to be engaged in war in the Middle East, let alone with Iran. There's no purpose, there's no meaning, there's no threat. We're tired of that. There's been 20 years, this go around, more than 20 years of direct battle in Afghanistan, in Iraq, where we starved to death 500,000 children, where we were driven out of Afghanistan, very much like Vietnam. You've got a new draft law coming in December, where if you're 18 to 20, I think 4 or 5, you have to register, except Trump's kid will have bad bone spurs or something. So there's a lot going on here. And you've got a significant amount of the American body politic that's anti-war for real, that's opposed to it because they see what's happening and they don't want to be party to it. They see what Israeli Jews have been putting up with, embracing and furthering with Netanyahu, genocide in Gaza. They see what's going on in Beirut in the south. They see the extension of this new yellow line to add to Golan and to add to half of Gaza, to add to the pogroms going on in the West Bank. So there is a significant body politic, especially young women and men in this country, that want nothing to do with this. So you've got the merger of resistance politically, the merger of the financial impact that's adverse, the reality that Trump is a lunatic, got advanced dementia and a liar, and the fact that he's surrounded by idiots. When dealing with Iran, 5,000-year-old Persian culture and history and tradition, last time I checked, it hadn't invaded anyone for 300 years. So you can only sell this for so long. Trump is desperate right now to get out. No doubt about it. He's gotten the maximum deflection he can get out of it. He's losing every day. More and more people are saying this is insane. And more people every day understand that he's on his knees in front of Netanyahu. And what Netanyahu says goes. What did Netanyahu go to the particular room he went to, which is a top secret room? Why was he invited? Why has Netanyahu been in Washington more times than he's been probably in Quds in the last 6 months? This is Netanyahu saying, this is my dream of 40 years. I've been waiting for this for 40 years. Well, we know what's happened before over those 40 years. We know what ended up happening in the south of Lebanon. It's going to happen again. And it will happen in Gaza. And it's going to happen in the West Bank. And it's happening in Syria. And, Netanyahu's view is let's just add a new Golan. So there's this combination of all these factors, these political factors, these economic factors. The fact that I'm surprised, but most of Europe and most of the West has refused to embrace it, has actually fought against it. The United Nations is starting to talk, although, the United Nations raves every day and everyone laughs at them.
No doubt. Now, I've got quite a lot of questions for you based on what you just said. You mentioned the draft. I know this is a smaller question, but obviously we know the history of someone like Muhammad Ali kind of refusing to go into Vietnam and go into prison. How, other than saying you've got medical conditions, if someone was to refuse in the United States of America, what would happen? They'd have to go to jail, or do you think there'd be civil unrest, or what? From a legal point of view, first of all, what would happen? What would be their situation?
Well, I was one of those people, and as a young 18-year-old, which is a lifetime ago, or 19-year-old who refused.
Only a few years ago.
Right. Who refused to report for my physical. I was when the draft had been resurrected, I was in the number 10 of 1 through 365 or whatever it was. I had many brothers at that time that went to prison. I had many that engaged in armed struggle within the United States. I had many that left the country. It remains to be seen. Once again, you see, the end of Vietnam was triggered when the sons and daughters of the ruling class started getting drafted and dying. People didn't care as long as the issue was not about the genocide. What ended up, besides the struggle in the streets and the resistance, was when the sons and daughters of the wealthy started coming home in body bags. People didn't care as long as they were black, as long as they were poor, as long as they were brown, as long as they were from rural America. But when it started hitting the sons and daughters of Wall Street, that's what changed it. So what'll happen when this so-called draft comes in? There's going to be challenges over the legitimacy of it. There's going to be a challenge over what can be done. The war over whether it's going to be part of the federal criminal statute will begin. There'll be tremendous litigation over it. Who knows, given what the makeup of Congress will be at that time, whether they will support it or not. Again, I'm sure that Trump's 19-year-old son will have bone spurs and get exempted from it. And the other issue here, and it's an interesting paradox, those who have to sign up are both women and men, boys and girls. And it's interesting, at the very time that we're trying to purge the military of women and of queers and of different kinds of cultural histories, that we're now saying on the flip side, you have to come and serve. So this contradiction, this conflict is going to explode one way or another. Is there a chance of prosecutions? Yes. Is there a chance of mass resistance? Yes. To some degree, it depends upon whether you are putting people in a draft to simply have them on hold for quote unquote national emergencies, or whether you're putting people on draft to put them in the reserves, or whether you're putting them to register for a draft to go overseas, where there's now a third destroyer. And, you know, who knows how many billions of dollars are going down the tube every day. And now Trump's threatening to, I'm going to bomb and destroy and kill speedboats. Great. Here we go, Venezuela again.
Yeah.
There's enough resistance growing. There's enough pushback. There's enough dissatisfaction on every level with everything this maniac is doing. It's doomed to fail.
But the question is, what's its? And we have this conversation regularly. Is he going to go do a ground invasion or not? But
I doubt it. I doubt it. Listen, he can talk about the magic of a third term. He can talk about that all he wants to do. He's desperately hanging on to a Republican-controlled House and Senate, which he's going to lose the House for sure and possibly the Senate.
Yeah.
If he loses the Senate and he really flips out and crosses the line into ground troops, even if it's on the island off the coast of Iran, there is a chance he's not only going to get impeached, there's a chance he can get convicted and removed. And let's not forget, although the Supreme Court gave him enormous immunity for acts carried out in the course of his responsibility, and there's little language or distinction between lawful acts and unlawful acts, he's going to be out of office one way or another fairly soon, and accountability can rise down the road.
Well, not if he gives himself presidential immunity and all his family members and friends.
Well, he can do that, but he can't give immunity for violations of state laws. He's tried, and he can't do that. He can give himself and all of his friends immunity from federal prosecutions, and he can give pardons and he can commute sentences, but he has no control to do that over prosecution for violations of state law by either himself or by others that are working in the conspiracy with him.
In terms of impeachment, what would be the legalistic process of either impeachment and one other conversations are about the 25th Amendment?
I don't count on the 25th Amendment. The problem is that the 25th Amendment requires a majority of his cabinet and the vice president. Yeah, there's a procedure. It's been debated that Congress can do it independently. They don't have the votes for that. The problem is, if you're in the cabinet and if you're getting kickbacks and if you're involved in dirt and you're in violation of international and domestic law yourself, and you can't get immunity from the Supreme Court decision, the last thing in the world you want to take away is Looney Tunes, the one who will give you the pardon.
Yeah.
So there, one by one, he's dropped some of the cabinet members, and he'll drop a few more. One by one, they're disappearing, but he's not going to get a 25th Amendment pulled out of this cabinet. You've got a cabinet of corruption. You've got a cabinet of ignorance. You've got a cabinet of people way in over their head. You've got a cabinet of people who are thinking about what happens when Trump is gone or dead, or in a Looney Tunes. What am I going to do with my own exposure? You've got a cabinet that's involved with corruption and kickbacks. That's a problem. In terms of impeachment, I have no doubt that he will be impeached after the Democrats take the House. I would not be surprised if a bill was not passed or a vote was not pushed the very first day of the new Congress impeaching him. He'll be impeached, but unless there's a nightmare, lightning strikes bolts, and the Senate is recast dramatically, he will not be convicted.
Yeah, because you need 2/3 majority, right, in the Senate,
That's
which
not
is
gonna happen.
not going to happen. Okay, now coming back to the main. Oh, sorry, just one last question about the Lebanon situation. So right now you have it where Lebanon isn't in a ceasefire. They are bombing Lebanon. Well, they've been bombing Lebanon every single day, but Hezbollah has been responding the last 2 days and causing many blows. And so you've basically got it where there isn't one, but then Trump announces a 3-week extension, and we're seeing the Israelis try and occupy more land, but kind of failing to do so. How do you see that resolving from your perspective?
Well, it's become more and more apparent day by day, both by action, by anonymous sources, by public statements, that Netanyahu has been pulling the chain.
Yeah.
The one thing that drives Donald Trump more than anything else is he's a legend in his own mind, and everyone else has to bow down to him. He's being embarrassed. The truth is coming out about him. Netanyahu's a puppeteer and is pulling the strings up and down, up and down, up and down. It's going to reach a point where Trump is going to have to say to Netanyahu, no, and no in a firm way, in a direct way, in a way that says, if you violate this, there's a story from years and years and years ago, which has been written about Baker when he was the Secretary of State for Bush, where I guess it was the Gulf War, where he met with, I forget who the Israeli prime minister was, and had a meeting with him and said, look, we're going to attack. We're going to be on the offensive. It's obvious that Iraq or other nations may shoot missiles back into Israel. We're trying to build a coalition among the Arab states with regard to the Gulf War. If you get involved in an exchange of weapons and missiles and rockets, it could destroy it. Please don't. And the Israeli prime minister said, I can't do that. I can't sit back while rockets are landing in Israel and not respond, both for our safety and for the politics of our existence. And Baker said, okay, he said, thank you, and got up and walked out the door. Before he left the door, he took a check out of his pocket. He ripped it up and threw it on the ground. And he told him, I think it was Begin, I'm not sure. He said, let me know when you want the money to start flowing again. And lo and behold, Israel didn't fire any rockets or missiles back. And that's eventually the purse string control. Not only is it money, but day by day, support for Israel is going through the basement and into the devil's sanctuary. They have less support in this country than ever before, including among Jews, in particular, young Jews.
Yeah.
So when Trump finally says, you're embarrassing me, I've got too many problems, I've got to count my socks, I've got to build a new mausoleum for me, I've got a swimming pool I've got to take care of, you've got to stop. If Netanyahu says I can't, the money's going to stop. And at this point, AIPAC can't do anything about it, Jonathan Greenblatt can't do anything about it, ADL can't do anything about it, and the Zionists of America can't do anything about it. It's going to happen sooner or later. And with Netanyahu, look, it's amazing that when does it reach a point that an ounce of humanity, of decency, of human rights, of affinity for international law hits Israeli Jews? Maybe 5% at this point, maybe 10% at this point. If and when they're left out there hanging, the Kahanists, without the shekels coming from the United States or other parts of the world, the West, whether it's the UK, whether it's Germany, wherever it's coming from, it's going to change the body politic on the ground and quickly. So it's going to reach a point where Netanyahu is going to have to make a decision. Is he going to go it alone? And he loves to talk about how we can go it alone. He can barely go it alone to the bathroom these days. So the notion of Israel continuing its war of genocide in Palestine, in Lebanon, what it's doing in Iran, what it's been doing in Syria, in and of itself, without shekels coming from the United States and West, is nonsense. Netanyahu will be back in the prisoner's dock, and it'll be off to the jail.
No doubt. Now, coming to the negotiations, there's a few key elements of the negotiations. The first element is the more complex aspect of the Strait of Hormuz. But just before we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, I want to talk to you about the sanctions relief. Now, the sanctions relief, I'm told that this can't happen without congressional approval. And even if Trump was to agree to it, he wouldn't get congressional approval, or it'll be very difficult for him to get. What's your understand? Well, explain to us how it works with the sanctions relief.
Trump will say, fuck you to Congress. Trump will do what he wants to do. Trump has enough ability. He will say national security. He will trigger the discretion that the president has when it comes to international affairs and national security. Of course, he's going to, Congress may rebel, but with the Senate still in control of Republicans and before the House turns over, there's not going to be any real pushback. Trump has issued 1,000 executive orders. Many, many, many of them have been reversed by the courts. This is one, if he can argue this is a way to end the fighting, this is a way to bring the Navy back, this is a way to begin to move forward in peace and with justice and giving the protection that our colleague Israel is entitled to and the free passage of the Strait. Yes, there'll be litigation. Yes, there'll be challenge, but he can do it and he will do it. And maybe 6 months down the road, it'll be reversed. But I don't see a court of appeals, let alone the Supreme Court, freezing the sanctions, freezing his executive authority, as he says, in the interim. He will claim emergency powers. It's what he's done before. Today it's interesting. The first day he came into office, he reversed a law, and been around for quite a while, that permitted refugees seeking asylum on the grounds of the Convention Against Torture or refugee status to cross the border to make the application, to come literally into the United States, not to cross the river, but to come through checkpoints they were permitted to come in. And they had to report, and the conditions were set. He said no from the first day. A year later, the D.C. Court of Appeals today said it's unconstitutional and reinstated it. Now, the Supreme Court may reverse it, but it's one of many, 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 many. The tariffs, another recent example. There's some other cases that are pending right now where he exercised executive authority, and it took quite a while to overturn it. So if he needs to release X amount of dollars at any point or put X amount of dollars into an escrow account, it's not going to be up to Congress to be able to stop him. He's going to do it.
Okay, but isn't that a problem for Iran from sanctions relief perspective? Because if hypothetically Trump did basically pursue an executive order, release the sanctions of Iran, and then they were overturned either through the legal system or through Congress, then this is a problem for Iran, and this is why Iran needs assurances that something like that won't happen. And we know from American history that if you remember the sanction relief that happened after the hostage situation, the Americans just put the sanctions back on a few years later. So I guess how can we ensure that doesn't happen from Iran's perspective?
We're back to the escrow account. We're back to money being put into an escrow account with certain terms and conditions agreed to. And if I was the president and I was putting $50 billion, $100 billion, $200 billion into an escrow account, one of the terms and conditions of the escrow account is this is the escrow account. As long as you do X, you get the money. I can't change my mind. It can't be overturned. And even should it be overturned, it's underway. That's what the escrow accounts are about. That's one way you can guarantee it. Now, he's really going to get a lot of hell for doing that. But again, I could write his speech for him. My fellow countrymen and women. Now, not women. My fellow straight white Christians and Jews. I must find peace. Today I've gone back to that Obama who wasn't even born in the United States. That Muslim maniac. I've gone back to his agreement. I'm releasing the $200 billion or $100 billion. It's going into an escrow account. It'll be paid over a period of time, but in response, there'll be an independent board that will make sure Iran is in compliance. And as long as Iran is in compliance, as Americans, as the greatest country in the history of the world, we have to prove our nettle. That's what he's going to do, and that's what he could do. And again, that's why this notion of the escrow account controlled by third parties, third countries under international law is the only way it could really proceed, because you've just hit it on the head. Because he's a liar, because he's crazy, because he changes his mind, because the politics of Congress could change overnight. Although when it comes to the sanctions, keep in mind, Congress supported the discharge of the sanctions before. There's no reason to believe they're going to reverse it. The Republicans are not going to do that. Now, of course, Trump will turn around and say how it's different than what Obama did.
He'll say it's better.
Oh, it's much better. It builds in safety nets. It builds in guarantees. It's a tighter control. The reason I had to walk away from it is because this is where we're at. Well, you're the one who ripped it up. This is where we're at. So there are ways you could work with it.
So one of the things about negotiations, obviously you're a lawyer, and many people say, look, in negotiations, you got to give up a bit to get a bit. In this perspective, I mean, if you were Iran, yes, you've won the war, but then you don't want this to continue. You want your sovereignty. You want all those things to happen. How much leeway would you have in terms of some of the things you would give to the United States of America? And actually, let's talk about this in an individual level. So in nuclear enrichment, Iran says it's their sovereign right to enrich uranium. They will need it for domestic purposes. They've never tried to get the bomb. The US say they want them to have 0% enrichment. Well, I guess that's really Israel. The US has always, up until Trump, been pretty okay with a few percent. Something like that. How could you get to agreement where you can placate the Israelis and still get a deal?
All right, you got a deal. Israel, you give up your nukes, we'll stop going after the nukes. Let's see where it's at. We're afraid of you, you're afraid of us. Keep in mind, Iran has been making nuclear weapons since 1732. I mean, every week, every month for 40 years now, the nukes are here. It's the WMDs of Iraq. It's nonsense. Americans know it. Iran has an absolute right to use nuclear development for their energy resources. Again, you could build in escrow accounts that you can bring third party nations, United Nations, scientists to come in and to examine to make sure. There are times and places, and if you refuse entry, if you're in violation, the escrow account gets frozen. So there are ways to control it, but ultimately, Israel is the block here because Israel wants a complete 100% guarantee. If I'm Iran, am I going to turn around when faced with 100 years of Israeli genocide, with what Israel's done in Gaza, what it's done in the West Bank, what it's done in Syria, what it's done in Lebanon for 25, 30 years, what it's done to us repeatedly? Am I going to turn around and simply say, okay, we're going to allow you to dictate what weapons we can use or not for self-defense? We're going to allow you to dictate what alternative energy means we can develop. I wouldn't. But again, you can build in a system of checks and balance. My understanding, and I haven't done a deep dive, was under the Obama agreement, there was a protocol that was set up that outside sources were able to examine what was going on. And not once was there any claim that anything was being done towards the development of a nuclear weapon. I get it. The only one who's allowed in that direct region to get a nuclear weapon and keep a nuclear weapon is the country that's been indicted for genocide, is the country that has stolen countless lands, that has murdered, crippled, raped, and robbed millions of people in the region. They're safe. The country that's led by another lunatic, Netanyahu, who is a fugitive and under indictment and wanted for war crimes and genocide, he should have the discretion to use an atomic weapon. But Iran, last time I checked, hasn't invaded anyone for 300 years, cannot develop nuclear energy for their own resources. Keep in mind, with Israel attacking electrical systems, with Israel and the United States threatening to shut down the fundamental structure of Iran, the alternative of the nuclear energy system provides a safeguard. It's a safety net. Israel's going to continue to say we can't believe them, we can't trust them, no matter what. And we're going to hear the same thing on and on and on. Nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons. Where's the evidence? You can talk about it all day long.
This might be a repeat question, but you mentioned that America could freeze the account if Iran doesn't oblige. We know from what we've seen now, there's no such thing as international law. There's no such thing as rules. It's basically the wild, wild west. And so in reality, if US randomly decides to freeze those accounts and just makes an excuse that Iran isn't complying, won't we have an issue?
No, I didn't say, I may have misspoke or you may have misunderstood. I'm not saying that the United States has the ability to freeze the accounts. Okay. This independent body is the one. The United States could make an application like to the International Court of Justice or to another court set up specifically for this purpose, which is comprised of independent judges from a variety of countries, and make the argument, they violated, they've done this. or Iran could do that, with the understanding that that would be a final decision as long as it was in compliance with international law. The problem with the ICJ is it has no enforcement mechanism. The problem with the ICJ, unless the United Nations sets up a tribunal, there's nothing to put some handcuffs on someone. And the problem with the ICC, even though there are arrest warrants, the way it's structured under the Rome Statute, it's amazing. The United Nations should require everyone who belongs to the United Nations to be a signatory to the ICC, but they're not. So there is a capacity for an independent body to be set up, overseen by independent jurists, that they are the ones that could say violation frozen, fix it and move it back. The United States or Iran could seek an emergency stay or interlocutory relief right away, seek an injunctive application. That's the way you go. You've got to take it out of the traditional sphere where Donald Trump could say, oops, no. Or if you're Donald Trump and need to talk to America, where the leadership of Iran could say, oops, no. Now, you're right. The problem is it is dependent, the escrow system account is dependent on the independence, the goodwill, and good faith of other individuals and of other states. And there's a problem because it's difficult to see these days.
True. Now, we've seen now that there's possibilities of conversations, that there could be further negotiations. What we heard in the last negotiations was Iran had actually shifted quite a bit, and they were willing, and some felt like they'd conceded too much in these negotiations, but they were willing to be very open-minded in these discussions. Apparently they were very close to a deal, and then Netanyahu got on a phone call with Kushner and killed it. Now, once you know that's happening, as someone who would be advising someone like Hezbollah or Iran, would you then be saying, look, let's go to other negotiations, or would you be saying this is a waste of time? How would you handle that situation where something looked like it was going to bear some fruit, but then you know it's never going to get there? And then with the added complication that these negotiations sometimes are used in order to carry out a surprise attack.
I said to a client today, a line that I've used over the years, and in fact, I used the line with Ahmed Yassin many years ago before he was murdered by Israel. It's a Bob Dylan line. You got to know the difference between what you want and what you need. Okay? All the sides involved in this want certain things. All right? And it's not up to an advisor or a lawyer to instruct, to advise, or to tell the client, this is what you need. Iran knows what it needs. Trump knows what he needs besides a straitjacket. Netanyahu knows what he needs, which is a get out of jail card free. Hezbollah knows what it needs, and that's self-determination and Israel out of the south again. So in negotiations, whether I'm negotiating with the government on a criminal case, whether I'm serving as an advisor in an international issue involving negotiations, I always start out by saying, you got to know the difference between what you want and what you need. What is it you must walk away with at the end? Yes, there's nothing wrong with holding out for what you want and day by day, chip by chip, point by point, walking away from it. There has to be a red line. You know you can't go beyond the red line. Now, the obvious here is, now, the Straits is an enormous issue.
Yeah.
Enormous. And, brilliant Donald Trump and the West that's been, harking and barking and screaming about Iran forever didn't stop to think about it. But even the Straits is an interesting issue because, once again, it's an example about how international law, when it's self-serving and convenient, can swallow the law of the sea. Under the law of the sea, both Iran and Oman, because it's within 12 miles of each coast, control it. But yet the United Nations comes along and says, no, it's international waters, so everyone's going to sign off on it. Let's go. Would someone like an Iranian boat to come off the west coast come off the coast of New York City? I don't think so. I think it would be shot out of the water. So the Strait is probably the most important playing card here of any. That's the one that Donald Trump wants to walk away with. That's why every day he goes, oh, the Strait's open, the boats are going through, the oil price is dropping, and the economy's wonderful. So Iran's got that. Iran understands the international economics, the the impact on fuel and on food, on farming, on supplies, the pressure on other European countries. Israel wants to survive. What Donald Trump has is the shekel pad. He's got the checkbook. We'll see how far he lets Netanyahu pull him around with the dog collar on. So when you're involved, you have to know the difference between what you want and what you need. When you get to the point of need, this is what I need, and this is where I'm going to go. I may want more, but I've got to be willing step by step to give on that. I'm involved in negotiations on a very serious criminal case in the United States. And I'm playing super hardball. And I've been playing it for a while, but in the back of my mind, I know what my client's going to settle for. And eventually we're going to settle for it. But meanwhile, we're going to negotiate and chip away and win some and lose some. As Mr. Kushner says, it's business. So bring along your duffel bags, fill it with your shekels and with your money from the UAE. I mean, what's explosive right now is the UAE is asking Trump to invest who knows how many hundreds of billions of dollars in their economy. Interesting, because I guess it's time to pay Kushner some money. So they want to put pressure on Trump to raid the U.S. economy, to give money to the UAE so they can keep up with Kushner. It's this corrupt business dealing that's pervasive in the Gulf.
Well, actually, we already know that they're already financially funded and put money into Trump's crypto project. Oh, yeah. And so this is like money laundering in essence, right? In effect. But so Stanley, one last question. What's your thoughts about, do you think these negotiations can succeed? I mean, you've been in so many, you've been advising people like Hezbollah, Hamas, various other people. Can there be a deal? You're dealing with a guy who wrote the book on the art of the deal. And then you've got Iran. Can it be done?
Well, the book of the art of the deal is fiction. Trump's art of the deal is to steal, 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 don't pay, go bankrupt, pay kickbacks, sue people. I mean, there have been thousands of lawsuits. His foundation was closed. His university was closed. He owes $300 billion or whatever the hell it is to New York State. He's been indicted and convicted of 34 counts. His company was convicted in New York State. The art of the deal is the Roy Cohen art of the deal. Steal, lie, cheat, steal, lie, cheat, and leverage. Do I think there's going to be a deal? Yes, I do. I think that there's enough pushback developing in Congress right now as we go closer to the elections. There's enough pushback by the American body politic. There's enough beginning pushback from Europe at this point. People are so, the image of Israel as the victim, which floated for a generation or two, is gone. The world understands, yes, there are still the Zionist entities and the groups that put people in prison for saying from the river to the sea. The notion of Israel as a perpetual victim has finally been understood to be a perpetual lie. And that's gone. So there are outside controls, outside influence, outside leverage right now. Do I think there's going to be a deal? There's going to be a deal. Trump's idea of a deal is just to move on and declare victory. What's really important is the commas, the semicolons, the nuts and bolts. And that's why I do believe, whether it's publicized or not, there's going to be some component of an escrow account here.
Great. Let's hope you're right. Let's hope there's a deal. Let's hope Iran gets to join the world in terms of having sanction relief, having an economy, and will becoming probably moving towards one of the greatest global powers in current times. But Stanley, always appreciate you coming on. We definitely need to get you back. I'm reading the chat and they're all loving you. I really appreciate you taking the time out. I know people can follow you on your X. I will put it in the nest as Stanley Cohen Law. And so everyone should be following your X account. But where else can people find you and follow you?
That's the only. I don't think I've updated my website in 10 years. I haven't had a lot of time for writing. I did a lot of writing for Counterbunch and Al Jazeera. I'm just buried with stuff. I'll tell you a strange symmetry. There is a symmetry in life. I recently won a case in Germany. The symmetry, the paradox of an anti-Zionist, anarchist, Jewish lawyer who beat the German federal police on behalf of a world-famous Islamic scholar that had been banned from Europe and Germany caved, is what it's about.
That's a major W. Don't mess with Stanley Cohen. Don't mess.
It's about, I tell people, and I'll, besides up the rebels, I'll part with what I say often, especially to young lawyers. We live, we fight, and we die. And in between, if we give much more than we take, it's been a good journey.
Totally agree with that. Great comment and great food for thought. Appreciate you taking your time out, Stanley. Definitely get you back on again.
Thanks so very much, and up the rebels to your wonderful audience.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. That was Stanley Cohen. What a legend. What a legend. Much love to him. Really appreciate him. Let me know in the comments what your thoughts are. Put it in the main section. This video, as you know, is going to go on the Moral Resistance channel. So make sure you watch it again there. Boost it. Like it. Comment on it. Comment on the main section. And push it to your friends and family. I thought that was an awesome interview. Where else can you listen to the lawyer of Hamas and Hezbollah smashing the United States of America and Israel, taking the Zionist regime to account? Then this channel, then with us. This is why we love Stanley Cohen. This is why we love you all. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. And subscribe. Okay, I'm going to get back onto the space. But that was a golden interview. That I was getting... He's really giving me a... It's like an energy boost with Stanley Cohen. What a legend. Alright, let's get this out. Alright, let's get this out. So, is Beatrix there by any chance? Okay, I guess not. Okay, I mean, I thought he was great. Andrew, what did you think of him? Can anybody hear me on the space?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Yeah, you're coming through.
Oh, brilliant. Cyrus,
I could be double mute for Andrew.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, it might be a while before it kicks off or something. Cyrus, what did you... Oh, wait. Why is she writing she's here? We're going to ask you, Beatrix. We're asking you on the space. What did you think of him? Because I know you like him a lot. This is what I mean with chicks, bruv. You can't... You know what it is? You know how they are.
Fashionably late.
Hey, I couldn't get my microphone. It had me muted. Sorry, Philly. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, he was great. Great. This is why when people ask us and they say, oh, guess what? Blame all the Jewish people. I'm like, blood, no, we differentiate between Judaism and Zionism. Zionism is a cancer. But Stanley Cohen is a legend. This guy, he's Jewish. He is the lawyer of Hamas. He is the lawyer of Hezbollah. This guy is a legend. Tell me when you've gone toe-to-toe for 50, 60 years against the Zionist state and Israel and what's the other one? Yeah, and the United States of America to fight against oppression. Much love to Stanley Cohen. Rosie says best in...
I loved it. I love listening to him always. And I was going to say, because the YouTube chat were absolutely loving him. And I remember in the genocide, we did an interview of him. And guys, you should listen to that interview. And he actually talked about like his, obviously in a professional manner, his dealings with Hamas and representing them, and how he found them to be in terms of nature. And fascinating always when he talks But as well as being poorly with a virus, I've now got blisters on my fingers because the amount of times I put in that YouTube, Suleiman, please ask him about the Gaza border peace, ask him about Hamas. And Suleiman just didn't ask him. I literally was spamming the chat.
Oh, damn, that would
I
have been a
wanted
good
to know
question. That
that.
would have been a good question as well.
Oh, don't tell me now, Suleiman. I've been like literally spamming the
Yeah, but
freaking
you were
chat.
literally telling me, oh my God, Suleiman, you got to look at the camera more. So this time I tried my best not to look at the chat as much. Can't have it both ways. Either I look at the.
You looked at Nick's crappy little question about escrow accounts being frozen, right? But you didn't see me spamming the chat with that in capital letters as well, and I WhatsApped
No,
it
I
to
didn't see
you.
anybody's question. That was my. Which escrow question are you talking about?
Or like if the escrow accounts can be
Yeah, that was a good
frozen, and
question.
then
That was by me. What do you mean? Who
you
was
know,
Nick?
somebody that and I gave like
Oh,
a
okay.
minute's time out to because yeah, he was just teasing, and then I said I'm going to give him time out. Andrew said yeah, give it to him, so I gave it to him. But yeah, great interview, great interview.
Yeah, I loved Stanley Cohen. Just to read some of the chat, I'll just read again now. A lot of people really liked him a lot. Let's see what some of the chat was saying. They were like, best interview yet, but I've kind of missed it now. But anyway, Stanley is awesome. Followed. Thank you. Yeah, and make sure you follow this channel and the Moral Resistance channel. I'm going to be putting this interview up there. Hope he does well because I really like him a lot. I don't think many people know of him. W interview with lots of critical thinking. Thanks to both of you. Great interview. Is he single? I like that. Asking for a grandma. Yes, Stanley, keep fighting the good fight. Thank you so much, Suleiman and Stanley. Stanley rules. Stanley cojones. G's uncle cooking. Love Stan the man. Thanks, Sully. Splendid guest. That was better than I could have ever expected. Well, whatever your expectations were, we exceeded them. Great interview, Suleiman. Well, we'll definitely look up Stanley for other interviews. The legend returns. The legend. Bravo to Mr. Stanley. Awesome. Love intelligent people like Stanley. Beautiful man. Video should be pinned. Speedy recovery to Beatrix. Didn't know it was this bad. Yeah, sounds really bad, bro. It's not that bad, bro. It's just sniffles. It's just drama. It's like acting. It's like Hollywood. W. Stanley Cohen. Take the L, Sully. L for what? L for what, Colonel?
For not seeing the golden question. But listen, Suleiman, you've got to get him back. You've got to get him back, right? Because now with this going on, and especially with the Gaza border peace, we're not talking about Gaza enough. Like the Holocaust going on. He obviously has contacts with Hamas. We need to get him back maybe in a week or so. People loved him on the chat. I'm not joking. There were people that knew of him already on the chat. There were some people who'd never heard of him and didn't really know much about him, and they loved him. Really, really, like I've seen several people say it was the best interview yet.
That's hilarious. I'm just looking at my WhatsApp now. You were like proper caps lock in the text as well.
I did, and you didn't see it.
That's hilarious. Yeah, golden interview. Andrew, is anything you want to add?
Well,
He's a
I could
boomer.
go.
He's a boomer
I
like you, Andrew.
I know it. I didn't know he was a draft dodger. He was a draft dodger. One of those the draft dodgers. He ran away from the war, man. God bless him. He was smart. See, the real smart one, his heart. He and I would be actually probably very close to the same age. In fact, yeah, we're probably within a year or two of each other, same generation, grew up in the same time. And why I really respect this great man, can you imagine a Jew defending Hamas and Hezbollah? I mean, wow, God has such a sense of humor. God has a great sense of humor because this man, I mean, I want to follow him. I mean, honestly, I had never heard him speak before. But when all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, a Jew defending Hamas? What? And I knew, Beatrice, I thought there might be some way Suleiman could have asked that. I'm so sorry. I switched back to my phone and I had to come back to the other room but I was like, oh, please ask about that. But no, he'll be back on again. I know we'll get him back on again because you can tell he loved engaging Suleiman and Beatrice. And next time we'll get him on. And this time the chicks can listen to the chicks, Suleiman, or Beatrice is gonna hang you out to dry here now. You listen. But no, it was awesome. Honestly, it's hard to say that because, man, we have Professor Morandi, we got Colonel Aguilar, Suleiman. I don't know how you do it. It's a blessing, dear brother. It's a blessing. You get the best interviews, and you know what? You ask the awesome questions. I've heard some of these interviews, like they'll say, "Oh, well, tell us about yourself." But if an interviewer or a person engaging in these dialogues, if you don't ask the right questions, you could have the greatest mind in the world, but you have to have the art of getting them to get into details. And so that was perfect. Except minor little thing, we could have found out more about, finding out some more details about Hamas there. But this guy could go on for 2 hours, and the depth of his.
He spoke, Andrew, during the genocide, we had him on the space a couple of
Wow.
times. And I remember just and he spoke like this really, because at that time it was all focused on Gaza and Hamas. And and I think it was around the time of one of the many ceasefires during the genocide that Israel was breaking, and they were lying. And I can't remember the question that was asked to him. I think I asked him a question about his dealings with Hamas. What were they like in terms of, being his clients and stuff? And he said, look, you know what? He said, obviously he's had dealings with the American government and probably the British government and European Union and all of these countries. And he said that with Hamas, he said, I won't single them out for the countries, but I'll say that I wish all of my clients were as open and honest as they were. He said, generally speaking, when they used to say something, I knew that I could take them at their word for it, because with a lot of my legal dealings with clients, they'll try to hide stuff or they won't be as transparent and you just don't know where you stand with them. And he talked at length about his relationship representing these people. He's represented people from Osama bin Laden's family that were wrongly accused to be terrorists because of 9/11. He's represented Hezbollah. He's represented key people in Hamas. I wanted to ask him, maybe when Suleiman gets him back, we can ask him a bit more about Ismail Haniya and Yahya Sinwar and, now they're deceased, obviously, may God rest their souls, but also what's happening now in terms of the border peace and, things like that. He's like a fountain of knowledge, honestly, very, very unique. He's like a real life hero. And he's made this his life's cause, and he doesn't charge for what he does for them. He's made it his life's cause because he sees them as being, demonized as terrorists unjustly. So yeah, he's a good guy.
Well, we'll get him back, of course. Just I know you guys get him back because I could tell he really enjoyed interacting with Suleiman. He really did, and he loved talking about it and sharing because he
Basically,
also.
Andrew, everyone does. Everyone
Yeah.
does.
Yeah, no, guess what? It's well deserved. I mean, if it didn't happen, it wouldn't happen, but it has happened. Well, what a brilliant statement I just made. But yeah, the evidence, we have the evidence, dear sir. We have the evidence. A preponderance of evidence is out before us. Yeah, well done, sir. Well done.
Appreciate your kind comments. And yeah, shout out to Stanley Cohen. Honestly, an actual legend. A guy who has done so much. This is why when people are like, oh, guess what? You don't attack all Jews. Yeah, we don't. Because we know some of the real warriors, like Stanley Cohen, who's done a million more things than all of you guys have done it combined. And this is why for us it's always Zionism, the issue. Much love to Stanley, and Beatrix is so right. He's someone you can definitely stand for. Pardon the pun, intended though. He is a legend, an actual real life legend. Much love to him and appreciate him.
Suleiman,
Sar- yeah.
Suleiman, real quick on that note, also, again, we're looking at moral courage. Imagine the heat that man, and I bet you he would never talk about it. A Jew, ethnic Jew, all right, defending the enemy, defending those. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, it takes moral courage. Each of us need to be steeled in that moral courage, and I know you are, and I know you are, Beatrice, you are, and Cyrus and these speakers, all these speakers up for Simon, and all of us here in the moral resistance and our moral resistance, you two powerful warriors, we're steeled in this, and this gives us that hope, and we share that and that fire. We light them up, man, with that fire of the moral resistance.
We are the moral resistance, Andrew. We are.
And Beatrice, hey, perfect timing. And Beatrice is still in her convalescence and her healing process, and she comes on and she says, "I will be there." See how many of the men could do that? I wish I could do that, but if I was in the men like that, I think I'd take a time out. Beatrice, you inspire us. Thank you.
Remember before I got sick when Suleiman tried to have us like extradited out of the moral resistance. We are the moral resistance,
Yes.
Andrew. We are.
Yes, Beatrice. And I'm sorry don't stick up more for you.
You're not
Forgive
even
me.
in it. You're not even in it. You're so far not in it that I can't even excommunicate you because you have to be in it to be excommunicated.
Listen, we are the moral resistance. We just don't buy the narrative
Can't
that you
really hear.
buy. We
Can't really
see
hear
the
what you're
world in a
saying.
different way, but we are still the moral resistance.
Can't really hear what you're saying. But what I will say is, um, this is what a little bit of sniffles, and you know what I mean.
Do you know what he did, Andrew? Right? Let me tell you. A couple of days ago, he called me up and he's like, "Oh, you know what? How you feeling and stuff?" And I was like, "Yeah, do you know
Yeah,
what?
that's fake news.
I think
I
I'm
didn't ask you
getting."
that. I'm not bothered.
No,
I
he
know there's
did. He
nothing
did.
wrong with
Right?
it. Wait,
Listen,
there's nothing. Wait, that's
I
fake news.
right. So then he's like, "Oh, how are you feeling?" And I said, "Oh, look, I can't think I'm gonna get that. I've not had it this bad in a long time, right? Like on Monday, it's gonna be 2 weeks." And I said, "Oh, I'm getting there and stuff." And I was just telling him that I've been given some new medication, blah, blah, blah. It's this virus. And he was like, "Oh, good, good, good." And then I just paused and I said, "And I think I'm getting my voice back." And then he says to me, "Oh, not all good then. Not all good." That's what he said to me.
No. Oh no.
Also, the only reason I asked is because she needs to buckle up, start get back into actually doing some work. They didn't know in case people think I'm giving some sympathy and that. We're not about that. Okay. Cyrus, jump in. What's your thoughts about Stanley?
Hey, Suleiman. That was excellent. He's very well spoken. You as always ask all the poignant questions that kind of make the key points come out. I just want to expand on one thing that kind of sparked to my mind when Beatrix mentioned the question that regarding the Gaza kind of peace process and the ceasefire deal, however you want to put it. I think it's such an unfair question to ask anybody that's on the front lines. It's a great question, but it's the reality is so sad. When we talk about Lebanon, they have a chance, right? They have their borders set. When we talking about Iran, they have missiles, they're fighting. When we talk about the Palestinians, I mean, it is just such a dire and sad case. And the fact that, supposedly, the free world set up the United Nations to prevent this kind of thing. And because of the veto power, the United States literally, like Israel drags us through the sewer pipes of history, us Americans. And so many instances, we've been the only veto that prevents the changes, the fundamental changes that are basic, just basic human rights for the Palestinians that are foregone just because of a U.S. hegemony and our overt influence over these institutions. So it's just such a hopeless situation. I can't even. That's the only thing in this world that's ongoing that I have no solution for because they're facing pure evil. You know, it's like it's so simple. And I've recently gone to some of these like Israeli, like straight up, like super right wing spaces to debate with them, and then and one of them actually went pretty calmly where I could actually see their point of view. I mean, it is like they are brainwashed, and this is like most of the countries, like 90% of the country has some version of this understanding. They are completely indoctrinated. They don't see the crimes as a big deal at all, and you know they're just so numb to it. It's just a matter of fact. It is absolutely bizarre, and I suggest everybody should go to these spaces, to there's ultra Zionist ones that actually have a speaker that as
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
no to hear
whoa,
it, no, so
whoa.
you hear it firsthand.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
So you should hear it firsthand.
Whoa, whoa.
So,
Stop. No means no. None of
so don't
this
go. So don't go there.
Zionist
Don't.
propaganda. Nope.
It's
Nope.
I,
We're not sending people to
okay. Don't go
Zionism.
there. Don't go there. Okay, don't go to any
I
Zion.
rebuke.
I'll go. I'll go.
Stop.
I'll go and I'll
Stop.
report.
I rebuke
But
you.
you got to go hear it firsthand. My point is, they are fully indoctrinated, and when I like challenge them, I'm like, hey, look, if you challenge the word genocide, you committed major war crimes. This is
Cyrus, do you know what it sounds like? I'm getting
uh,
deja vu from October 2023. Like you don't realize that like people like Suleiman, myself, Joa, like we've all done that. Suleiman debated 13 Zionists on his own on Mario's platform. Like this all happened late 2023, early 2024. And then like we just realized everybody who has been on any spaces throughout the genocide knows all their talking points. We could actually write the freaking script
I'm
for
brand new
you
to X. I'm like super new to this,
verbatim.
so like I missed that whole thing, you know. And I
That's why I'm telling you, I gathered you're super new because if you
I'm
weren't
like
super
brand new
new,
to this.
you
I'm
would
like a
know
couple
that. So
weeks, like
I'm
three
telling
weeks in.
you,
I like
yeah, no, so that's why I'm telling you, and I appreciate that. So that's why I'm just giving you some
mm,
background. So when October the 7th happened, okay, let me just give you some brief background. Before October the
mhm.
7th, in May or June, a couple of times in 2023, Gaza was bombed, just random bombing, because like that's what Netanyahu does. And Suleiman used to do the spaces with Mario at that time. And Mario had a rule which was 5 and 5. So if it was Russia, Ukraine, it would be 5 pro Ukraine, 5 pro Russia. Always the case. And then if the 5 pro Russia, if two of them dropped off, you always had backup to bring up 2 more pro Russia. So when when Gaza was being bombed, he was like, right, 5 pro Israelis, 5 pro Palestinians. Can you believe? There were loads of
Mhm.
Zios, but all of these so-called people that say that, oh yeah, you know what, I've been talking about Palestine for years, they wouldn't come up. They were too scared to debate on Mario's platform from a pro-Palestinian position. And the reason they were scared was because they knew that they'd get attacked.
Yeah.
So I said, I'll do it. I was doing Palestine spaces anyway. And Suleiman called me up and he said, you know, you're going to get attacked for it, right? You're going to get hate. And I was like, yeah, I don't care. I'll get hate, whatever. And there was me and a guy called Charles Johnson, American guy, Chuck. And we were on the pro-Palestinian side. Nobody else really came up. There was a couple of rubbish speakers, but they didn't really last. And we smashed the Zionists out. There were 2 debates. Then October the 7th happened. And when October the 7th happened, that 5 and 5 rule went out the window. And Suleiman had to host just a pure panel of Zionists. And you couldn't, he wasn't, like he was being censored. He was being told, you can't say anything. You can't talk about blockade. You can't say Gaza was in a blockade. You can't talk about apartheid. You're not allowed to say these things. You have to sympathize with them. You have to let them say that women were raped. You have to let them say about 40 beheaded babies. And he refused our principle. He walked away from the money. He walked away from his contract. He walked away from everything. And after that, like literally, we had people go, like Joa used to go. There was a guy called Nelson who used to run a lot of these debate spaces. Joa used to go on there to try to debate the Zionists to get them to see sense. It was like a completely different environment on here. The Zio spaces that were going on, the propaganda, the attacks and stuff, it didn't really matter. Eventually, all those people gave up debating Zionists. Like everybody who's been on spaces knows it. And then Mario decided that I asked Suleiman back and he said, look, I want to do a debate between pro-Palestinians and Zionists. So who do you recommend on the pro-Pal side? And Suleiman said, just me. And he said, right, but then what number do you want the Zionists? And he said, bring on as many as you want. I don't care. Fill the panel up. But from the pro-Palestinian side, it will be me. And so he went on and they had 9 Zionists. And as he kept batting them out, some of them left. He ended up smashing 13 Zionists on his own. That was an epic space. You have to go find it and listen to it. Him battling that whole panel of Zionists. It was epic, right? He smashed them. They cried. They cried for ages. I mean, the crying that they did. Angelina freaking Jolie never stopped crying in those days. Like, she was hilarious. Like, honestly, she was like freaking hilarious. So when you come here, for people that are new, like yourself, like, you're polluting the waters again because some people are undecided and they need to hear the truth. They don't need to hear propaganda. That's why Suleiman
No, for
jumped
to
in.
understand it, yeah,
Do you
and
know what I
it's
mean? We are a very
no doubt.
fact-based space. We're
I mean,
very
anyone who
fact-based.
is even at all centered, you listen to the stuff they spew, it's like it is unbelievably vile. These people are heartless. So, I mean, it would play to your position. Like, it's so evident that like that they're on the side of dark and evil. I mean, so I pose this is an interesting. I pose. I still. I've. It's been running in my head on repeat. I tell the guy that was running the space, I asked him, I'm like, hey, so what are you going to do when America leaves you? I was like, you're losing America and you're going to be screwed, right? And he was like, oh, yeah, guess what we're going to do? We're going to take all of our F-35s that we have the source code for. By the way, Israel is the only country that has a source code for the software. They're like, we're going to go to China and we're going to be we're going to be their number one ally. Openly, they say it. I'm like, oh my God, America's giving you all this stuff wrongly, right? We've been dragging through the dirt, and this is your attitude. The arrogance. I'm telling you, I wish anyone who has one drop of red American blood in their veins, if they were to hear this guy, they would immediately. I wish everyone could hear him so they could turn against him. You need to turn Americans against Israel. I get it. I mean, like Europe and all good to go, but like America's the one who's the superpower, who's allowing them to behave this way. We're the new, Great Britain. That we're the new empire from sea to shining sea. So like it's us that needs to rein them in. So that's my issue. If any patriotic American would have heard that guy, it's been running on my head and repeat. I've thought about it 20 times today. I was like, the audacity of these people. It's crazy to me. So like that's why I meant by that. And again, I didn't know all that history. I'd love to hear Suleiman's debate. He's highly skilled at this and on the side of good and truth. So I would love to hear if you can send me the link or in the group or whatever. But that's why I said that. Go listen to
Yeah,
these.
I think the main thing, Cyrus, is I think just to like kind of wrap this point up is basically that other platform, I made it. I built that whole platform. That platform only exists because I made it. And then as soon as I left, there's no real humans left on that platform. And this is why we're like bigger and much more huger. And now like there's just basically zero real humans listen to that platform. So I guess that's the point. And so we're all know that there's no point going there because it's not like you're changing any minds because there's no humans listening. It's only a few like Zio bots, and what happens is then that person may leverages that in order to like make money on crypto or whatever. So because of that reason, no one goes there because essentially if you go there, like for example, if I go there, I don't know, like 2,000 people for, and then you'd have 2,000 real people who will go there. So that's why we basically don't go there because there's no real humans on that actual show space. Okay, let's go to JB. Was there anything you wanted to add? JB?
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me? Um, yeah, I wanted to talk about, well, the conversation's kind of moved on, but I wanted to get back to the idea of the U.S. being a more noble force in the world. And if you really, think about that, and you think about the U.S. using its hegemonic power to be more of a benevolent force for the good of humanity, I mean, we would be in a multipolar world a long time ago. It wouldn't have just started to happen now. And if you take Iran as an example, back in after, the British discovered oil in Iran, and then, you know,
the British, profited from that oil for decades. And if the U.S., instead of colluding with MI6 to do a coup of Iran with their democratically elected leader, if instead they went ahead and sat down with the British and the Iranians and said, look, the British, you've profited from their oil for decades. You've gotten what you came for. This is their oil. We need to give their rights back to Iran and not take any. If the U.S. did not take anything in return, maybe the British got some deal as far as getting cheaper oil from Iran. That would have completely changed history, especially when it comes to Iran. And, we would have a deep friendship with Iran right now. And if we use that attitude around the world with every country around us, everybody would be a lot stronger because we helped them become stronger. And there would be much deeper friendships there. And in turn, that would probably make the US stronger, but it would be more of a multipolar world, I think, than a unipolar world that we had for so long. Anyways, those were just my thoughts about the US being more noble. I mean, the problem is we have, power always attracts people of weak character, people that need power or need fame to feel content with their lives. And the best people are usually the people that live quiet lives. I've known a lot of people that are much smarter than myself. They're not well known, but they're very successful in their own right. They're not super wealthy. But those are the kind of people that we need in government, people that are not just out for themselves, that need to fill some kind of hole in themselves too. And they use that power to try and control the rest of the world. And we see that all over the world, but maybe in the US it's worse. And trying to get people of the highest quality in government is difficult because it's so difficult to get to that level. And I think the only way of doing that is to take money out of politics, making, specifically in the US, making lobbying illegal, taking money out of, campaigning, which would be difficult, but there's simple solutions. But the difficulty would be, pulling power away from all these people that have it. So those are just some thoughts I wanted to share when we were talking about what the world would be like if the US was more noble.
You know what, JB, when you talk about this, right, in terms of Iran and the oil and stuff and how they should be noble, it's not just Iran, is it? It's like America's modus operandi. Like, I'm amazed by the number of Americans I've heard not really be aghast at what America did in Venezuela. In fact, I could probably count on one hand, less than one hand, the amount of Americans I've heard come up and say, oh, what we did in Venezuela was wrong. We literally looted a country that was already poor, just walked in, took their oil, robbed their resources, kept them. And this is the thing that we should be aghast by. And I say we, not just Americans, but I mean humanity. Like, this is the stuff that I would have expected my leader to stand up and say that, look, you know what, we might have a good relationship with you, but this is wrong what you've done to Venezuela. You cannot do this. You can't go and loot countries. But this is what they do, and nobody seems to mind. This is their modus operandi. So it's not about Iran. It's just about the way America, I mean, Iraq was about, let's not make any bones about it, it was about oil pipelines. It was about Halliburton going in. It was about Dick Cheney. Read Hey Dude, Where's My Country by Michael Moore. He documents it all with receipts. Fahrenheit 9/11 is the movie he made about it. Clinton had stopped the pipelines. That's what it is.
Thanks to that,
Yeah, it's not
Beatrix.
just about Iran. I
don't
mean, it's
fully. Yeah, thanks to Beatrix.
that's
Yeah, I don't fully think it's because of oil, but I guess we can speak about that tomorrow on the space. I have put a tweet in the nest, guy. Oh wait, have I put it in the nest? Yes, I have. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Okay, cool. There's a tweet in the nest. It is the interview with Stanley Cohen. I know a lot of you guys watched it, but definitely watch it again. Give the video some support, like I said. Comment in the main section of the video. Let your friends and family know about it. Let everybody know about it. I think it was a great interview. The lawyer of Hamas, Hezbollah, a Jewish guy, speaking the real talk and real information in real time. So do watch that, the tweets in the nest. It's linked in the YouTube comments as well. Everybody watch it and spread it around. I think it's a golden interview, and it'd be really good if as many people knew about it as possible. Wrapping up a little bit earlier today, but we will be back tomorrow as per usual, 2 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. So have your notifications on, be ready. A lot to do, lots to speak about. But that being said, guys, have your notifications on, because if that attack happens tonight or tomorrow, obviously we'll start the space immediately. So be ready for it, watch out for it, because if the war starts, we'll start immediately as per what we normally do. That being said, we are wrapping up. So go to the tweet in the nest, like I said, go to the tweet in the YouTube comments and go watch that. And I'll be there as well watching.